Here's what I heard from a very good military friend of mine. And I'm ashamed to say this because I am Italian, okay? The Pope and his Leonardo satellites up in space. If you remember when Mr. Trump first got in, he launched SpaceX and Space Age.
Space Force.
Up there, and he put the biggest satellite up there. Well, it caught all the votes.
Space Force has it all. Trump has all the information. It's going to be overturned.
What do you think Space Force has?
Space Force is a military branch of the, just like the Army, all the military. And they literally, walk up here, they literally, the night of the election, they literally watched the election be stolen.
What? That were pinged up from him and sent back to Earth for Biden. They got all that. They got it all.
What? Where's this information from?
Mm-hmm.
They're sending votes to space?
They sent the votes to Italy and Berlin.
For what?
Well, they shot them up there, and then they brought them back as Biden's.
They know, they watermarked the ballots. They know exactly what happened with every ballot. They know what fake ballots, all right? They knew the election switches. They know what countries were involved. They followed the money. They know what every politician that's been paid off.
This is a secret. You might want to edit that, okay? I don't know if you want to put all that on there.
Trump's not doing it alone. He's got Xi of China helping him, Mo of India, Putin.
69,000 sealed indictments, but I think it might even be up to 500,000 sealed indictments.
What the fuck?
And I believe that we're going to have an emergency broadcast, and the military is going to come in with martial law, and we are going to be shown 8 hours on, 8 hours off of videos for 7 days, the world, and they're going to be showing us taped tribunals, taped confessions, and the world is going to be awakened to what's really going on with the deep state.
I said, what in the world is this?
But I just, look, I mean. I'll never forget, well, I won't go into that. Anyway, I just think that
From the totally real country of Australia, I bid you all good evening, good morning, or good day, as the case may be, across these many retarded time zones. This is the pre-stream. My name is Thermo, and we're here to talk about the news stuff from this week, from Lawtube to Lolcows, from 4chan to Forbes, from Onlyfans to CNN. Gentlemen, welcome. How has your week been?
Ryu, who are you sniping there?
He's looping it, and it's Mandy something.
Oh, Mandy Summers. Okay.
Mandy Summers, yes.
All right.
It's no one that we're
I like
a trigger warning.
I like the Cammy cosplay. I approve.
We're gonna have to get a trigger warning for Tim.
Is it Cammy or is it like Barbarella or something?
That looks like Cammy.
It's Cammy.
Yeah, my main character. So yeah, I know who Cammy is. Yeah.
Hang on, you play a girl.
Cammy's one of the best characters in Street Fighter 6. She's fucking fast. Yeah. Also, she's fun. Yeah.
Weeb shit.
Well, Kylie Minogue
played Cammy in the fantastic film. Yeah.
Yes, yes.
Hey, chat. How's everyone going, chat? Hey, Jonathan. Yes, it is the best day of the week, I guess.
Yeah, Sunday.
In the least gay time of the year, yes.
Sunday, fun day.
Hey, Sean, how you doing? Sean, welcome. Fallen, as always, welcome, man. Like poisoning discussion wells by dragging in flat earthers. Yes. The insane Trumpers are very, very insane, and I appreciate them for it because it's very entertaining. Anyway, let's
whole bunch of gobbledygook.
Low IQ takes that don't understand what.
Oh well, it's okay because the Space Force has all the evidence. So for some reason, because the Space Force are watermarked. Oh, geez, I saw that this week. I'm like, oh my god, really? This is what? Anyway, straight into it, shall we? Pregnant PR executive claims she was axed from a $120,000 a year job at New York firm after she was cruelly gaslit by female boss, who said she could not be trusted because of her pregnancy brain. Rashan McKnight, 37, claims she was fired from Press Hook while pregnant after she was cruelly and unlawfully gaslit by her boss and CEO, Michelle Sogni. A lawsuit alleges Sogni, also 37, made comments including squeeze tight and keep the baby in longer during the, quote, campaign of gender-based harassment. Sogni and Press Hook said McKnight's claims are completely unfounded and that they are prepared to launch a full legal defense.
Nice.
I thought women didn't sexually harass anybody.
Well, that's not sexual harassment. It's gender-based harassment.
Or just
no
plain,
sex involved.
Plain harassment.
Yeah. Look, ladies, like you have to know that women are the worst.
I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, like
know
totally.
Well, it would be more of this when they say, "Well, what if women controlled the world?" Well, it'd just be more of this. Bullshit.
Yeah, more women to be fired for being pregnant. Look, men can't get away with that at all, like at all. But
yeah, exactly.
Look, it's. I guess it's true. Like it is true. My wife suffered baby brain to this day.
Oh wow! Is she in the room with you right now?
I'm pretty sure she's going to come flying into the room. No. Don't be stupid. She doesn't watch this.
There's a shoe coming for you.
She can
She's
hear you.
Ow, please don't hurt me. Please stop.
No, get him.
Put down the gun.
Get him, Lady Thermo.
Every mother, once they become a mother, they get proficient with the boomerang.
Only Asian mums.
No, and
only Asians.
No, but it is true. Like carrying a child is a lot of stress on the body, and it does increase the load on your brain. You're thinking about a lot of stuff. Like your hormones are different. So yeah, look, you don't point it out though. Like you don't point it out unless you want to get knifed.
Point it out.
Well, I guess we'll find out.
Only CEOs can point it out.
Female CEOs.
Well, I'll bet you 10 to 1 that a CEO is going to say that they're a birthing person, and they were just using the right, correct language in the lawsuit.
So, well, this is the woman who was fired.
Are we sure that's a girl and not
this is the boss? Well, she was pregnant, so I believe that does.
But does it not kind of look like a tranny?
No, I mean that's a large chin and a very wide jaw, but no, that's a woman. So,
and that could be after or like during the pregnancy when the weight was.
I don't know what it is, Dave, but every time you speak, I hear the first syllable, a pause, and then the rest of the syllables all at once.
Nothing else.
Yes.
A judge has ruled that bankruptcy filings will not protect Alex Jones from paying over $1 billion to Sandy Hook families. On Thursday, Judge Christopher Lopez ordered that InfoWars host Alex Jones will still be required to pay over $1 billion to the families of Sandy Hook victims and won't be able to absolve those payments with bankruptcy. According to Daily Mail, Judge Lopez ruled that Chapter 11 bankruptcy protections don't apply to findings of willful and malicious conduct, which is true. They don't. You can't. you can't defraud people and then immediately declare bankruptcy, so you never have to pay them back. But again, that's not what Jones did. So yeah, he's fucked. He's basically fucked. I don't know if he's appealing. I don't think
it
won't matter anyway.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, he probably will, but like you said, it won't matter.
It's not going to matter.
No.
They want him. They want him. They want him gone, and they have achieved. They haven't achieved anything because
he's still up.
Still doing his show.
No, but they're getting money.
Basically, he's trying to force them to be very bold with taking him down, like where you can't ignore it.
Yeah.
But they don't really care. It's like, okay, you want me to take you down? Okay, we just did. So,
Not really. Infinite Wars is still up.
No, but they're taking his money. He can still
what
find
money?
another. Everything that he can make now is all like. There's no way he's going to get out of this debt.
Do you think he's getting a salary at Infinite Wars?
No.
He'd be smart and he won't be giving himself a salary.
No, but they're trying to take his assets too. So,
I think InfoWars was like the organization, like the company was part of the part of the
Yeah, he can't
the
pay
case,
that.
so-
He can't pay it, Shiloh. He can't pay it because it's $1
Oh
billion.
yeah, Charlotte. The process is the punishment.
Exactly. That's what I mean. It's going to be a continual punishment until the day he dies. He'll never pay it all back, but anytime they can get a cent from him, they will take it.
Private Travis King, this guy who ran away into North Korea, and the North Koreans went no thanks and sent him back.
No blacks.
No blacks allowed. Oh, that's harsh.
I was going to say though.
See, the North Koreans are especially racist. No, you'll stand out. Get out. But yes, he's been charged with by the U.S. Army with desertion for defecting North Korea and child porn. So makes sense why he ran away to North Korea. Even the North Koreans are like, "Nah, Chomo, get the fuck out." U.S. Army's like, "Well, you know why he ran." And the North Koreans are like, "Oh, here you go. You can have him back." An Iowa woman who made fake cancer claims on social media must pay restitution but stays out of prison. Oh, isn't that nice? Pussy pass. An Iowa woman who falsely claimed to have cancer and documented her battle on social media. This sounds very, very Blair. What was her name? The chick from Victoria, Blair.
Oh, I can't remember her last name.
Belle Gibson.
That's it. Belle Gibson. Yeah.
Belle Gibson.
Belle Gibson.
Yes.
Belle, not Mel.
Belle.
Belle Gibson, not to be
Belle.
confused with Mel Gibson, no relation.
Yeah.
Madison Russo. So blah 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 blah. She will stay out of prison after a judge gave her probation and a suspended sentence. Madison Russo, 20, never had pancreatic cancer, leukemia, nor the football-sized tumor wrapped around her spine. She claimed in postings on TikTok, GoFundMe, Facebook, and LinkedIn. But over 400 people sent her donations. As part of the 10-year suspended sentence handed down on Friday, she was ordered to pay $39,000 in restitution and a $1,370 fine. I guess the Americans won't know who the fuck I'm talking about when I talk about Belle Gibson.
Yeah, it's been a few years.
It has been a few years.
Almost 10-ish years.
So Belle Gibson was a scammer. She pretended to have multiple bouts of cancer.
Mm-hmm.
Any photos?
There are.
Well, she's only like
plenty.
30, so she's still young-ish. Technically over the wall now, but she has a kid according to that. But yeah, this was like 2015.
Welcome, Baldo.
This was like 2015, 2016.
G'day.
So this is Belle Gibson.
What the hell is that?
Who?
Belle Gibson.
It's
Not to be confused with Mel Gibson.
It's usually not
the old cancer scammer.
She was the chick who pretended to have cancer and scammed everyone, and pretended that her diet,
cured cancer.
her diet that she set up and the app she made cured cancer. And Apple swallowed it like hook, line, and sinker too. They included her app in one of their presentations.
Mm.
like for like the
I think
iPad or
you
something.
finally got a scammer in your chat.
Yeah, your Twitch chat is trying to sell you shit.
Hi, sorry for bothering you. I want to offer you a promotion of your channel. Blah 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 blah. Yeah, no thanks.
Oh, that's new.
I'm still waiting for
That
the porn
layout.
bot.
That's interesting.
Oh, this layout. Yes, it's the spooky layout because in honor of in Halloween. Yes, or Halloween's Eve.
That's the word.
We don't do Halloween in Australia. That's an American thing.
Hey, it's on the calendar.
Even though it's a British holiday.
It's on the calendar.
Yeah, I know.
All right.
Yeah, we've finally adopted Halloween, basically.
So yes, that's Bill Gibson. Yes, anybody who watches Matty has heard this story, so you can all switch off. But I have some thoughts.
I don't watch Matty.
You don't watch Matty? Oh.
I see the videos posted in the Discord all the time, but I don't watch it.
Well, the
very disappointing in you.
I know who Liz Fong Jones is.
The credibly accused woman who has been credibly accused of, or who has admitted to many times consent accidents.
Mm-hmm.
Wait,
I will let you try to understand what a consent.
I know what
accident
that is. Yeah.
Wait, this person has been accused of consent accidents.
Yes, multiple consent
Is
accidents.
this person?
This is Liz Fong Jones.
This man has no dick.
Yeah.
But
So,
yes,
was a man.
Was a man. Yes.
And
yes.
now crying like a bitch.
Yes.
No, always cried like a bitch.
John.
So yes, Liz Fong Jones has sued an Australian company that lent the Kiwi Farms, or that leased the Kiwi Farms IP addresses that they used. That Josh, or not even the Kiwi Farms, leased Josh's company, 1776 Solutions, previously known as Final Solutions, previously known as something else.
Oof. Final Solutions.
Final Solutions. Yes.
Jesus.
Silent Beach Solutions.
Nice.
Yes, very edgy boy. Yes, so this Australian company had a set of IP addresses that were issued by AppNick to them. They leased those addresses to 1776 Solutions in the US. 1776 Solutions used them to host the Kiwi Farms, among other things, US legal websites. And as a result, we all know the troubles of the farms. But because the organization that owns these IP addresses is in Australia, and Australia's defamation laws are retarded, and it was in Victoria, which makes it even worse.
Extra retarded.
This disgusting person called Liz Fong Jones decided to sue this company in the Supreme Court of Victoria, and because the guy who owns the company, which is Flow Solutions Proprietary Limited, I think, didn't think anything of it, and decided not to even hire counsel. And because he didn't hire counsel, this nasty tune won a default judgment of $400,000.
Well, that's fucked.
Yes, and the more disturbing thing is, it sued a company for contributory defamation. So you didn't defame me, but you contributed to the defamation. You enabled the defamation. The fact that that's even a tort is fucking retarded.
Oh, it means like Facebook, Twitter could be all sued now in Australia.
Well, yeah.
Well, not
also,
based on this law, because this was a default.
Well, the example I thought was, okay, well, if you're a landlord and you rent a house to someone, and that someone stands on their balcony and yells at someone on the street something defaming, the landlord is now liable. Because
potentially, yeah.
The landlord owns the house. The landlord leased the house to the person. The person used that house to allegedly defame the person on the street. That landlord contributed to the defamation. Like, this 6 degrees of separation is so ridiculous. Like, I don't know, other than it being a default judgment, I don't know how this fucking passed. I don't know how any judge goes, okay, yes, finding in entering a default judgment for the plaintiff. Look, the implications are absolutely devastating. Could be absolutely devastating
because the end. So you scroll. Because the matter was undefended, an interlocutory judgment was made against Floyd Chemical. So yeah, it was basically default, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's that is a default judgment.
Yeah.
So can they argue against it?
Well, they can appeal, but he has to raise money for an appeal. Appeals aren't free, and appeals are for losers. Like you could, it doesn't. I guess he doesn't actually need to appeal. I think he can actually
contest the
he
default.
can contest the interlocutory judgment, but the
He'd have to have
problem
a pretty
is
good reason why.
he'd have to have a very, very, very good reason as to why he didn't respond to the case.
Hopefully, it's the reason is because he wasn't properly served.
That's not going to be the case.
Yeah.
And in Australia, your freedom
you don't have freedom of speech in Australia.
Speech laws, exactly. So yeah, that's
not even close. And the right, and later on, we'll discuss the only actual freedom we have, and that they want to take that away too. So that's for Aussie news. So yes, I'm mad as a wet hen about this. So like, fucking. There needs to be a serious we've already had a review of our defamation laws in Australia. The last government had been like, oh yeah, we need to have a review, and started having a review. We've already adjusted some laws. There's some changes coming early next year that would provide some different defenses. Like we've already added some new defenses to the federal statutes, but there's some new defenses being added as well. But they're all completely inadequate and wouldn't stop this bullshit from happening.
Okay, I got a question.
Yeah.
Why would you ever wet a hen?
If you wanted it to be mad, wet hens get really fucking mad. Like, chicks don't like getting wet.
Yeah, say they're on the edge of a body of water and they get pushed in by the other crowd. That's why they'd be wet.
Yeah.
Because hens use dirt baths to clean themselves.
Yeah.
And they get really pissed with.
Ew.
Yeah.
Birds don't. Have you not heard that
wet.
expression? Mad as a
No.
wet hen.
It's been a while since we heard it, but yeah, birds don't like getting wet.
I heard it on season 1 of The Apprentice.
Was that during the Trump days?
That is the Trump Apprentice. Yes, the actual season 1 Apprentice. So, for those of you who may not be familiar, Donald Trump used to host a show called The Apprentice. Before he was president, he used to host a show called The Apprentice.
Yeah, that was when I was in 3rd grade.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
This is in the dark ages of the early 2000s. Back in the 4:3 ratio TV.
Some good shit.
Yeah.
I'm Donald Trump, and I'm always on the lookout for talented people. I'm looking for someone who's a natural leader. I'm looking for someone who's a strategic thinker. I'm looking for the apprentice.
So yes, that's the original Apprentice.
That's my president.
That's my Apprentice host. Yes. Veteran NYPD officer who boasted about loving a job allegedly sold top quality fentanyl heroin all while on duty at the Feds.
Nice.
So a female NYPD officer who boasted about how much she loved her job was busted this week for allegedly dealing large quantities of narcotics, including fentanyl and heroin, while on duty, federal officials say. Grace Rose Baez was arrested along with Cesar Martinez of Yonkers and charged with conspiracy to distribute narcotics and distribution of narcotics, according to the U.S. Attorney of the Southern District for New York, Damien Williams, said. Baez, 37, and Martinez, 42, allegedly tried to sell the narcotics to a federal informant between October 9th and October 29th.
At least it was the quality shit and not ditchweed.
Straight out of the evidence locker.
So there's Officer Thompson.
Yes.
Hang on, go back. Is that an SUV?
Probably a compact SUV like a
These ones,
Tucson
yeah,
or a
the
Ford. Something
LAPD
like that.
has,
Because I was going to say, if that's a fucking sedan, she's one short bitch.
No, these
Yeah,
are
no,
SUVs.
that's a compact SUV.
NYPD has patrol cars and these like SUV things.
Yeah,
I've seen them on the TVs.
Yeah,
on the stories. I've seen
Queensland
them on
cops
the
drive.
stories.
Saw on
yeah,
Tube.
Yeah, Queensland cops drive Tucsons.
Blue Bloods, fucking great show.
On the talkies.
It's nice.
Florida mom, 31, jumps to her death in lake after murdering her 5-year-old twins at family home. A mother of twins committed suicide after jumping off a bridge on Friday. Oh, sorry, by jumping off a bridge on Friday. Her 2 5-year-old children were later found dead in their beds. Their cause of death is yet to be determined, but don't believe a gun was used. So this is her. She's Katoria Huto. And that's her twins. Very sad. Yeah, that's fucked up. So I'm gonna blame Mario for the story.
Yep.
That's
It's not always crazy white women.
Could have saved those.
Look,
teeth
if you're
from
gonna
me.
kill yourself, do you first before you do your kids. That's my advice. If you're a mother and you're gonna kill yourself, make sure you do yourself before your kids. Don't treat it like an airplane where you put the mask on the kids first. No, do yourself first because that's important.
You're supposed to put your own
Also,
mask
don't
on.
do it in front of the
You're supposed
kids.
to put your own mask on. Just like on an airplane.
Yes.
Put your own mask on first. So
Yes.
swallow the shotgun first.
Yes.
SAG-AFTRA has announced outfit rules for Halloween. It's telling striking actors to avoid costumes inspired by struck content.
What's struck content as in SAG
So,
content?
as in, if it's a movie,
yeah,
or a TV show,
anything of a SAG project, basically.
Essentially, yeah.
or a game,
Which is majority of.
Which is majority.
basically
Which is the majority
everything.
of content. Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, you have to go as a book character.
Wait, why?
Or a generic.
Because it could be seen as advertising.
Promoting the show.
Yeah, you're advertising SAG content while SAG's on strike.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Because in case anybody's forgotten,
Yeah.
the actors
still on
are on
strike.
Yes.
Fuck these communists. I do what I want.
I do what I want.
Either that. or
you're not a member of SAG-AFTRA. You can dress up as
Yeah.
whatever you like.
It's only for SAG members. So.
Oh,
yeah.
so do they get fined if they
They get
They
blacklisted.
can be, yeah, or they could get blacklisted. Yeah.
Seriously? They'll blacklist someone for dressing up as Barbie and Barbie people are on strike?
You're a member of the. You're a member of the union.
You're breaking the union rules.
Yes.
Oh yeah,
It'd be like
the
it's
Film
like being
Actors
a
Guild
scout.
is very serious.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, fags.
Good old Team America, the Film Actors Guild.
Like I think even Ryan Reynolds was making jokes about it.
Yeah, he can't do Deadpool for Halloween.
No, he can't even go out because he is Deadpool.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, it's.
Yep.
So is he gonna get fined just because he walks out his door? Is what he kept writing everywhere.
Hi, I'm Ryan Reynolds.
Are they really gonna blacklist Ryan Reynolds?
They would if he dressed as Deadpool. Although
Yeah.
it's Ryan Reynolds, they might let him off the hook.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he'll be
He's just
fine.
that charming.
All right, so
I
it
don't-
only
I don't-
applies to the lower level.
Yes.
Of course.
SAG
Yeah,
members.
of course.
The lower levels whose friends are narcs.
Yeah, technically it applies to everyone, but only the lower levels would get punished for it.
But yes, speaking of a Barbie costume, I bought a one-size-fits-all Barbie costume. It was a major fail.
What?
The whole Barbie costume was a fail. Why would you buy it?
So this is the one-size-all-fits costume. Yeah, one-size-fits-all costume. Yes. This is it.
Yeah, only one size. Not your size.
I mean, it's
arms and legs
short.
Let me rephrase that. The fail is that you thought you could get away with a Barbie costume.
Fat Barbie.
It fits over your body.
Oh,
so
you know
technically-
she's a 10?
According to 10.
What,
maybe.
stone?
On the Richter scale?
Jesus Christ.
But yes, that's you too can have a one-size-fits-all Barbie costume for $35.
Yes, if by all they mean the Barbie body shape, not that fucking hair.
Oh, I had an update from a story from last week. The family of the released mother and daughter, Judith and Natalie, have no idea who Sean King is. They heard about him in the post for the first time only after they were released.
Sorry.
This is her.
Talcum
So
X.
we all remember Talcum X.
He was trying to take credit for this, wasn't he?
For releasing hostages.
Yep.
So yes, he is lying. Family of American hostage released by Hamas slapped down BLM activist Sean King's claims he worked frantically behind the scenes to negotiate their freedom. This is a black man. I would just like to remind everyone, this is a black man.
With the smoothest defeat.
The Israeli American woman is blacker than the black man. So, just a reminder.
He earned the nickname Talcum X.
Yes,
Shit,
he
this
very
is
much
Aussie
earned it.
news.
What?
He's looking at the sidebar.
Oh, you're looking at something else.
Yeah.
Stop
it, Ryu.
I mean, look at the. Yeah.
Keep it to yourself.
Yeah.
Keep it under
Get
your
some
hat.
help.
Like that.
Keep it in your pants.
There is no melanin in that man.
Maybe one drop at best.
Like, and you guys know his story, right?
He claims
He comes from South
He
America.
claims that his father is. He
South
claims his
Africa, sorry.
biological father is black.
Yeah, he claims that his mother had an affair.
Yeah.
And that his biological father is black. Yeah. And I mean, the blackest thing about him is that his real dad's not in the picture.
Well, that's the one.
See, I'm making social comment
He called his
absent
mother
black fathers.
He called his mother an adulterous whore.
No, I think she I can't remember.
That's
Well, he says she admitted to him.
That's what I'm trying to say.
I'm pretty sure.
And then when asked,
the mum and
she
the dad
said
are like,
no.
no. The mum and the dad are like, no, that didn't happen.
Okay, so quoting Wikipedia. Although his birth certificate name is Jeffrey Wayne. No, sorry. Sean King's first name is actually Jeffrey. Sean is his middle name. Sorry. Although his birth certificate names Jeffrey Wayne King, a white man, as his father, King stated in 2015 that his mother told him his actual biological father is a light-skinned black man.
Sean says, what was the fake black chick's name who ran her local NAACP? Yeah, Rachel Dolezal.
Mm-hmm.
She also has a local.
The trans.
no.
She has Onlyfans too.
The trans.
Yeah.
Holy shit. Matthew Perry died.
Yes, he did. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's very, very breaking news. Yes.
Jesus.
Apparently.
Chandler from the Friends, man.
Yeah.
Yes.
Jesus.
Benny from New Vegas. Yes.
He was drowned, just like Obama's
Chef. Oh,
dude, the body's not even cold.
Yeah, no, literally like an hour
Oh
ago.
shit, he did. He died in his hot tub. Oh.
Oh, poor bastard. What a way to go, though. At least you're at home.
I read every story that's posted.
Oh, there's several. I already
man.
I already posted
Oh,
it.
rip. Jesus.
Yeah, it was posted, so I read it.
I thought,
Yeah,
for some reason, I thought he passed away like a couple years ago.
No.
God.
No.
No, just his career, Dave.
Yeah, this is correct. After Friends, he didn't do much.
Died in his hot tub. Oh, he had a cardiac arrest.
Yeah.
So he didn't drown.
He had a heart attack in his hot tub.
Well,
In his hot tub.
maybe if he didn't have a heart attack, he wouldn't have drowned.
Holy shit.
Damn, that's fucking wow. Holy
I
shit.
keep forgetting.
He's only 54, man. Holy
shit. I keep forgetting that the
Was he
Friends cast
vaccinated?
they were in the early 20s during Friends. Like I thought they were much older back then. But they were fucking young people back then. Holy crap.
Vaccinated.
Well, no one told him that life would end this way, I guess.
Oh, to be fair, I saw that joke made in another Discord, so you get a pass.
What joke?
No one told him that life was going to be this way.
It's the Friends.
First
theme
line
song.
to the
Oh
Friends.
no!
Dave modified it.
Oh no! Oh, Jesus!
I don't blame you for not getting it. I didn't watch Friends either. I was too young. I was only like 10 or 11 when it came out.
Dude. Anyway, back to what I was talking about.
Yeah, it was totally the jab.
Yeah, nothing to do with the jab.
Hopefully that doesn't.
Doesn't what?
Oh, I'm just looking at a new image.
Yeah, ignore him.
Has Biden's EV revolution already lost its spark? Experts say motorists are rejecting White House push for electric vehicles as Ford and GM both scale back production of their eco pickup trucks. That's impossible. I was told the F-150 Lightning is like the fastest selling car in the universe. Ford said it would lay off about 700 workers at the Detroit plant that manufactures its electric F-150 Lightning pickup truck, and GM pushed back the production of the Chevy Silverado EV, citing slowing demand. It's because everybody put fucking $200 down for a Cybertruck. That's why. Everybody, like, the market's already captured.
Yeah, but
half those people are going to get their money back.
Cybertruck.
Not only that, the Cybertruck is like Tesla's like Apple. People will buy it just because.
Yeah.
People aren't buying Ford EVs just because it's got the name Ford. People will buy Cybertrucks and be like, "I've got a Cybertruck. Fuck you! I'm a Tesla fan." But they're not going to do that with Ford stuff. So they'll be like, "Well, I can either choose the electric Ford, or I can choose a hybrid, or I can choose the non-electric." They've got
I'll choose the cheapest.
They'll choose the one that best suits their situation.
Yeah,
suits their situation, and not just blindly throw money at Ford.
I would love to get a Tesla, but I don't have Tesla money.
I don't.
But thankfully, because we're almost due for a new car because our car is approaching 300,000 Ks.
Ooh. What do you drive again? You drive
we drive a Nissan Micra.
That's right. I understand why. Like, keeps costing.
But yeah, it's a fuck. Like, Nissans are great, man. I love Nissans. This is like,
what's a
Nissan? Nissan. You would call it.
You guys call it Nissan.
Nissan.
Which is probably more accurate.
But yeah, I wanted to buy because when we were in between cars, we used to hire cars to travel long distances. And we'd always hire like a Nissan X-Trail, and fucking great cars. They stopped selling them in Australia for like 5 years, so you couldn't get a new model X-Trail. They've just started selling them again. So that's probably going to be the next car, but it'll be the first new car we've ever bought.
Just get a Leaf.
Leafs are like the Nissan Leaf is really expensive. Like, electric cars in Australia are fucking crazy expensive.
Yeah.
I wouldn't touch a Leaf. The EV version, is that the?
Yeah, the Leaf's the plug-in one.
Yeah, I wouldn't touch that because they have their own proprietary something.
Yeah, the proprietary power connector.
It's incompatible with. It's like one of the worst ones you want if you're going to be able to, like, charge places. It's like you got to have an adapter for this place and adapter. It's like I wouldn't go Leaf.
Yeah,
and they're
it's Nissan. It's Nissan. It's Nissan. It's not Nissan.
The U.S. is screwed as far as the infrastructure for.
No, you guys are less screwed
I
than
would
we
say.
Like, if you look at a map of the US and
saying.
look at fucking like, so Tesla, like, Elon basically said, "Oh yeah, anybody can use our charging technology. Like, if you want to use our plugs, that's fine. You want to use our superchargers, that's fine."
Yeah.
Yeah. Now that they're everywhere, Nissan's like, Elon's like, "Oh yeah, you can just use our stuff."
Yeah.
Capturing the market.
The third party stuff would I follow a technology connections. And he does a whole bunch of Tesla EV stuff, and I think it was him who went and tried multiple other third-party chargers, and they were all shit. Like, half the time they wouldn't work. You couldn't pay for it. You had to use an app which constantly crashed. It was too cold.
Yeah.
And the Tesla ones just work. They always just work.
So these are the
supercharged. These are the chargers in Australia.
Okay.
So.
Well, they're starting to catch up. I think.
You got to go all the way down to Exeter. What the fuck?
No,
We have a lot of them at
Or
work.
was that just where you clicked? Okay.
This is where I clicked. So there's
Okay.
one here. Like there's a whole bunch, but they're very scattered.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
So you
But
really
if
got
I go to
plenty
the if I go to the like continental United States, like
Mhm.
there's thousands. Like look, just
actually
look at
covers the
just
state.
look
Yeah,
at
we
this
have it.
height. Like
Zoom.
and like there is
Nevada is a little bit fucked in a sense.
Yeah, but
like look
Yeah,
at
but-
that. Like if you're on the eastern seaboard,
Yeah.
holy shit.
Yeah. But I mean, if you're in Nevada, you're only in Vegas or Carson City, and that's it.
No.
Really.
Yeah, I would suggest just follow the main roads.
Yeah,
Yeah, just go to Vegas.
yeah, well, if you're going through Nevada, it shouldn't be much of an issue. And if you're
It
in
is.
Nevada, you're probably going to have a charger at home, and you're not going to be going very far anyway.
Yeah, just
So
fill
we
up-
went
just-
from San Francisco with one through Nevada, and we had to go down all the way down because there wasn't enough. There's 2 ways back to Utah.
How far from San Francisco to Salt Lake?
Can I grab a link to this demo?
What's the distance between San Fran and Salt Lake?
What's it like?
I'm just looking at the map. That looks like maybe
one?
400 or 500 miles.
Cheers.
Yeah, you got to go all the way from the coast.
God, I really want to overlay the poop one.
All of San Fran is just completely brown.
Yeah, you don't want to do that. You'll probably
It's
you'll probably crash the browser.
736 miles.
Oh yeah, well, it's not quite there, but close.
Yeah,
But if you go through the Reno one, there's not enough chargers, so we have to go through Vegas.
Yeah, that's fair. How far does
Yeah.
a Tesla get on a charge, theoretically?
Like 400 or 500 miles.
Theoretically, it's supposed
Depends
to go
on
to
which Tesla.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
even if
Because
it's
the ERs,
even if it, yeah.
300 is what
Yes.
we were getting.
All right, so you've at least got to fill up at least charge up at least twice. Okay.
Yeah, so if you live on the west coast, don't. If you live on the east coast, you do.
If you're in California,
Wait.
it's totally fine.
Sorry, if you live on the West Coast, don't what?
Don't get an EV.
because the charges are all on the east coast.
All the chargers are on the east coast.
Yeah.
yeah.
Utah's getting a whole bunch of them.
Unless you rig
Really
like
long
a,
extension cord.
solar. No, a solar option.
Yeah,
Oh,
they
Sean
hill
says hills and
knock
shit
you
knock you down. Yeah. Oh, Sean's got one. He says mine's got like 220.
220 miles to the
Yeah.
charge.
220 miles on a charge.
Yeah, but which
Which Tesla is it, Sean?
yeah.
I think at this point, if you're in Australia and a hybrid's available, so electric motor with like a small 3 or 4 cylinder
Model
engine.
S is what he says.
Oh, yeah, there you go, Model S. They can't even get the Model S anymore. It's all Model 3 and Model
Yeah,
Y.
the
I've
new
been
Mad Max-
seeing like a ton of fucking Teslas around here, which is weird because the nearest Tesla dealership is down in Sydney. But
Yeah, that's the new Mad Max game
Ah.
for their stealing charger.
We can still get Model S's here.
well, not in Australia. So if I change this to Ian,
I still want to
in
ride in a
US.
Model T. I think that would be fun.
Oh, I can't go to the US one. Maybe it's just Ian. Model S. Yeah, so that's the original one. Yeah, price before savings is $74,990 a year.
Is that Aussie American?
That's Aussie.
Fuck.
And that's just for the base.
That's the base Model S.
Yeah, I'll never
Like
own one.
even the Model 3s. Like, oh, starting at $330 a month. Yeah, sure. Oh no, this isn't. This can't be like
Starting.
Yeah, but you can get a Model 3. I think
There's
it's
no-
30,000.
Yeah, even that's too much for a car.
Order Model 3.
Just go with a
30,000 is not bad.
No,
yeah, I'm pretty sure I don't qualify for the $7,500 federal tax credit.
Yeah, too much for a car.
Go with a hybrid Camry.
Yeah.
Zip code. Yeah, this is US.
Yeah, I can't justify spending that much on a car. Like, I can afford it, but I just can't justify spending that much on the car.
A new
I barely drive
Hyundai
it.
Sonata is about the same amount.
I don't buy new cars, so
Like if you're like in the States, $40,000 doesn't seem like much. Like 28,000, that sounds like a great deal.
Yeah, but in Australia,
but in Australia, that's not what it costs.
No,
like it's not even close to what it costs.
No, because we have to account for all the other costs that we have here of running a vehicle.
No, not Telstra Australia. Oh my god.
Oh god. Fuck
What the
Telstra.
hell is that?
It's our biggest telecom company.
That used to be
used to be
government
public,
owned, and then
they sold it off. And it's still basic. They still have a legal monopoly on the infrastructure.
So I can get a Model 3 or a Model Y.
Yeah.
So personal in New South Wales.
Exactly.
Straight out of the fucking box. $61,900.
Yeah. Can't justify that at all.
So
Yeah,
and the second
you guys really
Which one's that one?
This is the Model 3.
Model 3.
64819 drive away.
Yeah.
You guys should really invest more in
NFI.
hybrids than if you would go electric.
Investing in any of
That one has
We
between.
don't have a car industry anymore.
Yeah, we don't make cars here anymore.
Between 220 and 358.
No, what I mean is, if you guys buy a car
I'm
that's
not buying an
electric,
car.
buy hybrids right now.
I'm not buying hybrids or electrics.
Yeah, I
It's-
would.
They're all still too expensive.
Look at that, fucking $1,000 in luxury
They're
car tax.
not
The
even
problem is
new.
you got to ship it over here, and there was a reason we had a local car industry.
And you guys,
because we're in the middle of fucking bumfuck nowhere, thousands of kilometers away from everywhere else that makes cars, even
So if you want
Japan.
Yeah. If you want a cheap car,
so
it's cheaper to build it here. And, well, it was cheaper until the unions come in.
Yeah, and you guys stopped building stuff.
Why build
Like
it?
you guys.
It's cheaper to
Like
import.
this.
Yeah, except you guys just can ship stuff to Mexico to get it built. We don't have Mexico, so
yeah.
Two major studies revealed devastating effects of PFAS and food additives on male and female sexual health, from sperm damage to smaller testicles, early menopause, and ovary cysts. PFASs are poly something alkaline. I checked it before. Yes, Angela White is still our biggest export. Angela White. Who?
Just Google.
He knows. He's taking the piss.
Who?
No, I don't actually, but I am googling.
Here, I'll help you.
No.
Help him offline. Help him offline.
Yes, so in recent years, concerns about the contaminants in our food and everyday products have made headlines due to their links to cancer. But a growing body of research suggests the microscopic molecules also have a devastating effect on fertility and may be contributing to America's baby bust. In 2 new reviews of scientific literature, researchers from across the globe looked at the impact of the exposure of endocrine-disrupting chemicals on male and female reproductive health. They found these substances can cause infertility, genital malformations, low sperm count and quality, early menopause, and an increased risk of breast and testicular cancer. EDCs include PFAS, but also pesticides, phenols, a group of chemicals found in toys and dental products, phthalates, a group of chemicals in food packaging, parabens, a group of chemicals used as food preservatives, and triclosan, an antimicrobial agent used in soaps and hand sanitizers. So there you go. It's in the food. It's in the toys and toothbrushes. It's in the food. It's in the food. And it's in the soap. And it's in the stuff you use to wash yourself.
It's the new lead.
Everything.
It's in everything. Some primary sources of PFAS and other contaminants include plastic food containers, makeup, cleaning sprays, medications, contaminated food, and pollution of water and air. Oh, and it's in the air and the water. Research from Vietnam, India, New Zealand, and the United States reviewed more than 300 sources of information, including previous experimental studies. So this is a meta review. This is where they review reviews. No, this is not sponsored content on Tesla. No. So we are fucked. Like, we're absolutely fucked. So this is BPA. Like, one of them is BPA. So you see BPA free plastic. That's what BPA used to be in all the plastics.
Yet again, big plastics not helping us nowadays.
Tom Bolo says seems to have no effect on third world reproduction rates. Yes. Well, they don't have it in their food because they fucking grow their own or eat each other. BPA. So researchers found exposure to bifosol A or BPA can lead to a decline in the development and quality of eggs and an increased risk of implantation failure when the fertilized eggs do not implant in the uterine lining correctly, frequently resulting in pregnancy loss. Polycystic ovary syndrome, a lead contributor to infertility and a risk factor for endometrial cancer and diabetes, has been linked to BPA exposure. BPA is a type of plastics that's used to make dinnerware in the food, car parts, so what you're sitting in to drive, toys, so what your kids are playing with, beverage containers, so what you're drinking shit out of, and CDs, I guess, whatever.
Cross-dressers?
Yeah.
Yes.
Compact.
Cross-dressers are made out of BPA.
I've gone on a spiel of how much the plastic injuries fucked the world, but just more of the same bullshit.
Additional impacts on women seen in the previous studies include early menopause and increased risk of breast cancer, endometriosis, which can lead to infertility, and a metabolic syndrome, which increases the risk of heart disease, stroke, and diabetes. These harmful substances can also result in longer menstrual cycles and early onset of puberty, which has been linked to depression, substance abuse, sexual assault. That's a link to sexual assault. And adult breast cancer. I guess.
Yes, they develop earlier, and therefore
they get sexually. Yeah, the pedos go. For them. Well, the teachers go for them. As we fucking see every fucking week.
Yes.
Actually, I don't think there was. Was there a story this week, Ryu, of a teacher fucking? I think there was.
Yes, there was.
Yeah, I didn't notice it when I was sorting.
There was a social worker last week.
Right. So yes, during pregnancy, exposure to EDCs has been linked to maternal obesity, high blood pressure, and preeclampsia, a life-threatening blood pressure condition. Like, we are so fucked. Look at this shit. Hospital waste, water pollution, building materials, industrial chemicals, disinfectants, pharmacare products, contaminated food, pesticides, cosmetics, plastic waste, water treatment plants, plastic food containers, agricultural products, air pollution, phytoestrogen-rich foods. Is there any wonder? Is there any wonder that the trannies are everywhere? We're so fucked.
But yeah, we ran that plastics train and put it in everything because it was the magical miracle breakthrough.
Jesus, look at this shit! It's in the dust. It's in the electronics. It's in the paint.
Mm-hmm.
It's in your phone, in your furniture, in the varnish on the wood. It's everywhere.
You can't get rid of it, even if you do the whole recycling thing. You will never be able to reuse all of it, and it will always find a way somewhere into the air or into your food. It will always find a
wall paint. I always kind of figured was going to be toxic one way or the other.
Well, it used to be lead. Now it's PFAS. So anyway, this was really depressing. So I'm moving on to the next story. America's fertility crash laid bare. Interactive map shows how birth rates have plummeted since 2007, falling by up to a third in some states. I was watching real time.
I think that's something to do with plastic.
And no, I was watching real time yesterday, and since Roe v. Wade, the number of abortions in America, like since Roe v. Wade was overturned, the number of abortions in America have gone up.
Mm-hmm.
So, thanks, Trump.
So they're killing babies out of spite.
They're killing babies at a higher rate.
No, they're killing babies out of spite.
The rate of the number of abortions has gone up.
Really?
Yes.
Woman who works in
Was it going up?
Although,
over
did you
time?
really just say that Angela White's are too big?
Yes.
Fucking kick this man.
Here, Baldo, I'm gonna put a name in the side chat for you.
I don't know. I don't know what to say.
Hashtag kick Ryu. That's fucking that would cross a line there.
That's yeah. Births in America have been on the decline for years, plummeting 22% nationwide since 2007. Data suggests, with the downward trend prompting warnings, the US is now on an irreversible path to economic decline. In 2007, the birth rate was 14.3 births per 1,000 people nationwide. By 2022, the latest year with data, this has dropped to just 11.1 per 1,000 people. The dramatic fall in births is an expanding aging population. Experts say could force a rise in taxes to cover programs like Medicare and Social Security, leaving less disposable income available to bolster spending.
Yeah, and I'm sure that's going to help.
Who has the
help with
squeaky chair?
births.
I keep hearing the squeaky chair.
It's not me. I hear someone typing. You're all way too autistic for this.
Like it's yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
I can't hear people speak half the time because
we're
all...
as I am.
Yeah, you can't hear because he talks over people.
That's because I'm too quiet. I need to turn my volume.
We're all
way
talking
up.
over each other in this background noise.
I need to turn my volume way
But you
up.
weren't making a point.
Yeah, that's true.
Elon Musk has previously warned that the decline is now the biggest threat to civilization. Chat, tell me if I'm way too loud. I just cranked myself up to 150% so that these guys can hear me.
You're good. No, we can hear you.
Elon Musk has previously warned that the decline is now the biggest threat to civilization, with experts warning it will have a damaging impact on society. No shit. Oh, Ryu, you let the team down, man.
Fucking Mormons, what are you doing?
Look at this. Utah, birth rate declines from 21.2 per 100,000 people to 13.5.
Fuck, nearly.
That's not 100. It should be per
And
That's
you're
nearly
sup-
40%.
You're supposed to have all those. You're supposed to have like multiple sister wives.
You were
birthing
the
you.
chosen one.
What? You know what they seriously have done is
Dude,
they
it's
either go
not
to
just-
Idaho or they go to New York.
It's the whole Western Seaboard. And
Wait,
Midwest.
sister wives? Man, I'm
Yeah.
moving to Utah.
So the Mormons actually do have the whole sister wife deal for the No, I am not.
But he's
Yes,
just
he
Utah.
is.
He's
He
just
is.
Utah. And...
I am not fucking Mormon. That's an insult.
yeah, these Asian Mormons. What the fuck?
Hey, they go like the Mormons go
But-
everywhere.
I know.
But New York
Ryu's a missionary.
legalized polygamy.
I've got no problem with that. If a man wants to have multiple, if a man wants to put himself through the pain of having multiple wives,
yeah, true.
and women want to and women want to be able to share a man, they should be able to.
Yeah, if they want to take.
I
that
mean, they
extra-
already do share, man.
Yeah.
I mean, we let men get married. So, what's the difference?
Inshallah.
What the fuck, Dave?
Cultural relativism, people.
Who has that size?
I forget her name, but there was this one performer. She was one of the earlier ones who would like crush like full cans of beer, not opened full cans of beers with her tits. They were that big.
I hate you all. Like that's wait, what happened in? Oh, I know. I was going to say what happened in the 60s, and then no, that's okay. I know.
I was
See, that's what we need.
I was gonna say.
You know what it is? It's fucking AIDS.
I was gonna say this has already
There
been.
is an AIDS
It's been true for over 200 years.
No, but I'm saying this is the problem. AIDS is the problem. Look at this, like because we had the free love in the 60s, and then AIDS started, and it just fucking plummeted, and it's just stayed low.
So
and now
trend lines. So I'm just reading the trend line. Or sorry, reading not the trend line. The trend line is obviously downward, but I'm reading the graph. After World War II,
Babies are down.
It spiked after World War II because everyone was fucking again in the era of free love, and then 1960 it plummets.
Yes. No. 60s peak, 70s it plummets.
60s
Sorry,
peak.
60s. Sorry, yeah, 60s then plummets
from 60 to 70. It drops like precipitously.
Yeah, in that
from
10
3.5
years.
to 2.5. So one whole kid disappears.
Yes, and then from 70 to 80 it drops another.
The population decline will begin in 2023. Roll.
I would.
No, it's okay. Oh yeah, not bad.
Yeah,
I'd
which
pass on the
makes
guy,
sense
though.
because
You tap the guy though. What?
No, I'd pass on the guy.
Oh, right, good.
Yeah, that bump makes sense because that's the baby boomers. That's why there's so many of them still.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, because that's when the boomers were born.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, of course, yeah, born in the 60s. So
Yeah, born in late 50s, 60s.
Anyway.
Literal part of the baby boom. Yeah.
Sperm caught breaking Newton's third law of motion. Some biological cells swim freely in a way that apparently breaks one of Newton's laws of motion, but only if they have strange elastic properties.
So is sperm a non-Newtonian fluid?
So some sperm may apparently be. What the fuck is this? The fuck is this?
You need to
I
subscribe.
can't Good work, whoever posted this.
Wasn't me.
Paywall, but yes, apparently, if you shoot a non-Newtonian load, your sperm will break the Newton's third law of motion. For every action, there is an equal and opposite reaction. So yeah.
So you could say that life finds a way.
You could say that life finds a way. Yes.
If it's a
you needed more
non-Newtonian
pauses
load,
there, Dave.
does that mean that it doesn't have an opposite reaction?
Well, no, it would bounce, I guess.
Okay, so if it's a non-Newtonian load, that means you shoot a load in her and a kid doesn't shoot out.
No, the load doesn't shoot out. Or the load does shoot out. How the fuck should I know? I can't read the rest of the article.
Archive it.
No, I don't care enough to archive it. I just left it in there because the three together was a funny joke.
Is that the lesbian cop?
For those of you who are about to
Yes.
say, is that the lesbian nana cop? I believe so.
Oh, yeah, this is the British.
What you doing, you little muppet?
Thank God she doesn't have a gun.
This individual
British cop, of course she doesn't
does
have
not
that.
have the temperament to be a police officer.
British cops don't have guns.
Look at the rest of them. They've all, like, some of them have their pepper spray ready to go.
Have you seen what she's
She's
done
the
to her,
only
man?
one. She's the only one fucking just randomly spraying people.
And she ran
I think
into
it
the
is.
crowd to spray it.
I think it is her because it is in Leeds, and that's where the autistic girl was arrested for saying, "You look like my lesbian nana."
I like how they made fun of the guy. Like, if you kept playing, they made fun of the guy. Cop.
Yes, I love. Look, Muppet is a great insult. Like, it's a fantastic insult.
And very British.
Yes.
Yeah.
Very British or
Yeah,
Australian.
Muppet.
Yeah, Muppet.
I don't fucking. Oh, dude, you're a fucking Muppet.
Yeah, I don't know why it is good, but I don't know why it's so good because obviously the Muppets exist, and I'm like, what's it?
Well,
what's
no,
it?
it means there's nothing inside you. Like you are an empty vessel to be. To have someone else's hand shoved up your ass and move your mouth.
Also known
to make
as
it
NPC.
appear like you're a real person with real thoughts and
Yeah.
feelings, but you're a Muppet.
So how lesbians like it?
Oh, I don't think it's the ass that they like. But anyway,
What? Any hole's a goal.
Fallen Preacher says my sperm can time travel.
If you're gonna power fist once, why not double power fist?
Oh, Jesus fucking Christ!
Wow.
Yes, a non-Newtonian load. Yes, dramatic moment. Armed cops storm Ruby Frank's Utah mansion after finding her emaciated 12-year-old son and his sister seen in shocking new police body cam footage. Cops then find two other daughters cleaning a friend's house. Do they actually have the video? Yes, they do. We'll watch it on YouTube.
Hey, we are starting off our day the way we do every day.
Popular momfluence.
All right, chat. Thumbs up or thumbs down?
Wait, what did she say? Popular
Doesn't matter.
influence.
She's a mumfluencer.
We've covered her before, so it's a thumbs down.
So she has some references. Smash or pass?
This is a pass because we've covered her before.
Pass.
If you ask this,
No.
if you ask this before
Smash.
with the hammer,
Pass.
if you asked this before we covered her the first time, I would have said smash. But now that we know what she's done, it's a pass.
All the more reason to smash.
Smash her head against the board while you're smashing her.
No. You smash you smash your dick across her face.
That's you just donkey punch her. Let's be real.
Anyway,
Ruby
yes.
Frankie, known for her tough love.
Looks like it's
approach to
an even
parenting.
split.
Keeping them home from school and wiping the floorboards would really bring pain.
Now set to face a Utah judge over the custody of 4 of her 6 children as she faces felony charges of child abuse.
Oh, hang on, she didn't kill her kids.
No.
And this
Oh,
morning,
smash.
exclusive body cam footage obtained
No, sorry, I
by
thought she.
ABC News
I thought she killed her kids.
Frankie's
I'm
Utah
sorry.
home
I
the
thought she
day of
killed her
her
kids. She just put them to
arrest
work.
on August 30th.
Never mind.
Police department!
Guns drawn as police scour room to room in Frankie's home for more of her children after one of them escaped from a house of her business partner nearly 4 hours away in Ivins, Utah.
I just had a 12-year-old boy show up here at my front door asking for help. He's emaciated. He's got tape around his legs. He's hungry. And he's thirsty.
Jesus.
According to court documents, authorities arrived to the Ivins home to find Ruby's 10-year-old daughter described as emaciated. But more exclusive body cam confirming the whereabouts of the 2 middle children.
Well, we have to physically see her.
A different police agency finding them miles away and turning them over to the state. This as estranged husband Kevin Frankie, who's been separated from his wife since July 2022, fights for custody of their 4 minor children, all currently in the care of the state. Some of the alleged claims of neglect reported on this 911 call made by their oldest daughter, 20-year-old Sherry Frankie, back in September 2022.
Hi, my name is Sherry Frankie. My 4 younger siblings are living in Springville, and my neighbors have been telling me that they have been left home alone for about 4 or 5 days.
Records indicating
Jesus.
police responded to the Frankie home more than a dozen times in the last
Yeah.
few years, as early as 2018, and a wellness check in 2022.
This
Authorities
isn't just
arresting
putting
Ruby
them to
and
work.
her business partner in connections, Jody
Kim thinks
Hildebrand.
this is all
The
right.
2 now face 6
No, I didn't know
counts
this
each
part,
of
so I'm
felony
going back
child
to
abuse,
pass.
each charge carrying a penalty of 15 years in prison.
The criminal side could actually have a lot of influence on the family case because these are charges related to child abuse, child neglect. And when family judges are looking to determine where kids should have custody, where they should
Yes, well,
live,
Shade, I'm with you.
those types of charges can heavily affect that
she's 20.
determination.
ABC News did reach out to attorneys for both Ruby and Kevin
I
Frankie.
thought that
about
just
their
said
custody
US versus the
battle, but have
world
not
4,000
heard back. In the
videos.
meantime, Ruby Frankie and her business partner and co-defendant Jody Hildebrand were denied bail and are in jail.
Watch breaking. And one of them is a therapist.
That's the cuckold Marine veteran who's giving up his guns. That's right.
Oh yeah. God, fucking hell.
Democrat, of course.
But yes, she's so this. I think there was a couple of bits about her, but yeah. Anyway, fucking hell.
Yeah, fuck
Good
that
news,
bitch.
boys.
Yes, more good news.
So, Italian Prime Minister has split with her boyfriend after he's caught asking a woman if she wants to have a foursome. So we all remember Giorgia Meloni.
Oh, so she's okay with a threesome but not a foursome.
Yeah, that's right. That's where she draws the line.
What about a 5-some?
Well, he hadn't got there yet.
That's just the gangbang at that point.
That's just a good. That's just a good
So
old.
she'd be fine with
orgy
a
right
threesome
there.
and a gangbang, but
Depends
not a
how many
foursome. Got
guys
it.
there are. Like if it's 4 girls and 1 guy, it's not.
Well,
really
yes. If there's 2 guys and 3 girls, it's an orgy.
Oh God.
That's how that works.
Yeah, Sean, that's
That
probably
one's bad
that's
ball in.
That's probably true, Sean. But still, doesn't matter. What happened, and she's single. So.
Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni has dumped her sleazy TV presenter boyfriend after a lewd audio recording surfaced of him asking a woman if she would be interested in the group of sex.
Wait, is that a picture of her?
That is one. That is a picture of her. Yes.
That must be a bad angle.
Listen, I want to listen. I want to tell you something. You want to join our group? Will you join our working group?
Working group. Holy shit.
And Andrea Gamboroni, Meloni's boyfriend of 10 years, is heard asking a woman on the tape aired on the Italian show Striscica la Nausea. The news spreads.
Okay. I gotcha.
When the woman, a colleague of Gamboni, responds favorably, he explains that there is a catch. You have to give us something in return.
Your pussy.
My expertise, the woman cheekily replies. Gamboro responds, you have to do a threesome and foursome with us. We fuck. The shocking ask came after Gambruni, who shares a 7-year-old daughter with Italy's first female prime minister, made another obscene remark during his conversation with the woman. Can I touch my package while I'm... Jeez. Can I touch my package while I'm talking to you, eh? Gambruno is heard saying, you already did. The woman shoots back before she is quizzed by Gambruno about whether the two have met before and if he was drunk at the time. This just sounds like a regular Italian.
I was going to say that. Like, this is just another day in Italy. But
how's this news?
This is nothing. Orban is crying. Orban is crying right now. But this Berlusconi put this shit to shame. Like, come on.
Oh yeah, like it was a manhole.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway.
Very nice.
Was breaking. I guess it's not anymore because it's from fucking days ago. But yes, hazardous dense fog mixed with smoke has caused a catastrophic 25-vehicle pileup with multiple injuries and fatalities in Louisiana. Numerous emergency service personnel and others are on the scene of a significant pileup between Roddick and Manichac, Louisiana. Incident, whatever. Let's look at the video.
Ooh, I hope they got some in the video of it, bro.
Holy shit!
That's some car fucking going on.
What the?
They must have all been. Yeah.
There's some used cars for you, Tim.
I already have a car. What do you have a car? I bought a car last.
How the fuck does that happen?
Good question.
Like, holy shit!
That's
holy shit! It's a ghost.
That smoke must have been like sudden and caused everyone to just stop and
break.
Oh, hey, Elb.
Jesus, man.
Look, I mean a huge car pile up. People are, for miles.
That's insane.
Bringing my niece to the doctor, trying to get to her this morning and bring her to the doctor, and everybody, the car.
Like, you can see the visibility there is not fantastic.
Yeah. Was anyone injured?
Not great.
Oh, yeah, there's people
Lots of fucking injuries.
There's fatalities. Yeah.
Car pile up, y'all. It's bad. You cannot see anything.
Fell off the bridge, bro.
It sounds like a Brown voice costume.
Ooh, I hope they.
God damn.
No, Ryu? No, my eyes are deceiving me. No, that's Ryu.
Costy's not here. Costy's in the chat.
I fell for it again.
Oh,
it's not the first time.
Oh, dude, yeah. Bazza says F like 150 lightning magic.
Oh, John.
Well, dude, yeah, the batteries, man.
Yeah.
You had an accident in a like we've seen it. We've seen videos of Teslas on
70
fire.
people. 70 people died.
Fuck off!
I gotta
Get the
verify
fuck
that.
out! No way.
Louisiana pile up.
That's a lot of people.
That's a fucking ton of people. That's like a Hamas attack.
Seven people died.
Oh, 77 people.
Seven,
okay, well, yeah.
8.
That's like that's like an attack on a kibbutz.
Yeah. Oh.
Too soon?
No, it's more kills than a Maine shooter.
Well, no. See, Eric said 70. It's because he works for the Gaza Health Ministry.
Yeah. It's about 7 or 8, but just it's a lower body count.
Still a lower body count than American Leather, yes.
True. True.
I've counted. Tyson Foods to bring bug-based protein to U.S. market after partnering with world leader in insect ingredients.
You're gonna eat the bugs.
It's a bug spigot.
Of course, it's Tyson's food.
Oh, hang on. Where is it?
Start wondering where your processed chicken nuggets are.
Chicken nuggets. Chicken nuggets are great.
I got a
Don't
bag
be
of
fucking shitting on chicken nuggets.
I got a bag of done.
I'm not shitting on them. I'm saying in the future, be wary of what your chicken nuggets are.
They're
actually
pink
made out of.
pastes.
As long as it tastes
It's
like
fine.
diner nuggies, that's not so.
Yeah, it just makes me think of this song.
Here's a little song I wrote. You might want to hear it in your pod. You'll owe nothing and be happy. Ain't got no cash, ain't got no car, but 24 booster shots in your arm. Owe nothing. Be happy. You can't even buy shit in the store because of your low social credit score. Oh, nothing. Be happy.
I love that it's Bill Gates.
You'll own nothing. And be happy. Be happy and eat the bugs.
Oh, that makes sense. Bill Gates been sucking off Klaus.
But yes, Tyson Foods has announced that we're partnering Protex, a Dutch company. I would just like to point out that Klaus Schwab is not Dutch.
No, you are.
No, but yeah, still.
It's
They're not
thermal
related. A Dutch company that brands itself as the world leader in insect ingredients to foster a more sustainable protein production.
Oh, great.
Via direct equity investment, the American food giant will acquire a minority stake in Protex, in Protex, and eventually create an insect ingredient factory to manufacture bug-based proteins in the United States.
What was that about Alex Jones talking
They
about?
want to make you eat the bugs. The globalists want to make you eat bugs, and Klaus Schwab, he wants to make you eat his testicles. I would just like to point out that most of you have eaten bugs at some point in your life, and I'm not talking about the spiders that crawl into your mouth while you're sleeping.
No, it's used to make food coloring.
If you have had anything made of red food, like with red food coloring, cochineal is made from the carcass of the cochineal beetle. That's how we get red coloring. So yes, you have eaten bugs.
If you've eaten cereal
and grubs aren't
eaten
that bad.
bugs.
Why? What's cereal?
Because there's always bugs getting in the cereal box.
If you leave a cereal box unopened.
Oh no, I mean an actual ingredient.
Actual ingredients made from bugs.
Tim Tams. Tim Tams is using instant flour, I believe.
Are they?
Probably.
Anything
for the Americans,
with,
they are Arnott's. What are they called in America? Tim Tams. What are they called in America? Tim, you should know this.
They're just Tim Tams. America imports their Tim Tams, I think.
No, they make them locally. Like they have like a version.
Penguins? No, penguins are British.
The closest to Tim Tams that I can think of is a Girl Scout cookie. I forget what it's called.
So, what are Tim Tams called in the US of A? We'll go to Reddit for this.
It's a peanut butter cookie wrapped in chocolate.
I thought American.
Okay, so they're imported by Pepperidge Farms. So.
That's what I mean. Yeah, America's just
Pepperidge Farms remembers.
They do. But in Britain, they have penguins, which are bourbons. No.
Yeah, I just looked up. Tim Tams have Cochrane Eagle.
Penguins. Bourbons are not chocolate coated; they're just chocolate wafers.
Squirrel Shade says it's fine because it's protein, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Look, if I don't know about it, like, don't advertise that shit. Just do it. If you're gonna make something out of beetle, just make it. Give it a name. Like we didn't call. Until I told some people when they like cochineal, yeah, that's the cochineal beetle. Oh, I thought that was just red dye. That's the cochineal beetle. So.
Yep.
That's why.
Oh yes, the jungle is fucking great.
That's why vegans refuse to eat and drink some soft drinks because red soft drinks.
Eric, what's his fucking name? Eric. not in the chat.
Eric Weathers?
No, he wrote a book. Fast Food Nation is the name of the book. It's a fucking great book. And it makes many references to The Jungle, which was a book that exposed, which is what Fallen Preacher is talking about. He says that The Jungle, which exposed conditions in the U.S. meatpacking industry, caused a public uproar that contributed in part to the passage of the 1906 Pure Food and Drug Act and the Meat Inspection Act.
Is that related to Super Size Me?
No, it is not related to Super Size Me. You may be thinking it does because there was a movie called, they made the book into a movie called
Fast Food Nation.
Fast Food Nation, but yeah,
and then
it didn't really have anything to do with the fucking book.
Oh, that's right. Okay, I'm googling it now. Yeah, Super Size Me was an actual documentary. Fast Food Nation is a satire film. Gotcha.
Holy shit.
Yeah, you'd be surprised at what you can find in like some of the bottling plants, at least back in the 80s and 90s. What was allowed to go through.
But yes, inside. So hang on, I gotta fix my fucking browser because my avatar disappeared. Inside LA's brazen sex market, where women sell themselves in broad daylight, emboldened by California's new laws.
Like Tim went to California.
Tim doesn't need to go to California. Tim's in Queensland. He can go down the street and get a hand job. Shit's legal here. Like we look at your whole sex industry and we go,
hand job.
Yeah. Street walking is illegal here, though.
Well, and so it should be.
Only legal
because it's just messy.
Yeah, street. Yeah.
Like just go to the knock shop, knock one out, and leave.
You mean the brothel?
Yes, brothel,
Australia,
brothel, knock shop, whatever you want to call it.
Yes, we have.
Australia looks at our
you go to knock boots.
Yeah, we have
knock
legal,
shop.
Yeah, we do have. We have legal.
That's what
legal
you
brothels here.
officially call them.
No, they're
You
called
guys
brothels.
look at our sex industry and say, "Here, hold my Foster."
No, Aussies
No
don't
one
drink.
here says hold my Fosters.
Australians don't drink Fosters.
Hold my Forex.
Yeah,
Hold my
Forex.
Carlton.
Hold my VB.
Hold my VB.
Hold my two is new.
Yeah, Aussies don't drink Fosters, but prostitution is completely legal here.
Aussies who drink Fosters get bullied relentlessly because it's not an Australian beer.
Yeah,
I don't know how Australians got associated with it, to be honest.
because it was a huge export at the time.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Can you kidnap one of those girls? Oh, well, presumably, yeah, but not legally.
Well,
yeah,
Only if you're a truck driver.
That's right. That's even in the personals, like escorts are advertising
Yeah.
themselves in the personal ads in the newspapers.
Yeah,
Always
it's
have
open,
been.
yeah, it's always
Escorting
been.
is totally illegal. Brothels are legal.
Just find an
It's
OnlyFans
just the
whore
street
and
working,
offer her
yeah.
money.
Yeah, you just can't street walk. We can't be a pimp, and you can't pimp.
Well,
Emboldened by new California laws that make it nearly impossible for cops to bust prostitutes, sex workers in Los Angeles' red light district stalk for business wearing no more than thongs, G-strings, and high heels in broad daylight. A 40-block area of Figueroa
and
Boulevard
flip-flops.
in the South LA sees hundreds of prostitutes, some barely out of their teens, plying their trade since Governor Newsom passed the controversial Safer Streets for All Act, which decriminalizes loitering with the intent to work as a prostitute in January. Why would you do that?
So he's decriminalized.
Unless you were fine with that.
Yeah. So he's decriminalized street
Well,
walking.
he supports sex work.
Well, he's given.
You know what's
jobs to
ridiculous?
homeless.
Look at this. Look at this woman. You have to go on OnlyFans. Like OnlyFans simps pay for fucking shots like that.
Well, we all know one.
But the point is,
No,
though,
Tim doesn't pay.
No. The point is, if you were going
That
to
we know
legalize, the point is, if you're going to legalize prostitution, you don't do it this way. You don't legalize the fucking street walking. You legalize escorting and brothels, right? And you would implement like
She's got a nice rack.
Nah. But you would do it the way Australia or Amsterdam and all these other places in Germany have done, right?
Amsterdam's actually going the other way.
Are they slowing?
Amsterdam is because Amsterdam is trying to get rid of its red light districts because it draws a crowd that they don't like.
All right. I know the Germans are big into it though. So
no, that's just the country in general.
You would legalize brothels and you would bring in regulations to make sure the girls get checked and everything like that. Regular health tests, all that kind of thing.
you regulate it.
Look, if the
But
look,
you don't
I
just
don't
say-
agree with licensure. I don't agree with like government
No, no,
licensure.
no.
But in some industries, I think it is necessary.
In this particular
I think,
case, yeah.
I think you should get a whore license, and as part of having your whore license, you should get tested every few months.
To work in a
Every
brothel,
week.
you have to. Yeah.
Yeah, but like
I
that,
think you
and
should
that's
be
it.
tested every week.
Yeah, probably.
To get
If
to work,
that's if
Make it
if
like,
there's any point to doing that,
business,
yes,
permit.
then yeah.
and that's more
Make
for the girl's safety than the customer's safety. It's just,
No, that's for the customer's safety.
and but it's more so for the girl so she can actually work. But I mean, but obviously that has safety.
Yeah, it's like
requirements
you-
for the customers too. But you know,
you walk into a brothel and
Like,
That
really?
was
you've got,
total
you've got the
pass.
thing on
I
the
mean, it
wall
looks like a
saying,
regular Californian woman, to be honest.
you know, it's
so.
the
That's Tim's
most
type.
recent test.
Nah, she's too
on the
fat.
wall.
Yeah, that's your average stripper.
Yeah.
Like,
Tim's
surely this is doing like destroying business of strip clubs when guys can just drive down the fucking street and see it.
Yeah.
Well, that guy's just sitting there. Either he's the pimp or he's getting a free show.
I think it was implied that he was the pimp, based on the caption.
It doesn't
I can't-
actually
Well,
say
also-
on the article.
One police source told
I was trying to read the caption.
one police source told the Post they were seeing 3 times as many prostitutes as a year ago.
Yeah, because you just let him walk out all on the street.
Like, absolutely ridiculous. Like, and see when at least look what you got to look forward to, guys. When it's what's his name, President what's his name,
Preacher.
When it's President Newsom, you can look forward to that across the
Oh,
United
it's not
States.
President Preacher.
Preacher.
Yes, when it's President Preacher.
Preacher. We call
No,
everyone.
it's Speaker Preacher.
Speaker
but we'll get
Preacher.
to
Yeah,
that.
Preacher. We call everyone cunts, not just the women.
Yeah, everyone's a cunt.
Raw
Speaking
dogging,
of which,
raw dogging is illegal. Raw dogging, prostitution is illegal, Baza, but the girls probably offer it. So
If you pay enough.
probably
no, I'm pretty sure you can get skin to skin.
not legally,
Yeah,
but you can
controls are
probably get it.
strict.
It is actually illegal, but then again, so is street walking, and people still do it. So
Do you guys have such a thing as called jaywalking?
yeah,
Yeah, we do. Yeah,
And-
that's actually a common law thing. Like every common law country has a jaywalking offense.
Yep, and we do call it jaywalking. Same time.
Let's see.
And it's a class 3.
Goddamn
felony.
Jays.
General to be
They'll
safe
teach you with the billy club for doing it.
So it is illegal for any person knowingly to live on the earnings of prostitution of another person.
So you can't pimp.
No
It is an offence to coerce someone to do sex for money, and it is illegal to essentially these 3 make it illegal to be a pimp.
Yeah.
Yep.
It'd be
safe
to sex
like under, yeah.
Considers there's no requirement. You're supposed to take reasonable precautions.
Okay, maybe it's different in Queensland. Fair enough.
So taking prescribed antibiotics courses. So what's that? The PrEP. It's called.
Yep.
Using a condom to prevent transmission, or in cases of human, blah 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 blah. So yes, there is no legal requirement to. It's advised. You take reasonable actions.
Agencies that you go through.
I think it's just managed by who's it managed by? New South Wales Health. So
when Tim needs a
state health department
to hire somebody, he just goes through them.
What?
A prostitute?
Yeah.
No, you just hire a prostitute.
Yeah.
Like he wouldn't hire one. He would go to a brothel, and the brothel would have an independent contractor. They're all independent contractors because being a pimp is illegal.
Yeah, but how do you get the taxes out of it? That's where I'm still trying to figure out.
How do you get the taxes out of it? He puts down his Visa card. That's it. He pays the GST on it because it's a service.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would pay the brothel, and the brothel gives a cut to the woman.
Thank you.
The brothel takes a cut. The woman gets the majority because the brothel can't. So, the brothel can't take money for sex because that's the crime.
I know.
So every
but I was
sex
curious
worker
on
is
how
an
the brothel made money and how you got
because
taxes.
the
You
whole
straight
the
into the
sex worker hires the room.
Yeah, they rent out the rooms for the sex. That's
And
how
they would pay it. They would pay a fee to work there. They would pay to use the facilities.
So
It'd be like being a member of a gym.
I can actually show you the rates.
let
me make sure there's no.
So this was a while ago. Okay,
You guys are stepping on my joke. I'm trying to do a transition, but you're stepping all over it. From talk of one set of whores to talk of another set of whores.
But yes,
Congress has a new speaker. His name's Mike Johnson.
because he's got a big dog.
Got a pretty mouth.
I thought those jokes too, Dave. Like I was like, oh, Johnson. Sir, look at that great big Johnson. But yes, no one has ever heard of this man. Apparently, he was like the number 3 at the for the speaker. So I don't know where they pulled the name. Apparently, he's a huge election denier, which is not surprising. Pretty much everybody is election denier. He's also surprisingly he's anti-gay. He's anti-abortion. Okay, yeah. He's pro BLM. Like this guy has the weirdest fucking
Is this guy bipolar?
Huh? Is this guy bipolar?
Is he bipolar?
I don't know. He's got a black adopted son. It's so fucking weird. Like he's pro Ukraine and pro Israel. Like
he's establishment as fuck, but he's got just enough red.
He's establishment as fuck, and
he's got enough red in him.
Supported by Trump, which means nothing because Trump at this point Trump has endorsed every fucking Republican for the speakership.
Yeah.
Like I think I said last week, if this shit keeps going, every single one of them is going to be able to call themselves speaker designate.
Yeah. No, that's it. That's it, preacher. He's buying into it because for the most part he's kept his head down, but he's also often referred to as Jim Jordan's protege. So that's why the Republicans united around Johnson is because he's not Jim Jordan. He's not. He hasn't been in this. He's very similar to Jim Jordan in a lot of ways, although still has those leftish progressive slight leanings. But he's a Christian conservative, anti-gay,
guaranteed furry.
And all the things we've just covered, but he also
100%.
has kept his head down. He's not been in the spotlight, so
let's see what he does.
He's a more palatable alternative to Jordan.
That's exactly right, Baldo. Like what he was doesn't matter. He's the speaker now, so let's see what he does.
Which means if you take out Biden and Kamala tomorrow, he becomes the president. Will never happen. I'm just pointing that out.
Theoretically, yes.
Yeah.
But look, a lot of people have forgotten what the speaker's most important function was. Raising money. Nancy Pelosi raised hundreds of millions of dollars for the Democrats. She was a huge moneymaker and had a pair of moneymakers that I'm sure she shook a lot.
Damn.
Kevin McCarthy pulled in $14 million last quarter for the GOP. That's not nothing. Like that's some big fucking dollars.
And he doesn't have a pair of moneymakers.
That's exactly right. This guy does not have a pair of moneymakers, and apparently is not very good at fundraising. So I guess this would be I guess good if you support the Democrats.
No, I mean it's good that if he's not good at raising money, that means he's not going to be focusing on it, which means he's going to be focusing on government. The job that he's supposed to be doing.
Well, that's the thing though. The speaker runs one of the GOP funds and supports congressional candidates for the RNC. Yeah.
Or they're supposed to.
They're supposed to, yeah.
Well, that's part of their job title.
Yeah. As well as part of their role as speaker, yeah.
He's saying some of the right things
in their party. Yeah, look, many of them say the right things and then turn around and be absolute cucks. So
exactly. We'll see what happens. But but the important thing is the Republicans backed him unanimously.
Finally, yes.
Yes.
Like Jesus fucking Christ.
They did not split. There was 218 unanimous to support Johnson. So nobody sided with the Democrats against him, which is crazy.
He does absolutely,
look like a
Basso. He
boring
does
dungeon
look like
master.
a boring dungeon master. Yes.
Tell you what, though, he pulled a fucking stunner of a wife.
Did he?
So what you're saying is everyone loves a good Johnson.
Apparently. Mike Johnson's wife. What was her name?
Wife. Michael Johnson's wife. Mike Johnson's wife. Oh, yeah. They've been married since 1999.
Okay.
Yeah, I was trying to find the older,
All right.
the older photo. But yeah, he's your run-of-the-mill Christian conservative guy who agrees the 2020 election was stolen, but he apparently supports BLM in Israel. So,
well, I can understand him supporting "quote unquote" BLM because he supports the idea that Black Lives Matter, and is completely oblivious to the actual situation of what BLM is. Because
I would like to point out that his family photos don't seem to include this adopted black son.
So I can understand that that's where he "quote unquote" supports BLM.
A token member is not unheard of.
So he's another guy who goes by his middle name. His first name is James Michael Johnson.
God, make these photos a bit fucking smaller, why don't you?
Old James Michael Johnson, personal life. I don't actually. He has said, I don't know if they adopted him. I don't think they actually adopted him, but they helped raise him.
No, whatever.
So the Wikipedia just says
so it's like a blindside thing. They're robbing him.
They like a sitcom. You know, they took him in. They didn't formally adopt him.
Right. Yeah. Anyway, Russian President Vladimir Putin suffers cardiac arrest in presidential bedroom, and an insider group reveals.
It sounds like a repeat.
This was a few days ago, and then of course the Kremlin came out and said no, Vladimir Putin is not dead. Kremlin issues extraordinary denial to lies that Russian tyrant 71 died at his luxury Valdai Forest Palace amid claims a coup was underway in Moscow. So if the Kremlin says he didn't die, then he's dead.
But wasn't the last article just saying he had a heart attack? That doesn't mean he died.
The last article said he had a heart attack, and
but it didn't say he died, did it?
Well, there was a lot of talk about him dying, but
because it sounds like they're coming out saying
the Kremlin is like he hasn't died, he's fine, it's all lies. So they strongly denied Putin suffered a heart attack last weekend and said reports the Russian president used a doppelganger were false. Bullshit.
Yeah, they're gonna weekend at Bernie's him as much.
Well, they don't need to. He's got a double. So he's got a double. 100%. The man has a double.
Well, if he comes out with an illness that
he's got Parkinson's,
miraculously plays
he's got
with
Parkinson's.
his voice,
you know, he's got Parkinson's. So
then we know they've used a double.
You know, so yeah, true. I suppose that's how you identify it. Yeah.
So you can theoretically watch the movie Dave, except the Russian version IRL.
Yeah. David. Former Trump attorney Jenna Ellis pleads guilty in Georgia election interference case. Do we have the video? Is there a video of her delivering her?
So it's taking a plea deal for spreading.
Yeah, she took a plea.
Yeah.
So the plea was.
Yeah, but plea to what though? What does she plead guilty to?
I think it was spreading false info. I can't remember. You have to
get rid of the AMP.
That's happening.
Like all is intentionally interfering in the election process.
That's the former Trump attorney Jenna Ellis now has decided to take a plea deal in that Georgia election case. Now, this is a live look inside the courtroom. That's Ms. Ellis, screen right in the center of your picture there. She's the fourth defendant now in the Georgia election.
Am I wrong or am I right, or is that not Alex Jones's lawyer?
What's his name?
An interference case.
I can't remember his name. Norman.
That dude, ponytail man.
Ponytail man.
Yeah, he looks just like him.
That leaves 15 others in this massive RICO case that's being brought by the DA there in Fulton County. That would include the former President Donald Trump. So to date, those who have changed their pleas One received 5 years probation, $5,000 fine. Another got 5 years probation, $5,000 fine. Sidney Powell, 6 years probation, $6,000 fine, and then some community service tacked on.
In addition to that, they have to write a letter of apology to the citizens of Georgia.
Yes.
So
They have to write on the board
it's interesting, Bill, that
100 times.
of all the people
I will not
Trump
subvert
lost.
democracy.
It's the lawyers.
Yes, I will not subvert
attorneys who had to
democracy.
get
I will not subvert
lawyers
democracy.
who are all deciding to plead guilty. Maybe there will be more, but that is an interesting thing. I'd be curious what a smart lawyer would think about.
So yes, she pled guilty to a felony count of aiding and abetting false statements in writing. So,
What does that even mean?
well, she aided and abetted false statements and writings. So
She
she lied.
She agrees that Trump lied.
She agrees
and
that
helped him
she
lie.
felony lied.
Yeah, she aided it. Trump lied about the election, and I helped him do it. That's what she's saying.
Yeah, I don't think this is going anywhere though.
Well, she's already been convicted.
Well, she's been convicted.
No,
So
I
it's
mean,
like
in
guilty.
in the
so
grand scheme of things, I don't think this is going to help.
so she will serve 5 years probation and pay a $5,000
Oh, she's completely
fine.
distanced herself from Trump. She's a DeSantis supporter, I think now.
Well, she's a no one supporter at the moment.
Oh, yeah, true.
So,
That
but yeah,
everyone flips, but then Trump gets off. That would be funny.
That's never going to happen. He's got so many charges levied against him.
I
He's going
know,
to get
Yeah,
done one.
but you can throw darts at a wall, and just doesn't mean they're going to stick.
if you throw them hard enough, they will.
But it's a lot of darts.
Still, how many of the charges have they thrown out?
Well, none.
Yeah, I thought they threw a whole bunch at him, and then they dropped a bunch of them because none of them worked.
No, he's still up for all. He's still up for all 91 counts. Meanwhile, Mark Meadows reportedly testified to the grand jury after receiving immunity. Donald Trump's former White House chief of staff, Mark Meadows, testified to a federal grand jury about efforts by the former president to overturn the results of the 2020 election after receiving immunity from special counsel prosecutors. So, I think the next debate is in a couple of weeks. So look around that time, probably before, maybe the next day. That's when the next indictment will drop. So, because the special counsel's entire raison d'etre is to make sure that Trump gets the nomination and then throw him in prison. And then hook him on one conviction. Just get one conviction so that all the media can report convicted former president. And then all the talking heads can be, can a felon even run for office in some states? And then attorney generals in the blue states can be like, we don't allow felons on the books. And then agencies and then non-governmental organizations in red states that actually have laws that say if you're a felon you can't be on the ballot. We'll sue the secretaries of state to make sure that Trump's not on the ballot.
So those states become a Biden versus RD.
It'll be Biden other.
RD. Yeah.
So
no,
RDK, and then Biden will win the biggest landslide in American history. He'll win all 50 states because Trump was not on the ballot in most of them. So, and it'll be all the GOP's fault for fucking nominating Trump again. Make no mistake. Make no mistake. Trump is getting railroaded.
Oh yeah, true.
But the response isn't to fucking double down. The response is to
triple down.
Someone who can win, run them, and when they win, then fucking get rid of all this bullshit.
Then GOP is not winning at all. Then there is no other person really at this stage. That's kind of the GOP's issue.
Well, if Trump had any fucking sense, he would drop out and endorse someone. But he won't. Because he needs the money to pay his fucking bills. Which is the problem. So he's doubly fucked because he won't be president again. I mean, I think it would be hilarious if he was. Like a win would be fucking hilarious because the absolute fucking cope would just be
And
fantastic.
the bull in the China shop because he doesn't have to give a fuck.
Well, no,
re-election.
I don't. He won't get anything done. It'll be impeachment after impeachment after impeachment.
against him.
If Trump wins, it will be the loneliest victory in history. Democrats will run the table. Just
That is
watch.
true.
If
Yeah,
it
that is
happens,
They've already done it twice.
Poker
so-
at this point, not Haley. That's it. Not Haley.
And yeah, as long as it's not Nikki Haley, it's fine.
Not Haley. That's all I want. Not Haley.
So you want
So-
Hillary Clinton?
No. If Hillary Clinton wants to renounce the Democratic Party and join the Republican Party, then yeah, sure, fine.
Yeah,
that
but she's
would
not going to get any votes.
I'm pretty sure that's not going to work though. So,
All we can say
But
is
I mean-
2024 is going to be
but
very
I mean,
interesting.
Vivek registered as a Republican a couple of weeks ago, and he's running. So why the hell not? So, yes, right in Trey Parker. Unironically. Yeah, Pence, yes, Pence dropped out today. Yeah, I've got that story.
How about Kanye West?
Yep, absolutely. Yeezy needs to Yeezy needs to throw his fucking hat in the ring because the 2024 election is already fucking insane. We have the least popular Democratic sitting president since Trump.
We have Chuck Yogurt.
We have Cenk Uygur. We have Cenk.
Cenk Uygur,
who is probably committing fucking campaign finance violations every time he receives a donation.
And he's ineligible to even run.
But that's why he's committing campaign finance violations.
I realize that now. Yes.
We have another literal who announced this week he's running in the primary against Biden. We have fucking RFK who decided that the primary against Biden isn't happening and he's just going to run as an independent. There's the fucking Green Party who's running. What's his name? Professor.
No one.
No, it's not a no one. He's running. What's his name? The black professor. He's running Cornell West, who's actually a good guy. Like Cornell West is actually pretty
Who
based.
the fuck is Dina Phillips?
Dina Phillips, no idea.
Did you hear Chank's response to being questioned about the whole 14th Amendment?
Oh, the law, it was so fucking ridiculous.
On Timcast?
On Timcast. I saw he was doing. I refuse to watch Timcast. I cannot fucking stand Tim Pool anymore. He stands for fucking absolutely nothing. He stands
he
Tim Pool
all the time.
Tim Pool stands for nothing at all.
Oh,
stands for absolutely nothing. He has no principles whatsoever. Other than
private chat.
Other than give me money.
Yeah.
I cannot fucking do it anymore.
I'm in the 6th stage with you, Thermo, where you're just done.
Yeah.
You've gone through the 5 steps. You're at the
Anyway,
6 and you're
Chank's
done.
response was that black people were not allowed to become were 3/5 of a person, and the 14th Amendment removed allowed them to be president, allowed them to be considered nominees to be president, and so the natural born citizen, they forgot to mention that, but they meant to mention it.
But in the actual statute, it specifies one of the restrictions that you have to be naturally.
Yeah, I know.
Natural born.
Natural born.
His argument is that they forgot to write it down, but they meant it.
Just absolutely.
Yeah, that's gonna work.
All he needed was an American mother, and he would qualify. But he doesn't have an American mother, so yeah.
It's just Jonathan says he makes $300,000 a month.
Phillips, though.
Yeah. Dean Phillips. This is the random guy. This is the literal who. This is who I was talking about. He announced this week. He's a 3-term congressman and he's running. He's from Minnesota, for God's sakes.
Said 2 days ago.
Dean Phillips.
What?
Exactly. Who? Literally, who the fuck is this guy? He's running against Biden.
3-term congressman and former CEO has been critical of Joe Biden's bid for re-election.
CEO of what?
Has he ever left Minnesota?
Well, yeah, he has to for work. Because he's a congressman. I swear Dave is sitting on a
It sounds like
on a goose.
Yeah.
Because when he moves back and forth in his chair, it's like
Dave, quit masturbating in that chair.
I'm not. It's just both the chair and I are about the same age.
So do you not like?
He doesn't lube it.
I don't.
Are you that old that
I'm broke?
Are you that?
he's actually in a rocking chair, whittling as we speak.
Are you that old that lubrication was not invented before?
Yeah,
you were born?
WD-40 doesn't exist in Pennsylvania.
So apparently, Dean Phillips
I'm broke as
ran.
fuck. I can't afford WD-40.
Sure, you can't.
The Phillips Company?
He can only afford
Yes,
WD-20.
yes, the Phillips Distilling Company. Yes, it's a family liquor business. He and he also since 2016 he was the CEO of the Phillips Distilling Company from 2000 to 2012. He then stepped aside to run one of his other corporate investments, Talenti Gelato, until it was sold for an undisclosed amount to Unilever in 2014. Since 2016, he has been the founder and owner of Penny's Coffee, a coffee shop chain with 2 locations in the Twin Cities. So, not a massive big businessman, but he ran one of the big liquor companies in Minnesota. So, it's technically true. He's been.
So what you're saying is Nick would know who he is.
Nick would probably know who he is
because alcohol in Minnesota.
Nick will vote for him.
Yes, Nick would probably vote for him too.
But anyway, back to the Mark Meadows thing. So yes, he testified. So there'll probably be another indictment. I'm guessing it'll be around the time of the next debate. The word out of Magaland is, because I've been seeing it all week, is that he was wearing a wire the whole time, like he was in like secret briefings. The FBI had him wired. Like, fucking Christ!
They don't need to do that.
If he was wired, if he was wired, and Trump said something incriminating, Trump would already be in jail.
Yeah,
like this would be over already.
It would be in the first or second indictment.
Yeah, exactly. This shit would be over. Like, fucking hell.
That's what I mean. They
can't think that. They can't think that way. They can't play the tape to the end, so to speak.
Why not?
Because they're not. They don't have the.
Because there's nothing on it.
They don't have the faculties to be able to go. What's next? What's next? Okay, then what? Okay, then what? Okay, then what?
Yeah, just listen to the intro.
You know how good. So almost anybody you can teach to play chess.
Yeah.
But people who play chess, like the grandmasters,
you can teach a chipmunk how to play chess.
You could anybody, not anything. So you could teach pretty much any person to play chess. Good chess players can think 2, 3, 4, 5 moves ahead. Grandmasters can see the whole game, like they know every possible move. These people, they don't see the next move. They don't see the next move, let alone 3 moves ahead.
They're completely reactionary. They aren't. Yeah, they just.
Sorry, I missed who we're talking about.
They can't plan.
The most insane of the Trump supporters, the Trump boosters on Twitter.
Oh, okay.
The ones who eat, sleep, and breathe Trump. People from the intro.
I was going to say.
The people who think Space Force has the evidence for stolen elections and the Pope used the Leonardo satellite to capture the votes and beam them back down for Biden.
What?
Yes.
Okay. Oh, yeah, you weren't here for that. Yeah, yeah.
No,
fucking insanity.
Payday.
You're playing
They're
Payday.
all showing
Payday
it.
2, I assume, not 3.
3.
Oh, you can actually play it. You can actually play it now.
Yeah,
Yes,
it's
playable.
out.
No, I thought it was fun.
I question if it's playable.
No, it's playable. They did a whole bunch of fixes on it and shit.
Thank you, Sean.
Yeah.
Anyway,
I'll go back and watch the intro for these
insane people.
For these Trump cookers.
Yeah, they sound. They definitely.
They are
sound
batshit. Like, oh, hang on, I can
They
show you.
are.
For anyone, so for your benefit, I will play the
Intro.
Nuance. Shout out to Nuance Bro. I love Nuance Bro most of the time.
Here's what I heard from a very good military friend of mine. And I'm ashamed to say this because I am Italian, okay? the Pope and his Leonardo satellites up in space. If you remember when Mr. Trump first got in, he launched SpaceX and Space Age up there, and he put the biggest satellite up there. Well, it cost.
Like, what the I know she's talking about Space Force, but where is she getting the Leonardo satellite from? Like, what the
From Pope.
The Pope's Leonardo
Da Vinci,
satellite, yes.
because they're both Italians.
Yes. Well, she's Italian too, and she's ashamed of it.
Got all the votes that were pinged up from him and sent back to Earth for Biden. They got all that. They got it all.
What? Where's this information from? They're sending votes to space?
They sent the votes to Italy and Berlin.
For what?
Well, they shot them up there, and then they brought them back as Biden's.
Why are they sending votes up to satellites?
Because they had to do it some way that wasn't so suspicious. But he caught them in the act. And here's what I want you to
mention this in this speech. He's going to talk about the satellites and the votes.
He won't do that. This is a secret. You might want to edit that. Okay. I don't know if you want to put all that on there, but
I think the people deserve to know.
Yes, the people do deserve to know.
I think she was trying to talk about Dominican, but she has no idea what the fuck she's
Dominion. Yeah, and there's no like the Pope, Leonardo satellites, Berlin. It's like I remember hearing bits and pieces of stories, but like these are people who take surface bits, and like, these are people who believe Q,
like Dominion
really,
servers over in Europe.
I keep thinking,
these are no different than the people who are like, oh, Trump conspired with Putin and the Alpha Bank server. No!
Yeah, basically. Same sort of people.
Fucking Christ.
I keep forgetting that there are people this dumb in the world.
I am reminded constantly you need to use Twitter more.
These are the people
Hey,
who watch
although
X22.
I'll
It's
start
like
sending you
George Carlin
articles that
said.
Thermo says I cannot post.
The average U.S. citizen is probably the dumbest motherfucker, and that's the average U.S. citizen, not these dumb fucks.
Well, you butchered that, but 50% of the thing, and then just remember, 50% of the American people are dumb as shit.
Crossley says this is why we need very strong disinformation laws to stop QAnon and people who want to vote against abo rights. Well, on that note, thank you for. We'll segue into Aussie news. So let's listen to Thomas Mayo, who's the leader of the.
I think it's
Is
fucking
he the
hilarious
president
that
of
his
the
last
Mayo
name's
Company?
Mayo.
It's
No.
not.
Yeah,
It's not. It's Mayo. He shortens it to Mayo.
Mayo.
Yeah.
Do you want some
and
mayo
it was
with
difficult because we were running an honest campaign.
No, you weren't.
The Yes campaign always tends to have to talk about what the actual change is, whereas the No campaign could talk about anything, and they did. They talked about anything other than what the actual alteration to the Constitution was. They had fear mongering. There's reports, numerous analysis of how they sponsored multiple social media accounts that had contradictory messages, and I think
I just want to stop there and say, hang on. Multiple social media accounts that have contradictory messages. Are you talking about the Yes campaign?
I was going to say.
Because I heard more contradictory messages out of the Yes campaign than I ever did out of the fucking No campaign.
This comes straight out of the blame your opponent of doing things that you did.
Oh, yeah. The
basic rules for radicals.
There's
Zelensky's rules for radicals.
Blame your opponent of that which you were guilty of.
Projection. Confession through projection.
Confession through projection, yes.
As Viva loves to say.
Shout out to Viva. I love Viva.
Yes.
the media really struggled and failed somewhat to expose all of that in a way that got through to Australians. Now, there's bigger issues to that,
It's because your premise was fundamentally flawed from the
regulate
start,
social media.
right?
I think that's something that needs to be looked at into the future.
I hate to say it, but I called it. I'm going to keep going back to the fact that I fucking called it. No matter what the outcome, they were always going to be like, disinformation is really bad. Like, this is why outcome was black, blah, blah, blah. Grimsby says, what's the black and yellow flag on the left? That is the Aboriginal flag.
Yeah, we have.
No, it is not blood and soil. Oh my god.
Are you sure
It's
the
the red
Australian Black Lives
sky.
Matter flag?
It's the red sky with the black land and
It's
the
it's
sun,
the red sky, is it, Baldo?
isn't it? Whatever.
No.
It's the red land, black sky.
It's the
yellow
red
sky,
land with the
whatever.
black sky and the yellow sun.
Not
And
my
the
flag. I don't
You
care.
know what? But you know what's fucking hilarious? Nobody fucking realizes which way it's supposed to go, even the Aboriginals.
No, that's
I
right.
have seen this fucking thing flown upside down so many times.
Yeah.
Because everybody assumes
Why?
exactly
Because they
what
were
you
in
just assumed
distress?
then. No, well, yeah, but yes. No, because everybody assumes what Baldo just did, that it's the red sky and the black earth.
the red land.
No,
And
it's the black
yeah.
sky and it's the black over the over the red ground.
Yeah, a lot of people.
The red soil of Australia.
Yeah, foreigners don't understand that Australia has 3 national flags.
No, this isn't a national flag.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
It's
not. It is not a national flag.
Aren't they all considered this the Torres Strait?
They are not considered national flags.
I'll consider this a national flag when you're right.
They are still. There is only one national flag, and it is still flown. It is still meant to be flown. So if you have a set of 3 flagpoles, it has to be on the rightmost flagpole. And if you have flagpoles where one is taller, the national flag has to fly on the tallest one. So there are still flag rules that apply to the Australian flag, and that is the only national flag. This until I think 2 years ago, this was trademarked.
Is someone going to tell that to Melbourne?
Yeah, is someone going to tell that to Albanese, who still flies all 3 when he's in America? Like,
yes, well,
that's what I mean.
There's also, and you don't see it much, but most people have never seen it. It's the Torres Strait Islander flag.
Yeah.
Right. Islander flag.
I mean,
that's not how you spell Torres Strait, but yes.
Yeah.
It's the Torres Strait. So this is the Torres Strait Islander flag. I remember I was having lunch.
So it's a penis with a star.
No, it's 2 legs straddling a star. Can you see?
I thought someone's going to sit
and here's
onto
the
a star.
vagina at the top. No, this is the flag of the Torres Straits, which is just
Sure it's not a penis
which
with
is
a
the
star?
100 miles between the very north of Australia and Papua New Guinea. I don't know why they are included. I would have to look. I'd have to fucking actually read into it. I've never cared enough to.
We were wrong as well. It's not the black sky. The black at the top of the flag is for the people. Yeah.
It's the black people. Okay, it's the black people over the top of the sun on the red land.
Put this truth in the fucking private chat.
All right.
Yeah. But yeah, the top half of the flag is black to symbolize Indigenous people.
Yeah.
And the red is for the earth and the yellow is for the sun.
And there you go. It's red Pantone 179 and yellow Pantone 120.
Commonwealth still has the copyright.
Yeah, the Commonwealth bought the copyright from the actual.
From Karen. Yeah.
Yeah, the guy who made it. Yeah. So this was a privately made flag that they were all flying forever. So yes, that's what that flag is. Indigenous leaders have broken their silence. They've called the referendum defeat appalling and mean-spirited. So,
They should have voted yes then.
You're all mean. Look, I will forever contend that this was that the government fucked this up. If they'd really wanted, and I think they fucked it up intentionally. I'm starting to feel that way because if you really wanted, because if you look at the framing of the reporting that's the day after everything went down, it was Australia refuses to recognise that they're Indigenous people in their constitution. It's like, whoa, wait a minute, that wasn't the question. That wasn't the question. That was part of the question, but you didn't ask us 2 questions. You asked us one compound question. It's like the Republic, which is like the Republic debate, like the Republic referendum. Let me find the referendum question for the Republic.
Yeah, the question was, should we have a voice of Parliament for Indigenous people? I'm paraphrasing.
Yeah, the voice was the main front.
I'm paraphrasing. It had nothing to do with it. Didn't say recognition. It said, so should we have a government body called the Voice?
So
something like that.
I think the recognition was just tacked on.
It's implied. It wasn't.
So back in 1999 when we had the last referendum we had, this was the question: to alter the constitution to establish the Commonwealth of Australia as a republic, with the Queen and Governor General being replaced by a president appointed by a 2/3 majority of the members of the Commonwealth Parliament. And that was it. And it lost because nobody
having the president
wanted a president appointed by a 2/3 majority of the members of the Commonwealth Parliament because we fucking
fuck
hate
that.
Parliament.
We want to pick our president.
Because we fucking hate parliamentarians.
Mm-hmm.
So, which is why that lost. And that again is the problem with the voice debate, with the voice thing. It should have been 2 questions. It should have been a fucking multitude of questions. We should do this every few years. We should bring together the questions of like the Parliament. Every session should have a committee that looks into the questions that people want like answered. And every time we have a federal election, or every 3 years, we like you get an extra ballot paper that has all the questions on it.
Yeah, I was thinking they could also make it part of the census, have like multiple questions on
Well,
the
no,
census itself.
because you can't do it as part of the census because
No,
it has
to
to be done
add-
as part of an election.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is to add to the questions. Like any questions you want to
Yeah.
ask.
That's fine,
Type
but
them
the
in.
census is only every 10 years, so it's
Well,
a decennial. It's a decennial census. So
Still,
I would much prefer it to be every
3
parliamentary term. Yeah, so every 3 years.
yeah, I suppose because they're already doing the voting, so why not
Yeah,
just tack it
and
on?
that's right. It's an extra piece of paper that you include.
And it's going to cost them what? A couple extra million, if
Yeah,
that?
it's the collecting the papers and counting the answers, and that's it. So printing them, collecting them, and tallying them.
Do we know what the number is now for how much this referendum cost?
$400 million.
Because I saw it someone said 450.
Well, if you include all the money spent on advertising, it's probably like $1.5 billion.
Jesus Christ!
Jesus Christ!
What an absolute fucking waste of money.
Yep. To get an answer we knew was coming.
Because you had to have a voice and you had to understand it.
How are we still not 100% counted?
Yes, well. But yes, the First Nations people and their representatives have put out a statement. So we'll go through the statement because I thought it was great. So I won't. I should. This is an open letter. No, I won't do that. I'll very much get
Can I
cancelled.
guess what it is? Wah, we lost. Wah, give us more money.
All right, we'll see how that goes because I haven't read through it.
Awesome.
But like,
Well, I'm just looking
okay.
at the top. First People's Disability Network. Yes, that's one that just like has their hands out. It's like give money.
But yes, to the Prime Minister and every member of the House of Representatives and the Senate of the Commonwealth Parliament. This is an open letter which will be circulated to the Australian public and media. Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people have observed a week of silence. Somebody should have told Thomas Mayo across Australia since the outcome of the referendum last Saturday, the 14th of October. Aboriginal and
Can we
Torres
make
Strait
that a
Islander
year of silence?
Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islanders have flown flags have flown at half-mast, and we have refrained from media commentary, even as politicians, governments, media commentators, and analysts who have spent weeks exonerating and indeed lauding the nobility of the 60.8% of Australians who voted to reject the constitutional recognition of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people as the first peoples of Australia. Fuck you. That is not what was rejected. Cause see, and this is the framing. This is why I fucking hate this referendum.
Yep.
Because the framing, the framing going into it is, oh, this is about the voice. It's the voice referendum. It's the voice referendum. Yes to the voice. Yes to the voice. Yes to the voice. The voice. The voice. The voice. The voice. The voice. Now that it lost, why didn't you recognize us in the Constitution? It's like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Didn't ask us to.
Like, yeah, you did, but it was a compound question.
Sorry.
And maybe you could have put an extra box on the paper.
Yeah. But that's not the question that was asked. Yeah. Recognition is part of the voice.
Recognition was part, recognizing that blah, blah, there shall be a, they legal spoke their way out of it. These are collective insights and the views of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander leaders, community members, and organisations who supported yes. One, Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples are in shock and are grieving the result. We feel acutely the repudiation of our peoples and the rejection of our efforts to pursue reconciliation in good faith. That people who came to our country only in only the last 235 years would reject the recognition of this continent's first people on our sacred land, which we have cared for and nurtured for more than 65,000 years, is so appalling and mean-spirited as to be utterly unbelievable a week following.
No, I didn't.
It will remain unbelievable and appalling for decades to come.
Yeah. And therein lies their problem. Therein lies the flaw in their logic. I didn't come to this country. I was born here. I was created from this very land. So fuck off.
I am the native.
Baz says, hey, you know what's better
Yes.
than bullet points? Being fucking succinct, you pretentious wankers.
Do you guys have a census of how many Aboriginals voted for the referendum?
No, we didn't.
Not
we didn't
specifically,
count.
but
Yeah.
there are electorates where there's a
Very,
lot
very black, yes.
of Aboriginals, and most of them were like 60% no.
They skewed more than 60. They were like more.
Yeah, all the
70.
white people ran to those electorates and voted there. That's how that worked, apparently. We thank the 5.51 million Australians who voted yes to recognition. They weren't voting yes to recognition, or maybe they were, but they were voting yes to the voice, because it was the voice referendum. This represents approximately 39.2% of Australian voters on October 14th. As of the 2022 federal election, the Australian Labor Party received support from 32.58% of the voters, the Liberal Party 23.89%, the National Party 3.9%, and One Nation 4.96%. We thank those Australians who gave yes more support at this referendum than they did to any political party. We acknowledge the resounding yes vote in discrete and remote Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander communities. The high level of support for yes in our communities exposes the no campaign's lies taken up by the media even in the last weeks of the campaign. The situation of these communities needs to be addressed sooner rather than later. There wasn't going
whole set paragraph just a lie.
Well,
just based off the voting.
I agree. The situation of these communities needs to be addressed sooner rather than later, but it would have taken more than a year for a voice to get off the ground. So, how is that sooner rather than later? You don't need a voice to fix this shit. You guys clearly know the problem. You have a fucking website. Tell us what you need. Australia is our country. We accept that the majority of non-Indigenous Australians voting Australians have rejected recognition in the Australian Constitution. We do not for one moment accept that this country is not ours, always was, always will be. It is the legitimacy of the non-Indigenous occupation in this country that requires recognition. Oh, look at that term, occupation. That's interesting. I wonder if that might ever come back to haunt us in any way, shape, or form. Not the other way around. Our sovereignty has never been ceded. You lost. The Constitution still belongs to those who, the founding fathers who originally intended for it, and remains unchanged in our exclusion. Like, seriously, buy a fucking space.
Fathers.
Why would you?
No, we do have founding fathers. That's not true. We do have founding fathers.
Well, Australians don't use the term founding fathers.
No, but we do have founding fathers. Like we absolutely do.
People who originally
we absolutely do. Like
who drafted the Federation.
We have universities named after them. They're on banknotes.
Yeah. Like we did draft our own
but
constitution.
Australians don't use the term founding fathers.
No, I know but we do have them.
Yeah, we have them.
We were asked to be we were asked to be recognised over a decade ago. We sought to be included in a meaningful way, and that has been rejected in refusing our people's right to be heard. Again, recognised. Like you're refusing our people's right to be heard on matters that affect us.
You don't have a right. You don't have a right to be heard. You have a right to speak. No one has but you don't have a right to be heard.
You don't even have a right to speak.
There are no rights here.
They have the same right that every other person.
Sorry, I forgot this was Australia. We don't have a right to speak.
Yeah. Australia chose to make itself less liberal and less democratic. Our right to be heard continues to exist as both a democratic imperative for this nation. Well, no, because you've just said up here that the legitimacy of the non-Indigenous occupation requires recognition. Well, that would be the country. That would be this nation.
Democracy
that you don't believe is real. So okay.
That you don't recognise as an actual country.
As our inherent right to self-determination. This country can deny the former but not the latter. A founding document without recognition of First Peoples in this country continues the process of colonisation. That's an interesting term. I wonder if that might come back later. It's clearly no reform of the Constitution that includes our people. It's clear no reform of the Constitution that includes our peoples will ever succeed. This is the bitter lesson from the 14th of October. I don't agree with that at all.
Mainly because they're citizens now, not second-class citizens.
Yes, well, the support of the referendum collapsed from the moment the Liberal and National Party leaders, Mr. Dutton and Mr. Littleproud, chose to oppose the voice to Parliament proposal after more than a decade of bipartisan support. The proposal was tracking 60% support compared to 40% opposition for several years until the National... Well, it was the Nationals and the Liberal Party. Who gives a shit?
The people who are not in power.
Where someone opposed it.
No, their complaint is that referenda in Australia do not win unless the support is unanimous.
Yeah.
Unless support is from both major parties.
It's always the right's fault. The right's not in power. No, the reason support dropped because the left and the supporters
Support dropped because the fucking thing was actually announced.
Yeah.
And this is probably one of the key reasons why it failed, because
Like
Albanese
saying-
didn't properly answer the questions that Dutton had.
Exactly, and not only that.
Not even Dutton. Look, I have no idea what Dutton's fucking problem was. I have no idea, and I don't care.
Yeah,
if the fact that Dutton didn't support the voice, it would be a number one reason for me to support it. That's how much I fucking hate the guy.
Yeah.
But I didn't. So, and I didn't because I didn't like what I saw. So simple as that.
Exactly. It's people just saw the Yes Camp's campaign with their own fucking eyes. We saw the information they put out, and we saw
dickheads and dinosaurs.
Yes, the dickheads and dinosaurs. Thank you, Ray Martin.
Yeah, if you had questions, you were like,
That sounds
no,
like
you're a racist.
description, to be honest.
Oh, that's what
Ray
Ray
upset though. I didn't support the yes.
You didn't even vote.
So
How dare you, Dave?
lies in political advertising and communications were a primary feature of this campaign. We know that the No campaign was funded and resourced by conservative and international interests who have no stake or genuine interest in the lives of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander
Motherfucker,
people.
you had Shaq coming out to endorse the first.
Exactly.
Out to endorse the West.
We know that this funding supported multiple No campaigns that intentionally argued in varying directions to create doubt and fear in both Indigenous, non-Indigenous, and Indigenous communities. This includes resurrecting scare campaigns seen during the 1990s against land rights. Look, you motherfuckers did not help yourselves at all. These guys didn't speak with one voice. These guys had multiple people all going off on fucking tangents, talking about treaty, talking about pay the rent, talking about this and that. And you wonder
And the
why
debacle in
you
WA.
fucking- yeah, and yes, the fucking shit going on in WA with the like Indigenous Recognition Act or whatever it was. What's the fucking name of it?
I can't remember the name, but you had to
Like,
pay.
Paying to fucking plant trees. Like, give me a fucking break. These are the stories the media love, and what do you guys do? Just fucking hand them to them.
$2.5 million to plant fucking trees.
Yes.
Native trees for the area to stop erosion.
Yep.
$2.5 million. They
Yep.
held it up because they gimme.
Yep. Unleashed a tsunami of racism against our people. Oh man, really?
But that's just Twitter.
Yeah.
Hey,
we know
Dave.
that the mainstream media failed our people, favoring a false sense of balance over facts. Yes,
Dave,
hearing,
how many? I'm sorry.
we saw yes campaigners. How dare Warren Mundine be allowed on the ABC? They didn't want a false sense of balance. They wanted no balance whatsoever. They wanted only the yes side put out there. And guess what, motherfuckers? That ship has sailed. You will never be able to do that ever again. Like, you will not be able to run a campaign where you can only show one side. That's not going to ever fucking happen.
Why do we have to show both sides? Why can't we just show our own correct, balanced?
My side is right. Why
my
should I
side
have
is
to show the wrong side?
Exactly.
Dave,
You're just like Canada.
Sean, 100%. Yes, we are screwed. We're just. America is Canada's hat. Australia is Canada's is. Sorry, Canada is America's hat. Australia is America's pants.
Do you know how many Aboriginals and Torres Strait Islanders there are in Australia, Dave?
Not that. That's
I
not that
have
many.
no clue.
It's like 3%.
Any idea? Just take a guess at the number of people that this is revolving around.
Okay, based on the low numbers of the actual population, basically just the coast is populated. I would guess maybe 400,000 at most.
And not too far off.
It's about 820,000.
Yeah, 3% of 25 million. So it's less than a million.
So there are 812,728 Aboriginal or Torres Strait Islander people in Australia.
Yeah.
Oh, I was okay. I was off. I was thinking like
700,000 of those are like this is the ridiculous thing. 882,882.
No, it's still a good guess, Dave.
Aboriginal.
Yeah.
The rest are Torres Strait Islander or both. So
look at that non-Indigenous number.
And yet the Torres Strait Islanders have their own flag and get included at exactly the same level. It's so fucking ridiculous.
Yep.
I place it basically in the same concept as
your Native Americans. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
But at least with your natives, you had treaties that you abused.
Well, we did. We were very kind and gave them blankets for the winter.
What I was getting at was that the Voice campaign was trying to implement a voice to parliament for 3.2% of the population.
Oh no, that's what I was going on about for the longest time. Is that why would you give such a small community what I would consider that much power to be put down in the
and that's the problem that most people
it's
had.
Specifically,
that's the problem most people had is that
specifically for them.
Why do they get special treatment, like over me?
Because they're black.
Yeah, and that's the only thing that I can think of is that's the only reason they want to do it.
Literally because of their race.
Yeah, which makes it a racist thing.
Yeah, that's the point.
Yeah, exactly.
That was part of the point that I had brought up, like when this whole thing started. Is like, why would it's stupid to give that little population that much power, even though that the power wasn't, there was, and plus the fact the power they would be getting wasn't defined, but would be defined at a later date. That's stupid in my mind.
Well, yeah, the part of the issue that they brought up was that one parliament could implement a Department of Aboriginal Affairs that did something, and then the next parliament could go nope and nix the whole parliament, the whole department, right? The problem is that the updating the constitution gives the power to the parliament to define all how it happens anyway, so one parliament could give them lots of power and then the next parliament could basically neuter them to nothing.
Yeah, so their argument for putting it in the constitution was completely pointless.
Because it's the same. It's the reason they were pissed that they needed it, but was giving it the same power that it already the way they did it already.
Also saying they had no power.
Yeah.
Like that it's like, how can you not see that the problem you have with it was that it was not consistent, and the solution you have is to make it so that it is not consistent.
It's the double thing from the
all animals are equal. Some are more equal than others.
Yep.
It's
racism. This is all the Institute of Public Affairs' fault and the Center for Independent Studies' fault. Oh, and the mainstream media. Post-referendum commentaries that exculpate those who voted no were expected as the usual kind of post-election approbation from the electorate. The truth is that the majority of Australians have committed a shameful act, whether knowingly or not, and there is nothing positive to be interpreted from it. We need truth to be told to the Australian people.
I did it knowingly. Fuck them.
So what they wanted was the news to come out and say Australians have committed a terrible act. They have voted no. And that's the narrative around it. The whole you rejected our constitutional recognition. Well, no, that wasn't the question. And back when it was 60-40 the other way, that was the question. Do you support constitutional recognition of Aboriginal people as the first Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islanders as the first peoples of Australia? Yes,
I still would have
100%.
voted. I still would have voted no.
I 100% support reality.
I'm not saying it's wrong. I'm not saying it's not true. I'm saying I would not have voted for recognition in the Constitution.
Why not?
Because
No, if that's all it was, Tim. If all it was in the
Symbols matter,
Constitution,
Tim.
it says Australia recognises the Aboriginal and Torres Strait people were the first people
don't
of
need to
Australia.
put
They
that
were
in
here
the
when we got here.
Constitution. We already know that to be true. Like,
Which means it's a symbolic act.
I'm not interested in giving
Well-
them symbolic recognition.
Potentially, because
I'm not interested in putting them above anybody else, symbolic or otherwise.
they
right?
could possibly use that as a stepping stone to
Hang on,
land grabs.
Tim.
Race blindness in the law.
I would
and
like
the
to point
Constitution
out
goes
that
always.
I would like to point out that the citizens of the realm are recognized in the Constitution. So
which includes Indigenous people.
no, it doesn't. It didn't. It didn't at the time. We had to modify the Constitution.
Yeah, so it is now. So it's all good.
Well,
Well,
no,
peachy.
it's still
Yeah,
not.
exactly. They're Australian citizens.
They're
So-
Australian citizens, yes, but they're not citizens of they're not even they're not mentioned in the Constitution. They're a footnote. I've got no problem reaching out a hand and saying,
But my
hey,
name's not mentioned in the
They
Constitution.
all have Medicare card numbers. They're all Australian citizens.
Jesus fucking Christ.
It's like we've whipped up.
Alexa, what is a symbol?
I understand what you're saying. Like it took a while for them to actually be made legally equal. It took a while, but they are now. So we've reached that point of the level of legal equality.
My
And
Alexa
I'm
is in
not
the other room
interested in
explaining
giving
what a symbol is.
anybody. I don't care what race it is. I'm not interested in giving symbolic recognition to any
Yeah, I'm not
race.
giving them symbols.
Because race is not meant to matter, symbolic or otherwise.
Can you imagine the noise they'd make with them?
Yeah, I know.
Suck it.
The reality is that these people don't believe in equality. So,
Yeah, the I'm fairly certain the
If they
leadership here is captured by Marxist thoughts.
Even Australians don't really believe in equality. So when you point out what the consequences of equality actually mean to people, they don't like it. Because equality comes with negative consequences too. It means you have to go without some things, like symbolic recognition. So,
Yeah, but symbol. So sorry, I'm still struggling with why you would
militant
not even bother with this.
Militant equality. You can think
No,
of it that way.
it's completely symbolic. We already have Marbo. That fucking ship has sailed. Like,
Mabo needs to go to.
yeah, and maybe if we'd had if we'd had a symbol of recognition instead of just fucking handing the keys to everybody, we wouldn't have Marbo. But we don't. We were so opposed to symbols that we just fucking handed everything over.
What do you mean handing the keys to everyone?
Well, fucking native title.
It's because
Removing the concept of terra nullius.
so you gave them recognition.
No, well, a court
you-
gave them recognition.
That's what I mean.
All
So
this would be doing is Australians saying, "Yeah, they were right."
So by giving them recognition,
these guys were here
you've
first. Which
created
we know.
inequality.
We fucking know. This is a fucking fact.
But
facts are facts.
But until they're not, no.
It belongs to them. We got to give it back. No.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well,
here's a question.
This is what
Here's a
recognition has done,
What-
right?
What do they get from recognition?
Money,
A warm, fuzzy feeling. They get to feel like they're
money,
they're
and
part
free
of.
drugs.
No, well, they already get that.
Then why does
what
it
I mean.
matter?
That
They
needs
get
to
their
go too.
hard on.
Because symbols matter.
It's all performative, basically.
No, you fucking guys. Symbols matter. It's as simple as that. Symbols matter.
We have
It's
one.
the reason why.
we
It's
have-
the reason why Americans feel that pinch in their gut when their flag is on fire.
Yeah, that's right. We have one.
Because symbols matter.
That's the problem. We have a symbol. It's called the Australian flag.
Oh my fucking god! And I'm not saying make the Aboriginal flag the Australian flag. I'm saying
No, I'm saying get rid of the
none of
Aboriginal
you should
flag.
have an action. None of you should have a problem with a line in the fucking preamble that says we recognize Aboriginal and Torres Strait
I'm
Islanders
saying we are creating
position as the traditional custodians of the land of Australia,
I'm saying we're creating too many
with their
symbols.
history dating back X number thousand of years. Well, actually, I probably wouldn't say the
because
number in the
number changes
Constitution
all the time,
because I
too.
have to update that all the fucking time.
But I'm
But
saying-
my point remains:
Yeah.
symbols matter, And symbols make people feel better. And let's be fucking real. That's all this fucking thing was about. This is about making people feel better.
Yeah, but again, as you were talking about with the American flag, everyone unites under that one flag.
And we would. The reason they don't is because they're not fucking recognized. They don't see themselves as Australians. They see themselves as separate. Symbols
Even
can bring
though
people together.
they're not.
That is my fucking
Thermo,
point.
Not
the point, is
everybody
it's
goes underneath the American flag,
Hang on.
unfortunately.
Damn it,
They'll fly that fucking rainbow flag.
We have to give them a different flag so that they feel equal. We have to give them special
We
treatment.
didn't give them the fucking flag. They made it themselves. They have it. Look, this is a fucking going back to references to occupation, settlement, fucking colonialism, like colonization. This is a fucking separatist movement. Play the tape to the end. Play the fucking tape to the end. This ends with fucking Aboriginals pulling fucking Hamas bullshit 50 years from now, and my grandkids getting fucking killed, worried about getting on flying buses. Because it's 50 years in the future, so by then I'm sure we'll have flying cars.
How do you have a flying bus?
No, but in 50 years...
Maybe we'll have flying.
Yeah.
Because personal cars have been banned.
I'm sorry. Australia is meant to be a diverse nation, and that means people who are descendants of colonists, and that means people who are indigenous. The indigenous people can
fucking
get
Christ.
on board. I'm tired of it.
This is just so fucking dumb. Like...
Don't worry, we're assimilating them.
Yeah, assimilate.
We did assimilate them!
But they don't.
Coffee,
They
I
are.
would 100%
Otherwise, you wouldn't have.
They're
the
resisting.
that as well.
Yeah, exactly. You will assimilate. I am Locutus. Yes.
Yeah, I don't have an issue with recognizing them in the Constitution as long as that can't be used as a stepping stone.
Yeah, that's what that's what's.
But the issue is they're trying to use anything as a stepping stone.
Yeah, I'm not interested in giving them an inch. That's the point. Yeah.
And you're not going to have a fucking choice because the states themselves are just going to negotiate treaties with every one of them.
So the government doesn't actually need our input on it. They're going to do it anyway. So yeah, exactly. I'm not going to give them a
Bend over.
If the government's going to do it, they can do it by themselves, and they don't have to ask me about it because I'm not going to give them an inch.
Yeah, just vote in someone else who can rescind all that crap.
Yeah.
Well, how's this is for an idea? I mean, I'm not saying I'm for or against it, but replace the Union Jack with the Aboriginal flag.
I have no issue with changing the Australian flag, by the way. I'm totally fine with creating a brand new flag for everybody. As long as there's
I've seen some decent flag designs.
Yeah, I have no problem with changing the flag. I agree that flag actually should be changed because, again, I theoretically support a republic. Yeah. I'm okay with becoming a republic as long as we have the right way to choose a president.
Yeah.
Fallen Preacher says shitty fucking custodians. Yes.
Yeah, exactly. And that's my other point. Is
But look, my point is they refer to themselves as custodians,
which is a janitor.
Recognize them as custodians in the Constitution. That gives them nothing. Custodians don't own the building; they just take care of it.
But it doesn't recognize the actual custodians.
The Australian people.
Yeah.
No, it's saying that they were custodians and we took over custodianship. Is what Demo's saying.
Yeah. So like you used to do the job and you sucked at it. So
Yes.
why should
And
you
let-
be,
and
why
let's be
should
real,
you
the
be
High-
recognized?
The High Court already upheld native title. There's
I know.
nothing. There's nothing constitutional recognition in would give them that hasn't already been granted.
No,
and,
I'm more thinking.
And I again go back to it's a symbol. They don't get
Yeah.
to throw this shit in your face and say you rejected us. Blah, blah. Like no, we didn't.
Yeah, I
This-
was.
10, 20 years from now, there will hang on. I got to hit the button.
No, I just see it
I
as
got to hit the button because I'm going to mention someone.
Oh.
Warning. The following segment contains Lydia Thorpe or affluent white female liberals. Costy's discretion is advised.
Oh.
So-
yes, Costi, we should.
One of the biggest proponents of the no vote on the black side, the black without a C,
The black fellas.
of the black fellas was Lydia Thorpe. What do you think she sounds like in 20 years? What do you think the people who come after her sound like? Especially with the current narrative of we need to like overthrow our oppressors, like apartheid, Like we're already hearing like Australia's basically if the voice fails, Australia's basically an apartheid state, which is fucking ridiculous. It's just as ridiculous as it is when it's like, oh, Israel is an apartheid state. Like, oh, give me a fucking break. Like, Jesus Christ. But this is where the narrative is heading. We are heading for a separatist movement.
Oh well.
Driven.
I'm sorry, but
I know you say oh well, and that's
but-
nice and all. When you have kids, you will think of it differently.
There is the consequence potentially. Yeah. Okay. Violence. I can see that, but again, I'm all for people or communities wanting to separate and start their own.
No. This is where you are wrong. This won't be about communities wanting to separate. This will be exactly I see the fucking narrative being woven exactly the same way. You are standing on stolen ground, Tim. This is stolen ground.
That my whole
You're
life.
a colonizer.
I am the descendant of colonizers. Yes.
No, you are a colonizer. They make no distinction. Doesn't matter if you were born here. There are people in Israel whose great grandparents were fucking born there that are referred to as settlers and colonizers.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So don't pretend that being here for 5 generations, or my wife who's fucking who the Australian side of the family came here on the fucking first fleet.
Yeah, I'm 7th on my dad's side. Yeah, I know what you're saying. Okay,
Like-
fuck it. I'm a colonizer. So what?
Well, then
Fuck it.
anything they do to you is fighting against the colonizer, which is allowed.
If they want to throw the first
10
punch, they can
10
die.
years from now, we're going to be 10 years from now. We're going to be talking about South Africa.
They are the
and
3%.
and the genocide that's taken place in South Africa
If
because
they want to throw the
because
first
the communists
stone,
took over.
Well, if they want to throw the first stone, fire the first shot, then they get everything that will fucking
No,
come to
Tim,
them.
that's not how that works. You fired the first shot. You already fired the first shot.
Oh,
you
well,
fired
yeah.
the first shot
By being born.
You
Oh,
fired
well.
the first shot when your ancestors came to their country, came
Oh,
to their
well.
nation, came
Oh,
to
well.
their land.
Then nothing has changed since 1778, 1788. I nearly said 1776. Sorry. It's around the same. It's pretty close to the same time.
Pretty
frame.
close.
Okay, nothing really has historically changed since
No,
1788.
Of course it hasn't.
Oh well, so nothing changed. Well, there's nothing I can do about that. Oh, well, back to
The
violence.
problem is we let this shit fester, and then more shots. More shots are fired. More
Yeah.
shots are fired. More
Our
shots are fired.
ancestors did
up to
terrible things to
up
each
to the
other.
most recent shot when Australians majority of Australians rejected recognizing Aboriginal people,
Yeah.
which isn't what we did. But I can explain it to them until they're blue in the face.
Yeah,
20 years from now, that's not going to be the fucking narrative. The
don't
narrative
want
is
to understand.
Australians are horribly racist.
They don't
They're
care. And
settlers. They're
I don't
a settler
care what happens to them.
colonial nation. And it doesn't matter how fucking successful Aboriginal people have been,
Hmm.
broadly. Some Aboriginal people have been.
Yeah, because by and large they're not. That's right. That's why they're exceptions.
So what you're
It's-
it's going to be mass chaos in Australia and like
Yes, dogs and cats living together, mass hysteria.
it's going to all
Like I'm just saying,
it's
play
gonna
the
be
tape
turned
to the
into
end.
Barter Town.
Yeah, play the tape to the end. It probably is.
So what I'm
probably
actually
results
saying
in-
is we need to
probably results
genocide
in-
the black. No.
No.
I was going to ask you
not
to
saying
They will attack,
dissemble
and then
the
we will
separatists
fight
about
back,
it,
and
but
then we'll be
I'm,
accused
sa-
of it.
I'm saying there needs to be a movement of people who, yes, they voted no, but they voted no against the voice, and I think we need to make that fucking clear.
Yeah, but I'm not one of those people. Sorry. So
Well-
media's not going to allow us to make that clear.
I would have voted no, even if it was simply for recognition, and I'm going to stick to that. It's like we are all
Yeah, so
Australian-
Tim's in the
You gotta be
40%.
careful.
Probably, yeah. We are all Australian first, and then Indigenous or migrant or whatever
But
the
again,
fuck you want to say after.
that's what I'm saying. Like Aboriginals are Australians, just the
But
same
they
as
don't see it
just
that
the
way.
same as the English are also Australians.
But
The
they
same
don't.
as the
Yeah.
as the Vietnamese who
But
came
Indigenous-
over
and that's-
in the
and
80s
that-
are
and that's why they
Australians.
need the
If you
symbol.
come, Australia isn't where you were born. It isn't.
way.
I know it's an idea, and that's
No,
right.
Australia isn't where you were born. Australia isn't fucking what you've done or who your parents are. Being Australian is living here and working together and wanting tomorrow to be better. That's it. That is Australia.
Everyone has a different idea of better.
Yeah, I know, but that's how it works. Everybody has a different idea of it being better, but we all want to work towards everything being better.
Problem is, Indigenous Australians don't want to work together.
That's not true.
They don't see
man.
themselves
You
as
know
Australians
that's not
first.
true.
No, I know it is true. They don't see themselves as Australians first. That's the point. They don't consider themselves Australians first. They consider themselves Indigenous first.
And actually,
we just had a whole referendum
having a
about
lovely
it.
symbol instead of a ridiculous fucking voice.
It's called the Australian flag, or a different version of it, I agree.
Yeah,
with
fuck off the Union
one
Jack.
common symbol. I'm fine with building a new one. I'm totally fine with building a brand new symbol.
Anyway,
One
moving
common
on.
symbol, but they don't want it.
Pointless conversation is pointless.
It was a good
So yes,
conversation.
now that it's almost November, it's time for everybody to start wearing their poppies for Remembrance Day. So,
Don't even know when Remembrance Day is.
11th of November. Come on, man.
11/11.
11/11. Come on.
But yes, so this is the Remembrance poppy, the new inclusive poppy. I mean, I'm sure you could fit the trans arrow over here somewhere. What the fuck? Worst kept secret, at least on this show. Bruce Leeman has been named as the man charged with the alleged rape of a woman in Toowoomba. So this is, I think we covered this a few weeks ago. So Tim's allowed to say his name now.
Bruce Lemon.
Yeah. You're allowed to say Bruce Leeman is accused of rape in Townsville. Sorry, Toowoomba is the other T shithole town.
Yeah. It's true.
Yes, St Andrew's Cathedral school killing in Sydney. Family of Lily James speak after she was killed. So Lily James was a water polo instructor at St Andrew's, which is a very, very fancy private school in Sydney.
What's water polo?
It's polo that you play. Well, it's like basketball, but gay and in the water.
Like water handball.
So
You've never seen water polo?
Yeah, surely you guys have seen water polo.
I thought it was more like soccer.
It's a ball game with goals, but you play it in a pool. Yeah. So it's
That sounds retarded.
No,
only
it's
when
actually
the guys play it. It's only retarded when the
Literally
guys play
talking to fucking Facebook. You need to be careful. You need to be careful with these fucking links.
It's only retarded when the guys play it. It's fine when the women play it.
What links? I just put one for Twitter in a show chat on Discord for you.
Water polo. So this is, this is Olympics. I can't play that.
Excuse me.
How to play
I
water?
used to play a bit when I was younger.
That's Olympics too. That's Olympics.
But-
All right, here's a wiki how.
Water polo is a fun water sport where two teams try to score points by throwing a ball into the opposing
volleyball.
team's goal.
And soccer.
For a regulation game, divide
Yeah.
14 players into two teams, so each
But you
side
swim.
has 6 field players and 1 goalie.
Yes, Sean, wiki how, because I don't want to get struck by the International Olympic Committee. Every other fucking video was from the fucking Olympics.
Casual game.
Yeah, that's true.
Just make sure there's an
Delicious.
even number of players on each team. Each team assembles on their side of the pool, and the ball is placed in the exact center of the pool. Then, someone blows a whistle or yells go, and everyone swims towards the ball to see who can grab it first. The team that gets the ball is on offense, and the 30-second shot clock begins. Players are allowed to grab, hold, pass, and block the ball with one hand only. If a player uses 2 hands at any time, a foul is called, and their team loses control of the ball. The only exceptions are the goalies, who can use both hands within 5 meters of the goal net to block the ball. The offensive field players must pass the ball to each other as they make their way down the court and try to throw the ball into the opposing team's goal to score a point.
But they only get 30
The opposing
seconds?
team's goalie must protect
30-second shot clock.
the goal and prevent the ball from going in. The defensive players try to intercept the ball or knock it out of an offensive player's hand to gain control of it. Player-to-player contact will result in a foul. If the offense doesn't score a point within 30 seconds, the defensive team gets the ball for a free throw. If the defensive team gains control of the ball, reset the 30-second shot clock. The only other times you'll reset the shot clock are when the offense scores a point or if there's a major foul. Major fouls including pulling, holding, or sinking players without the
Drown that
ball,
motherfucker.
splashing water in a player's face, blocking a shot with 2 arms, and kicking or hitting another player violently. In regulation water polo, the game is divided into 4 quarters, and each quarter is 8 minutes long. There are 2-minute breaks between each quarter and a 10-minute halftime between the second and third quarters. The teams switch sides of the pool when the third quarter begins. The team with the most points at the end of the fourth quarter wins the game.
Yeah, it actually is really fucking hard to play.
Yes, water polo is incredibly.
Yeah, it is.
Try doing it in school.
difficult.
It is so tiring because you use all your muscles all the time. You have to stay up. And in the shallow end, it's deep.
Yes. Anyway, that's what water polo is. So this woman was a water polo coach at an elite Sydney high school.
So in your area, got it.
Yes. Well, no, not in my area, but yeah, in the biggest city in Australia.
Splashing water in the face is a foul.
Yes, not allowed to do
in
that.
a water game.
Not you're not intentionally allowed to do that.
Yeah, if it happens, it happens. But purposely doing it is a foul.
But yes.
No, they couldn't get their hair wet. That,
No, you wear hair. You wear
I know. I'm just giving you
Swimming
shit.
cap.
But yes, Miss James, a 21-year-old water polo coach, was found beaten to death in a gym bathroom at St Andrew's Cathedral School just before midnight on Wednesday. Police suspect her ex-boyfriend and colleague Paul Thiessen. It's a Dutch name. I've never been able to pronounce that properly. 24 killed her after she broke off their. So they suspect he killed her after she broke off their brief relationship before driving to the cliffs at Lawclows, where a body was discovered on Friday morning. Yeah. So the guy, he bashed her skull in to a bloody pulp, and then drove to Vaucluse, which is like a very, very upper crust area of Sydney's eastern suburbs, and then jumped off a fucking cliff. So these are the cliffs at Vaucluse. This is Diamond Bay. So yeah, he threw himself into the water and subsequently died. So yeah, cops dug his body out of the water.
Oh, preacher.
So yeah, that's Ms. James. So
damn shame.
So yes, no, I don't think there's he's dead. There's no allegedly anymore.
Was Miss James?
Yeah, was Miss James. Yeah, and this is the for Baz's benefit, alleged killer. So.
Well, yeah, because unless they've got proof that it was him, they should still be investigated.
Yeah, well, they are.
Oh.
Was there any sexual assault or just
no?
assault?
She was just beaten to death.
Okay,
because
I saw that she was naked when you were scrolling across.
I didn't know.
Something about naked because you were scrolling pretty quickly.
I think they found her body naked, didn't they? Yeah.
No, that's his body.
Oh, his body. Okay.
The body, which appeared to be naked, battered, and bloated, could be seen slumped between rocks at the base of the cliff.
Oh, yeah, that's him.
Yeah.
So I was like, I didn't hear about her being naked.
So he didn't quite make it into the water.
No, he made it into the water, but the tide throws you back onto the rocks.
Yeah.
So that's the reason people kill themselves there is because, well, if you don't die when you hit the water, getting slammed into the rocks will finish you off.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So it's the sinking part of the sinking.
You don't normally survive the fall. It's a big drop.
Unless you do it wrong.
I hope he did survive the fall.
That's Aussie news. Yes, I hope he survived the fall too, and it was painful. Manhunt continues after at least 18 killed in mass shooting at U.S. bowling alley and restaurant. So, spoiler alert: the manhunt is over. So yes, this guy went into a bowling alley and restaurant in Lewiston, Maine, and opened fire, killing 18 people and injuring dozens more. His name. So he's 40-year-old Robert Card. Is his name. He's a military trained certified firearms instructor. Here is him using a C-grip, which I've seen many fucking people use recently. I'm like, what the fuck is the deal with everybody? You don't doing a C-grip?
Well, on the forearm, on the
holding the gun like with the over, like holding it like the C, holding it like that. Apparently gives you better control.
Yeah, you hold your thumb over the top of the barrel to help push it outwards, like a pull cue.
Yeah. I've been seeing it a lot lately.
Yeah.
He of course killed himself. That's it. They found supposedly yes. Supposedly killed
I've been hearing
himself.
conflicting reports. Originally, it was reported he had 2 gunshot wounds, but then
To the back of the head.
Well, I don't know, but some of the headlines
So did
said,
Seth Rich.
Yeah, funny. But now it's just reported a self-inflicted.
Yeah, but he was killed.
Yeah,
by
Yes.
someone else.
Yeah, either way.
So yes, the next week will be. Well, I mean, it's already started. The calls for it's the guns. It
started right away.
Yeah,
it's already out. I've had so many people like on Twitter spouting off the, so many people, so many active shooters this year. Killing X amount of people, and I had to bring. I just had to play their games and show them basically. Well, not basically. The CDC showed that the amount of deaths caused by the common flu was 98,000 over a 1-year period, which means there had to, just to keep up, you would have to see kill-death ratios from active shooters in like the hundreds or high hundreds or low thousands just to even keep up with the common flu.
Yeah, that's true. That the other argument, which is probably more relevant, is mass shootings are pretty fucking common in America. This doesn't happen in other countries. It does. It does. Just this at the same time, there were several mass killings in Serbia where a dude killed 8 people. But it's not a developed country. This doesn't happen in developed countries. And they keep moving the goalposts like this.
Yeah.
Right?
There's mass stabbings in Japan all the time.
Yep.
Yeah, but they're not good. That's not gun violence, so it doesn't count.
Plus, how much of the gun violence?
It's the same argument they use in Australia. It's the same argument.
If you haven't noticed by now that society is sick, you're never going to admit it.
How much of the mass gun violence in America happens?
So it's got nothing to do with the guns. It's to do with
scholars?
with society breaking down.
Actually, it's because of the asylums being closed.
Well,
this guy went to a mental facility, so.
No, I've read reports that his commanding officer ignored his.
Yeah, like he was in the he was having issues. He said he was having issues, and he threatened to kill people. Apparently, I was arguing this shit on Twitter last night. So, from what I was able to see, he went into a mental facility like in 2007.
Isn't this interesting? List of mass shootings in the United States, 1900 to 1999. Oh,
but that includes gang.
It goes backwards. 1920s. There's 3.
Mm-hmm. Are you supposed to be sharing your screen or something?
Oh, god damn it!
Again, this only counts 4 or more dead, so this doesn't count the gangbangers.
So this is look. There was only 3 in the 1920s.
Yeah, with 4 or more dead. So your drive-bys and your gang fights don't count.
There weren't a lot of drive-bys in the 1920s.
1920s, 30s, they had the cars with the Tommy guns.
Oh Jesus!
They went that fast, man.
1940s.
I watched the movies.
Look, 1940s.
Yeah.
1950s. 1960s.
Yeah, it's 4 or more engines.
1970s.
70s.
Tell me it's the guns. Tell me it's the guns.
Yeah, it's definitely not the guns.
Because last I checked, the National Firearms Act banned automatic weapons back in because of this event. Where was it? This one. February 14th, 1929.
Mm-hmm.
The St. Valentine's Day Massacre led to the National Firearms Act, which banned automatic weapons. So how come it took till the 70s before the shootings went up again? Did the automatic weapons suddenly come out again? Or maybe it's not the guns. Maybe it's the media. Because what happened in the we only had one in the 1950s. Really? You only had one mass shooting in the 1950s, and that was like Puerto Rican nationalists taking over the House of Representatives? An actual insurrection?
Mm.
And nothing until 1965? Well, that doesn't make a lot of sense to me. And yet, after that, a venerable explosion of mass shootings. So I wonder why that might be. Has anybody done a study? But it's the guns.
Is it because the US went off the gold standard?
Yes, it's the gold standard. Something happened in 1965.
No, it's 71 that the gold standard was
but I'm saying that something happened in 1965.
No,
that all of a sudden it started to explode. Look, 1950s.
It exploded after
71. There was one. And then there was Kent State.
Yeah, but it exploded.
Maybe its guns got a lot cheaper. Maybe. But I don't see how, considering, like,
I don't think guns
inflation.
I'm pretty sure guns are not cheaper now. So guns were cheaper back then.
Just
when
as expensive as they were.
Asylum
back then.
shut down.
Well, the 80s. So
Boom.
So tell me it's the guns. Really?
It's the guns, Tomo.
Did the guns just did
that was easy.
were guns invented in 1965?
To quote David Hogg, it's the guns.
No. See, the guns made it easier for mass shootings.
But the same guns have been available for over a century. So.
Yeah.
Like literally a 1911 is over a century old, right?
You banned the guns here in the 30s.
Yep.
And
but
when
the
you had
40s, they were
submachine guns,
basically the same amount.
They only banned the machine guns, though.
Yeah, but that's what I mean. You banned the machine guns that were apparently the reason.
But you didn't ban the semi-automatic rifles, though. So.
You mean the fully semi-automatic with clips?
Yeah, yes, those two. The
Damn,
ones
$1,000.
And don't forget, if you shoot someone with a 5.56, you can't hunt the game after you kill it.
I love all the people who are like, we need to ban AR-15s. We need to ban these assault rifles.
It's a military platform. It's like no.
The UK had a mass shooting and they banned assault rifles, and they haven't had gun violence since. I'm sorry, what? Dunblane had nothing to do with assault rifles. The guy had a fucking Browning.
Didn't
he had a Browning and a 357 and killed 17 people.
Didn't the French ban firearms?
Yeah, but now they just have terrorist groups. So.
Yeah.
Well, where are the terrorists getting their guns from?
Russia.
Probably.
So it's not like banning the guns has stopped any of this shit.
No, that's the point.
But a lot of these guns are actually not banned that they're using nowadays, and therein lies the argument that the gun control crowd are making is that, hey, yeah, we banned the automatics, but you didn't ban the semis. There's still
people can still fire a bullet every time they pull the trigger.
Exactly. Mass shootings have been done with bolt actions, as was seen in the UK. Right.
We should also ban cars.
The last president to be assassinated was assassinated with a bolt action.
There was one shot or two.
Well, actually, it was like 5 shots.
Oh.
4 or 5 shots in under 10 seconds.
Yeah, and even the current president himself, even Joe Biden said in the 1980s, I'm confident that any criminal who wants to commit a gun can get one illegally. Paraphrasing, of course, but even he used to acknowledge this, that criminals are going to get the guns anyway.
Oh, yeah, of course.
Because criminals don't follow the
It's
law.
about keeping guns out of law.
That's why they're criminals.
Look, fundamentally, none of this shit's going to work. And you know, I was thinking about this last night when I was looking through retards on Twitter, talking about it, saying it's the guns, it's the guns, guns. If the Democrats actually wanted guns gone, you know how you do it? Abolish the NFA. Abolish the NFA, get rid of the ATF, agree with the Republicans, fucking free for all. You want an automatic weapon? Go for it. And then gun violence explodes so much that you'll actually be able to repeal the Second Amendment.
True.
But they won't do that.
But it could backfire
Because
spectacularly.
you know why they won't do that? Because it won't actually make a fucking difference.
Yeah, or it will actually make the situation better where there won't be mass murders. There'll be just a number of people, reports of like armed government gets stopped by a citizen.
Yeah, and it's not. I don't think we've
ding.
Exactly. I don't think it's actually even confirmed yet how Robert Card got his weapons. Like he's described as a hunter and all that too.
He's a firearms instructor.
Firearms instructor, but like, was it a service weapon? Like, did he steal it from an armory or was it a legally owned weapon?
No, these are his guns. He's a fucking firearms instructor. You think he doesn't have a fucking arsenal?
No,
I'm sure
why
he does,
would he?
but he was also an army reservist. That's the point.
most staggering fucking thing about this whole thing is he was previously involuntarily committed.
Was that
confirmed? B,
was it confirmed as involuntary?
He had told people.
Was it confirmed as involuntary? All I've
was
seen
an
is
involuntary commitment.
All I've seen is that he just
Maine has no red flag laws.
No, they got yellow flag laws.
They got yellow flag laws.
But
the guy was saying, like literally, this is what fucking blows my mind.
Yeah.
The guy was saying that he was hearing voices and he even threatened to shoot up a fucking what's it called? Not an army reserve.
I didn't see where it was involuntary commitment.
He threatened to shoot up a barracks, like he threatened to shoot up a military base.
Yeah.
And it wasn't caused.
He should have been committed.
Yeah, but from what I saw, from what I saw, yes, he was in a facility about those things, but then they deemed him healthy and let him go after he'd gone through treatment or whatever, and they deemed him.
Yeah, they kick you out the door because they can't afford to keep you.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and since that was in 2007, Georgia says, okay, it's more than 5 years ago, so you can have a gun.
He wasn't in Georgia; he was in Maine.
Maine. Was it Georgia or Maine? No,
it's Maine.
He's in Maine.
Maine is the last blue state that has liberal gun laws.
Yeah.
Not anymore.
Well, yeah, exactly. But this is the problem. If a vaguely Muslim guy had said something about blowing up a building, the FBI would have been fucking crawling up his ass with a telescope.
No, they wouldn't. They've been shouting that out in
Bad
streets
example.
all week.
10 years ago, that would have been the case. Now, if a white guy, if he'd have said something vaguely about an election or had been there on January 6th, this guy would have been in prison. And the FBI would have been up his ass with a fucking telescope. Instead, he threatens a military base and nobody and says he's hearing voices. Nobody does shit.
I want to know what the person he said it to was thinking.
I did see an article where they said that the FBI.
Oh, imagine my shock!
And they were
say the line.
Yeah, and
say
he
the
was
line,
on
FBI.
Yeah. So he was another mass killer who was already known to the government.
Known to authorities.
Known to authorities, because he was a member of the military and he's been to a mental hospital. So why? So again, assumedly he bought his guns before hospitalization.
What else is happening right now in that area of the country that we are not hearing about because of this? That's what I want to know.
This is a good point.
The violence against
like I hate to be like, oh, everything's a conspiracy. I don't think this is a conspiracy. I think sometimes they just let stuff go. They're like, I can't be bothered.
Or this is going to make us more money, so we'll ignore other stories to make more money. So I'm not saying the media made this happen. I'm not saying they wanted this to happen. I'm saying they're capitalizing on it. And what else are we not being told about in that part of the country?
Yeah.
Because of this story. That's what I want to know.
Different stuff will get priority now.
Yep.
Or will get less priority. Anyway. Blue states suspend basic skills graduation requirement again, citing harm to students of color.
In other words, black people are so dumb we have to let them get a free ride through school. That's what this state is saying.
Well, Oregon diplomas look more like participation prizes. Former
Yes.
governor candidate slams Board of
Yeah,
Education.
didn't the Supreme Court came down on that sort of discrimination?
Well, it's not discrimination.
No,
It's
the Supreme Court ruled. The Supreme Court ruled that you cannot use race in determining admissions to college.
Yeah, they're not saying black people have a lower standard. They're saying
Yeah.
everyone gets a lower standard.
All that, like, so that ruling is not going to make a fucking difference because all colleges are doing now is, we'd like you. They put more emphasis on the personal narrative, and now they're like, well, you know what? We'd very much like if you delivered your personal narrative by video. So if you record a brief video instead of writing a story, just send us a video. Yeah, so they can see, so they can go, oh, this person looks diverse.
Tell us how hard your life was and
It's the
how
hard knock
how
life
you're trying to
for
overcome
us.
that.
I swear, the universities over there are going to get sued to oblivion because of this racist shit.
No, because how do you prove it?
You can't.
How do you prove it? You can't prove it.
Well, you could, but it would require deception, and then they'd be like, well, you deceived us, so you're not coming in anyway.
Yeah.
Well, think about how many times the Supreme Court actually had to hear the case.
Yeah.
That was the second or third time.
My thing is that if they're lowering the skills requirements to graduate, how many people who are hiring are going to look at that and say, "Oh, you're from Oregon"? I don't trust that.
I don't know how many people would like. How many companies would be like, oh, I don't know. It's the reason it's like, well, you've got to have a degree for this entry level job because you can't trust high schools to deliver.
That's what I mean.
decent-
They're gonna prioritize other states over someone who graduated from Oregon. It's gonna like, well, this person graduated from Oregon and passed, and this person graduated from another state and passed. So I'm going to prioritize them because Oregon's got really shit requirements.
Oh, what's that? You went to University of Florida. Okay, so you're not a woke idiot. Here, have a job. I make.
It's going to end up like in the.
Where
latest-
is Tim
nobody knows
for all
what
this?
to do.
I've
Nobody
not
knows
watched it.
what to do anything.
I make $9,500 a month selling my armpit hair online, but there is a downside. 30-year-old who has made close to $1 million thanks to her armpit hair reveals her social media success has come at a price. Fenella Fox from the UK went viral earlier this year after she developed digital vertigo. What? From spending up to 14 hours a day on her phone. Fox has been in the adult industry since she was 18 and now claims she makes $9,500 per month through a combination of social media platforms, where she has more than 1 million followers. This is very disappointing because let me just check. Let me just check all right. So I have 477 subs on YouTube. Let me get a Rumble.
Just pay for an article like this broad did.
Man,
Yeah.
if I could get into this business,
I have 140
I'd be
followers
set.
on Rumble. This
I could
this
easily
woman
grow about
this
quite
woman
a month.
has millions of a million followers.
Yeah, keyword there, Thermo. Woman.
Woman, yeah. She said she started posting images of her body hair online 7 years ago after becoming frustrated with its beauty standards placed on women.
Placed on women by other women.
Other
I'll
women,
bet you
yes.
10-1 Tim's following her.
Depends how free her product is. She wanted body hair, specifically armpit hair, seen by modeling companies, so she decided to showcase hers in a new way. Fox noticed there was a trend of women posing in bikinis at the beach and on top of mountains, so she recreated these images with a twist. I stopped wearing makeup, stopped styling my hair, stopped shaving, and let my body do its natural thing. I've talked a lot about it online and soon became known as a body positive influencer.
More like disgusting.
It's disgusting. Armpit hair on women should be illegal. Absolutely haram. Absolutely haram. Yes. Should be state fucking waxing or shaving and shaving and that shit.
Disgusting.
I can't stand it.
This is disgusting. Yes, absolutely haram.
I think that's a segue to
You guys
Amaranth.
don't like to you guys don't like to push through the forest to get to your.
He's not talking about. He's not talking about
That
the
too.
forest.
That too. That should all be. That's also that all counts too. No, a little
Yeah,
bit.
but it's still disgusting.
No, fuck it. Scorched earth. Get rid of it all. The only hair you have should be on your head and your eyebrows, eyelashes. Armpit hair, pubic hair needs to go. No, gone. Be gone.
You have to shave your balls.
Talking about women,
Speaking of disgusting, Amaranth is collabing with a beer company to brew a new flavor using her vaginal yeast.
Would John wants to try this. There's the news article right there.
According to the Twitch streamer, Polish brewery The Order of Yoni wants her to send them her yeast for a new beer. She's surprisingly excited.
Raise money on Indiegogo.
What?
Here, they tried to raise money like years ago on
For what?
Indiegogo.
Yoni.
Yeah, this beer company.
That's disgusting.
Here, there you go.
So
I've only made the
That's
mistake.
their
I've only
Indiegogo
made the
from
mistake of
years ago.
once.
They couldn't even
shut up.
raise money. They couldn't even raise money.
I can't imagine why. Our financial goal is 150,000 euros. This will enable us to batch brewing 6 batches of CA. Oh, for fuck's sakes, Jesus Christ. But yes, that's disgusting. Ugh. I did look at their website the other day.
But that's where they come
Everybody, literally everybody sent me this story. Fucking Elb sent me this story. Like I was like, yeah. Everybody's like, you must see this, Timo. You must talk about this. You must talk about like this whore and her vagina. Fucking gotta be careful there.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's very bright.
That was very quick hands. So yes, this is the website. The like Woman's Essence.
I mean, Gwyneth Paltrow's
Yoni beer, the sacrament of the Order of Yoni, is full of divine aspects, femininity, sensuality, charm, passion, and sexuality due to the usage of vaginal lactobacillus of the great goddess angels
I
in
think
the
we need
brewing
to send
process.
Sean one of these.
Need a what?
Send Sean
Send
one of
Sean
these.
one. Yes. Look, we should definitely do that. We should definitely send potentially criminal a bottle of Yoni. Bottle of the Order of Yoni. That's hilarious.
Well,
But
Tim,
yes,
turns out she's
they
unshaved
want her.
even.
They want her pap schmear to brew new flavor.
And she's excited for it. I have got to give her credit. She went
She
above
hustles
and
hard.
beyond than Bella Delphine.
Yep.
Because Amaranth's been copying what she's done. Oh, fart jars. Oh, well, somebody else did it. I might as well throw in.
Absolutely.
Oh, I'm going to sell bathwater. Now she fucking steps up and leads the pack of thoughts.
Well, it means you can make cheese out of it as well.
Oh, God!
Maybe they
Or
can
bread.
like cross.
Dude, you can make bread.
Summer's Eve.
God.
Yeah. You can cross
Like,
promote with Summer's
You could
Eve
get a loaf. You could get a loaf. You could get a loaf of amaranth.
Oh.
Oh, sorry, chat.
Oh, that's a new business you can start.
The fear that I had because of this story.
That's got to be some sourdough.
Get a bunch of different
Now you
yeast
want
from
gotta be
different
some
women.
very
on
sourdough.
And all the bread. Thanks.
She can start selling from.
Oh yes, sourdough. Oh, yes.
God. Tip Top featuring your favorite OnlyFans star.
Sean says amaranth vaginal essence cheese. It would definitely be a blue cheese, I think. Fucking hell. Anyway. Prominent doctor at the American Academy of Pediatrics proposes renaming penises outies, vaginas front holes, and clitorises dicklets. Fuck off.
How about no?
Fuck?
No.
So I wonder what this person identifies as.
A penis not considered a dick anymore, but a clitoris is.
Fuck off.
That's hot.
Yeah, that's all I have to say. Look, I watch Megan Kelly's show every day, and it's for the times where she says stuff like that.
Yeah.
Where she tells people to fuck off or says that's bullshit. I'm like, ooh.
Best move she made was moving to Sirius.
Yep. When pleasure becomes poison, sex toys may release toxic nanoplastics into users' genitals.
Ooh, Nick
I should have
most affected.
I should have. Yes, you Nick Ricciardo most
Yeah,
affected.
it fits with the other story.
I'm gonna DM this to Nick.
Tell him I said hi. Sex toy tester Dion Black was about to try a new toy with his girlfriend when the device suddenly became very hot and burned him. What was it? Well, it must have been a dildo. He must have been holding the dildo or something.
He escaped with only a few scalded fingers after years of testing sex toys for work. The incident led him to start questioning the safety of devices. Mr. Black was shocked at the research on the topic he discovered, which suggests sex toys release microplastic and nanoparticles into your genitals. They may also be absorbed through the skin and into the bloodstream and have been linked to cancer, infertility, and birth defects. Microplastics are tiny particles less than 5 millimeters long, which break away from larger plastic items. Oh my God, all those women who do the huge insertion OnlyFans, they're dead. They're gonna die from all this microplastics.
Yeah, not die from the breached walls of their intestines.
Yes, but yes, Brian, you're bad dragon models. Apparently, it's most dangerous with the anal toys. Anal toys followed by beads, followed by dual vibrators, and the least threatening are the external vibrators. So,
well, it makes sense. Your butt is not meant to take that kind of stuff, but people do it anyway.
Well,
you asked me to take that kind of damage.
Well, not only that, but the intestines,
toxic anal beads, yes.
Goes straight to your blood. It digests crap through your intestines.
Yeah,
well, no, your butthole doesn't digest crap; it deploys crap.
No, well,
actually,
the interior of your colon kind of cleans itself.
If you can't clean water, you can boof it in a survival situation because water is absorbable through the last section of the intestines.
You do not want to shoot dirty water up your butt.
You don't, but in a survival situation where if it's a choice between drinking that stuff and boofing it,
you may as well just boof it. That way your body absorbs it and with that it doesn't go down your throat. I don't know. I don't know.
No, I think you're better off swallowing. Like you'll still get cramps. Like you'll still get horrible cramps.
You will, but you're not going to get all the bugs and all that stuff.
Maybe not.
If you boof it versus
I suppose the bugs would just fall out.
The bugs.
I know boofing alcohol gets you drunk incredibly fast
because of the same absorption thing.
Yeah, because the absorption rate is so much higher. So that means having a turkey that way, like in South Park.
Not sure it works the same way.
Yeah, see, Sean, that's what I thought. You could get an infection easier boofing it.
You could if you're.
Yeah, preacher, we're justifying sticking shit up your ass. Stop it. Get some.
Yeah, you get a lot of like diverticulitis and other infections from holding it in your intestines. Very bad.
It's only for poop going out and cocaine going in. Off-duty Alaska
You
Airlines
say that
pilot
like
44.
you had experience in that.
No, that's where you hide the packages, bro. Off-duty Alaska
that
Airlines
for me
pilot
Again, like you've had
44.
experience with that.
So that's from
40
experience.
44 tried to shut down Jets engines in midair while riding in cockpit jump seat, forcing plane to divert. He's been charged with 83 counts of attempted murder.
What's the cockpit jump seat?
So it's a little fold down or like seat behind the pilots.
Mhm.
So it's inside the cockpit, but it's an extra seat. So if one of the flight crew is in the cockpit,
Oh, so they can sit
something
there.
happens, and then you
Gotcha.
just sit down,
Gotcha,
and
gotcha,
quickly sit down and strap in. But
So he was just trying to
sometimes-
ghost ride the jet. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, they do it all. It happens all the time. There's jump seats on most airline, like most.
Oh, yeah.
airlines,
It's, because it's the ones that it's like the ones they fold down to sit when the plane takes off.
Yeah. So those are usually for the flight attendants.
Yeah.
But they'll usually have extra. They'll have more than they need.
Yeah, exactly.
There's usually 2 in the cockpit
Yeah, there would
for
have to be.
pilots and stuff like that.
Yeah,
if
just
they
redundant.
need-
Yeah, this
redundancies and all
was
that.
an Embraer. This was an Embraer 175, which is a bit of a smaller jet.
No,
But either
but
way,
what they'll do is, let's say there's plane that's coming in for like Salt Lake, but there's a pilot scheduled for Portland. Well, let's say that pilot lives here in Utah. They can take that flight that goes to Portland anyway.
Yeah, so
and go to
they
the
can
next
hitch a
one.
ride alongside
Yeah.
and just sit in the cockpit. That's
Pretty
fair. That's fair. Yeah, that's fair. But this guy just tried to shut down the fucking jet's engines in the air and go
Baz,
inside the
just-
goddamn jet.
Baz, I just sail the 7 seas.
Yeah.
If don't sign up for a streaming service for just one show. Just pirate it.
Not saying that I did, but it's already up.
Yeah.
I've got a Paramount subscription.
I watched it.
It's got all 27 seasons of South Park on it.
Be right back, putting my pirate hat on.
Oh, I heard.
I'm just checking my automatic pirate hat.
Who's going to be king of the pirates? The Grand Line is waiting for us.
Don't you dare.
I'm going to be king of the pirates.
I
I'm gonna find out One Piece.
I thought you were going to sing the fucking 4Kids theme. Holy shit. Okay.
Oh, maybe I didn't. Maybe I don't have it set to.
What 4Kids theme?
You didn't. Oh, so you didn't watch One Piece when it was first brought to the West. That's right.
Oh, is this an episode or like a special?
I think
It's
this
a special.
is
Paramount's a special.
South
Oh,
Park
it's a-
special.
So it's like a movie, yeah.
It's a South Park
It's
special.
48 minutes.
Why would I
Yeah, okay.
ever listen to English dub
Yeah.
shit?
Oh, you're young.
I think they've
though.
moved over
You're
to
young,
doing
though. This was
40
like 20 years. This is like nearly 20 years ago, though.
I think they've moved over to
Okay,
doing
yeah.
specials because they
Tim,
get more out of
I'm
them.
Japanese.
They've got 2 contracts.
I
One with
grew
Comedy
up
Central
there.
for actual
Oh,
episodes,
I'm a
and one
Japanese!
with Paramount
Oh, sorry,
for
sorry.
actual movie type
Right with
episodes.
Why was the Turkish Asian on the
Sorry,
ship?
Rio, I didn't realize you grew up in Japan. I knew you were half Japanese. I thought you grew up in America. My bad.
But yeah, it's a safe bet that nobody is being able to use the jump seat anymore. After this, like the guy, like what a fucking idiot.
Yeah, they're cracking down on that real quick.
Okay, I'll just give you a heads up. We've got the guy that tried to shut the engines down out of the cockpit, and he doesn't sound like he's causing any issue in the back right now. I think he's the dude. Other than that, yeah, we want law enforcement as soon as we get on the ground and park.
Yeah, no shit.
He basically initiated the fire extinguisher for the engines.
Well, he tried to do a couple of
What he
things.
was
He
doing.
tried to throttle back, tried to do the fire extinguishers, tried to turn them off. So yeah, lucky. The ACLU breaking. We're suing Tennessee for their aggravated prostitution statute that targets people with HIV with harsh punishment and lifetime sex offender registration. This law is unconstitutional and disproportionately affects blacks and transgender women.
Oh, so I got a question.
Because they're the
Read
only ones with
next
AIDS.
line. That I
Yeah,
would
yeah,
laugh my
thanks
ass
for
over.
answering my question. Yes.
The law elevates engaging in sex work from a misdemeanor to a felony based on someone's HIV status, a protected disability. People who are convicted must register as a violent sex offender for the rest of their lives, restricting their access to housing, employment, and social services. Instead of criminalizing HIV, which disproportionately targets people who are already socially and financially marginalized, lawmakers should invest in evidence-based public health support for people with HIV. Tennessee will see you in court. Remember when the ACLU used to actually stand for stuff?
But Viva's funny on that one.
Viva said,
That's what I was going to ask.
Viva says, so you're saying that black transgender prostitutes are more likely to have HIV? Yeah, Mark Dyer says knowingly spreading HIV is a civil right in New York, in New World Order.
I don't go around trying to drive every car that's open and ready to be driven for a reason, because my disability to kill people. It's just common sense.
The ACLU will take up your case, Dave.
Don't go around.
The state of Pennsylvania has discriminated against retards for far too long.
Here.
And,
retard nation.
No, but there's
Name's
a reason why you
trans
don't.
cat.
Ticks me off.
They were discriminating against him.
No, it's like if you it's a sad thing that they have HIV in all that, but that they shouldn't be allowed to be giving it to people. They should not be allowed to be giving other people that same disability. It fucking pisses me off. And it
easy, you classify it as attempted murder.
Makes more. Yeah, well, exactly.
Well, what if they willingly
just straight
If
up
you're willingly doing it, it's one thing. But if you're doing it without telling somebody, that's the problem, and that's what Tennessee is. They've upgraded it to a felony. So it was already illegal. Tennessee's upgraded it to a felony, and now the ACLU is suing them for doing that.
Well, the ACLU are fucking
the ACLU are faggots. We understand this. So it was already a crime, and now it's more of a crime.
Last week.
But again, as Viva pointed out, and as I was going to say, why does this affect disproportionately black and transgender women in Tennessee? In Tennessee, this is not nationwide. This is just a state level thing.
Yeah.
Why is it that trans people in Tennessee?
Well, California legalized being able to infect someone with HIV. It's no longer a crime.
I think they just decriminalized it, didn't they?
Yeah,
Or
it's not a crime anymore. Like it's not.
Misdemeanor? I can't remember.
Thanks to that fucking weirdo
Scott Wiener. Yeah, basically not a crime.
They have an AIDS epidemic.
Oh, funny that.
Color me shocked.
Yeah. Anyway, no more Taco Tuesday, unless you're actually at Taco Bell. So Taco Tuesday is now a trademark of Taco Bell.
Oh.
So the lone holdout, which was a restaurant in New Jersey, has
okay.
has parted ways with the term. So now it is now an official trademark in all 50 states.
This coming Tuesday, I might just
yes,
go to
Taco
Bell.
Thursdays. This is the new Taco Tuesdays.
Good thing so we can have Taco
That
Tuesday
would be
in
funny.
Australia.
Are they gonna sue LeBron James now?
Why would they sue LeBron?
Isn't it LeBron James?
I have no idea. We don't have fucking Taco Bell.
Yeah, we
No,
do. Yeah, we
like,
do.
Taco
We don't have ads for Taco Bell.
Tuesday. No,
Oh, not
we don't.
LeBron's ads. No.
I was gonna say we have Taco Bell ads, but not his.
No, he wouldn't do Taco Bell. He likes Taco Tuesday.
Okay.
It's LeBron James. He's a fucking retard. Who knows?
Yeah,
Who
I don't
cares?
care. Mugshot of Shanana Gardner, ex-wife of Microsoft exec Jared Bridgen, is released as she's accused of hiring a hitman to gun him down in front of his daughter. Shanana Gardner Fernandez and her husband Mario Fernandez Saldana, both 35, are facing charges over the execution-style shooting of Jared Bridgen, 33, The mum of two was booked in Duval County Jail in Florida on Friday. She faces first-degree murder, conspiracy to commit murder, and child abuse charges.
Tim, she's single.
So she's
not
Well,
single.
no, she's not single. She's married.
She hired a hitman to kill her ex.
Her ex-husband, and she has a husband. But
Yeah.
still,
Yeah.
so this is her.
Mug shorties.
Crazy
Mug
eyes.
shorties, yeah. Crazy eyes. Yep. Crazy as fuck eyes.
She tried to do.
Would
This is
She
her
tried to
ex-husband
delete
that
his,
she murdered or tried to murder.
No, he's dead.
Is he dead?
Yeah. First degree murder. Yeah, he's dead.
Yeah. Okay. First degree
Oh.
murder. Yeah.
Yeah.
So yes. So he was murdered.
I'll keep those
This is-
control.
so yes,
Oh,
this
the
is-
tattoos are a no-go. Sorry.
The tattoos
I take
are
it back.
no-go.
Take it back. I don't like tattoos.
This is her being arrested. This is her and her new husband. So
She.
So this is the suspected gunman, Henry Tenon.
Mhm.
He said to be willing to testify that Mario Fernandez Saldana and his wife hired him to kill Brignan.
Mhm.
And I thought it would be important to have a better shot of her. So here's the better shot of her.
Yeah, it was all fine until the tattoo. Little tattoos are okay. I don't like big sleeves. It's kind of more
if it's done nicely,
I'm not a.
I'm gonna
Again, my sister is a tattoo artist and she's covered, and she does great work, but I just don't.
But see, she's your sister. You're not meant to be attracted to her.
I'm just trying.
Wow.
I'm putting that. No, I'm just putting that in the interest of
disgusting?
disclosure.
You think
I
your
speak
sister-
out
It's
about
all right,
tattoos.
Tim. I'm gonna let you go.
I
It's fine.
speak out about
I
tattoos.
guess
but
it
I
makes
have
sense. He's in
Tim
Queensland.
speaks out
Acting
about
happens
the
all the
scourge
time.
of tattoos.
Yeah, I'm a bit old-fashioned like that.
you-
Queensland time.
Help me,
No,
big
legit,
brother, my
very
tattoo
old-fashioned.
sucks.
My dad doesn't have tattoos. My mum didn't until she divorced my dad. My grandparents never had tattoos. I was definitely raised the old way, and that tattoos are disgusting, and they're only for like military people or very special things. But my sister is kind of the black sheep, and
Yeah,
she's
they're tens. They're angels. They're supermodels. They're
Anyway.
tens.
no,
Moving on from the
don't like
tattoo
tattoos.
debate.
I'm glad
UFC.
I'm glad you clarified that, Tim, on what classical meant in that sense.
UFC strikes lucrative new sponsorship with Bud Light in deal reportedly worth more than $100 million.
Womp womp.
No, I shared a
so
bedroom
yeah.
with my brother for the first 17 years, Sean.
You're not
so
making it any
you-
fucking better.
Did you share a bed? No, you fucking creep. No, it's just like I'm just saying I talk a lot. I hate tattoos, even though I have
stepbrother.
professional artists in my family, right?
How many times did your brother get stuck in the dryer?
We didn't have a dryer.
Or stuck under the bed.
No,
No, he had the whole.
Or stuck in the couch.
No.
How about they stuck in the oven?
Yeah, I've seen that one too. I've seen stuck in the oven.
Yeah, we were
Pretty
not
much
allowed in the
everything.
kitchen.
Stuck in the drain?
We
In
didn't
the
have a
kitchen
drain.
sink? Like stuck in with
We
a
didn't
hand
have a
stuck in the
drain or anything like that. What do you mean?
Anyway.
As in what kind of drain? Like,
Sorry, we're just porn scenarioing.
I know.
How about a pizza delivery guy?
We didn't have pizza. I lived in a remote town. We didn't have pizza delivery. We didn't have pizza. The only pizza we had was buying it from the fucking supermarket. Like, help me!
Tim,
I'm stuck.
help! I'm stuck.
Look, if that lady didn't have a sleeve tattoo, that would be fine. I would fix her if she was stuck. But I don't like.
I got a flat tire.
So
It's okay. Just roll up your sleeve, and I'll see.
So yes, on Tuesday, UFC officials announced a lucrative multi-year deal with Anheuser-Busch to once again make Bud Light the official beer for the MMA promotion. The previous relationship between the two entities ended in 2019, after which Modelo served as the primary beer sponsor for the UFC for the past 4 years. However, the promotion has now struck a new deal with Bud Light, reportedly worth more than $100 million. I saw this and immediately thought, oh, that's a Babylon Bee article. No, fucking real. Absolutely fucking real. Dana White is tickled pink, pickled tink over, I guess tickled pink in this case, given that it's fucking Bud Light.
Because they share core values.
Yeah, they share core values. Well, making money. That's the fucking values they share.
Oh yeah, like Dana loves making money. Like
true,
And
but
that-
I'm gonna accuse them of being, fucking.
Is it
Gay
possible that
lovers.
he is so fucking normie
Whatever.
that he doesn't realize how bad this is going to be.
No,
for him.
he
I don't think he thinks it's going to matter at all.
No, that's right. It's
You know
like
who
He thinks
the
it's the
next-
UFC. How can it get any
there
gayer?
have been wokies in the UFC, right? The thing about the UFC promotion specifically is that Dana lets the fighters say whatever the fuck they want, woke or otherwise. Like he doesn't care. Again, he only cares about money. So
He did say that. Now, imagine if Bud Light put in a
Alan
non-disparagement clause.
Needs to advertise and do an advertisement for this.
We'll give you $80 million.
Well, if Fallon Fox wanted to advertise, it wouldn't make money, so Dana wouldn't be interested, right? Like,
We'll give you $80 million, or we'll give you $100 million with a non-disparagement clause.
Mm.
And then he goes in and puts it in. And
yeah,
then
he'd probably take the non-disparagement. Let's be real.
then he starts finding fighters who talk out against Bud Light, because a guy on the thing started calling people fags and stuff. And
they do that every fight. What are you talking about?
But can you imagine? Like, these people don't give a fuck.
No, the fighters don't give a fuck.
I know, but that's what I'm saying though. The first time someone comes out and wins and says "fuck Bud Light," you know, honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if one of them won the battle, stood up in front of everyone, and started pissing on the octagon.
I'm pretty sure people have insulted sponsors before.
Yeah, I know, but if there's a non-disparagement clause,
yeah,
that could be the.
They probably. I would foresee that. I'd foresee a couple of things. I think some of the fighters wouldn't give a fuck and they'd say it anyway, and then the broadcasts would have to be paused and censored, and there'd be a big hubbub. And I think some fighters would just move to one championship or something, or Bellator. I think it would drive a few fighters away if Dana did a non-disparagement agreement.
Only a few.
What would
Only
be
a few, because you'd have people
fight?
like Sean Strickland who don't give a fuck.
What
and
would be
just
a
say
good
it regardless?
A good sponsored exhibition fight would be Fallon Fox and Dylan Mulvaney.
Dylan Mulvaney. Oh my god!
And it would be ladies division.
Fallon Fox would still win that, by the way, even though she's much older.
No,
No. Fallon is male to female.
I don't get it. It's two males fighting.
Yeah, I just realized that. I thought it was the other way around. No, Fallon would still win that, even though he's bigger. He's older.
Yeah, I know.
It'd be a fun fight. Don't get me wrong.
I just want to see someone kick the shit out of Dylan Mulvaney.
Yeah.
Speaking of wanting to see the shit kicked out of someone,
yeah.
These are the two teens who ran down retired police officer and Andreas Probst while they live streamed it. We watched it a couple of weeks back.
What did you see them doing?
They were flipping us off. I would say about 3 or 4 different times. They flipped us off, flipping each other off, joking around with each other. Definitely not taking anything serious whatsoever.
In there.
What did you see them
smiling?
Fuck these pieces of shit.
Giggling.
Funny.
Reminds me of my brother's friends. It fucking pisses me off.
Just put a bullet in those people. I'm sick of it.
Yeah.
Sorry, did these guys I'm pretty sure they were found guilty of capital murder or something like that.
No, they're not found guilty of anything yet. This is the trial.
Oh, sorry. I thought
they fucking filmed themselves doing it. They're guilty as sin.
I thought the trial was actually over. Sorry.
No, the trial.
Well, when the trial is over, put a bullet in their heads.
Why wait?
They've had due process. This is not an extrajudicial suggestion. They've had due process. Yeah, let them have their appeal, maybe. But after all their options are exhausted,
when the prison vehicle drives away from the drives into the county court, you park, you pull a car in front, stop the car, car behind, stop the car, tell the sheriffs to let the fucking people out, and then murder them in the street. In Minecraft.
I think that the family should, the minimum standard is, right, you're going to jail for forever. Right? You're never getting out of jail. The family should then decide if there's any extra punishment, including death.
Yeah, that's fair.
And the family has to enact the extra punishment.
The family should be allowed to pull the lever.
Yes, so the family are the ones who have to, say they get.
They can be supervised. They can be supervised by an executioner or staff at the prison. But I think that's fair that the family should, or someone representing the aggrieved party, if there's no family left, they should be the one to pull the lever or press the button for lethal injection, right?
But it has to be like mother, father, daughter, son, like
closest kin,
brother, sister. It can't be like
blood relatives.
My third cousin,
next of kin.
Immediate.
I mean,
it has to be
family.
immediate who make that decision, but it should be the family who gets to make the decision, and and if they make that decision, it's their responsibility to carry out the extra punishment.
If you want him dead, you need to do it yourself. That's fair. Yep.
Yeah. You need to pull the trigger. You need to pull the lever. You need to press the button.
Yes. Totally fine with that.
Yep.
This is the way. Yeah, I fucking hate these people. Anyway, Massachusetts mum who suffered postpartum psychosis researched ways to kill before she strangled her 3 children to death.
Speaking of
trying to take her own life.
I don't know if she has next of kin. So, speaking of someone who needs to go through the process we just talked about.
Yes. Presumably normal individuals doing horrible fucking things to kids who couldn't possibly have done anything to deserve.
We just had to close the asylums.
So, 3 counts of murder and strangulation. The fuck?
What happened to the husband? Is he alive?
How do you
That's
so she was
personal.
suffering severe postpartum depression and had been prescribed an over-the-top cocktail of pills that her forgiving husband Patrick believes are to blame for the tragedy.
So he's
I
probably
guess
yeah.
it depends what the fucking pills are.
Okay.
SSRIs.
Yeah, I just themed it. Yeah, so he was out. He was out, and then he came back, and they were all dead.
Sorry, dispatching a medical call. Respond with the police. 4747 Summer Street. Female party jumped off the top floor of the house and suicide at 712 1812. With our dispatch hands in 2 car 3A1 4747 Summer Street. Respond with the police. Female party jumped off the top floor of the house. Slight arrest as well. And neck injuries. Neck laceration. She's conscious at this time. We're going to check with med flight. It was over a 20-foot fall. 14.
Yeah, okay. So she tried to kill us. She threw herself off a building to try to kill herself. It's just
ooh.
God, like, you can't be sane. Like you can't be sane as a parent to do that. Like like to throttle, like to just strangle your kids like that. Like it's just.
It takes a
You'd have to be possessed. Like the devil would have to be real, and demons would have to be real for you to be able, like, for there to be an actual explanation for rational explanation of that.
Yeah, temporary insane.
You would have to be fucked to do that to a stranger.
Let
alone your own children. Yeah.
Yeah, your newborn child.
Yeah.
Postpartum depression or whatever.
Yeah, look, postpartum can get real fucking bad.
So I've heard, yeah.
But it's a safe bet, whatever the drugs. Like, pharmaceuticals can make you do some fucking fucked up shit.
Mm-hmm.
Especially SSRIs.
In the wrong person, like in the wrong biochemistry. Yeah.
Aren't most mass shooters on SSRIs? Or a
I
sizable number?
I can't speak to that, but yeah.
That's what I hear that brought up whenever there's a mass shooting.
I mean, at this point, it's in the water. There's
Yeah,
that
fair.
much of it. So.
Yeah.
There are 2 candidates in Argentina's presidential runoff. One says he takes political advice from the ghost of a dog who claims to have met in a past life in Rome when he was a gladiator, and his dog was a lion. The other is a periodontist, which is hard to explain.
Peronist.
A peronist. Oh yes, sorry, yes, peronist. Yeah, I thought it was periodontist.
The fuck's a peronist?
Fan of Ross Perot.
Yeah, no, I don't think it's
Perot.
I thought it was like an Argentinian political movement.
Peronist. Hang on.
Yeah,
Eva Peron. Sorry.
Eva Peron. Yeah, there you go.
Getting the Ross fucking. Don't know why I said Ross Perot.
I was like, what the fuck are you talking about?
The lady that Madonna played.
This is irrelevant. Argentina. So, it's a joke, obviously, but the issue is that there are multiple factions of Peronists that can be very different in character. It's a big tent, has a complex history. So yes, the other guy who made it through is the the two candidates are the current finance minister or something like that, and this lunatic, who we should be able to remember from the video of him going, "This department gone, that department gone."
Love him.
Loco, and look at this fucking thing. Loco or brillante, insane or brilliant.
Yes.
Crazy or brilliant. Javier Milei harbors one certainty: he will end this year a millionaire or president, or both. A very different reality from the one he suffered a few years ago when he turned to friends to give talks as an economist and had to choose whether to eat himself or his dog. But now he can read Casa Rosa, embodying the advance guard of a so-called... Sorry, this might not make sense because it's translated. Embodying the advance guard of a so-called cultural battle. Advance guard, the vanguard of a so-called cultural battle. And perhaps that is the key word to his meteoric rise. Milei embodies a social feeling of anger and frustration that lacked political representation in Argentina. What does that sound like?
Or is an ANCAP? So
a descendant of Hitler?
No. Embodies a feeling of anger and frustration that lacked political representation in insert country.
I was making the Germans move to Argentina joke.
Oh, right, okay. That feeling gained strength this Sunday when the first results of the open, simultaneous, and mandatory primaries, PASO, placed him as the pre-candidate with the most votes. 10 intense weeks are coming up until the general election on October 22. Holy shit, this is out of date.
Yeah, that's out of date.
7.
Yeah, if I recall...
this is from October 25th, so surely the elections have actually fucking happened.
Yeah, it has happened.
Scroll down,
there was
see what
no
else.
winner.
Yeah, so that's why.
Oh, no, there was a run... because
it's a runoff.
Yeah, he won in the primary.
Yes.
There's an election. They've had the proper election, and now they've had the runoff.
Yeah, because no one got 50%, so they have to do a runoff. And he's in it. So, yeah, it's going to be fun.
I just want to see the results.
I think it was like 30 or so or some percent.
What was it? Results. Let's go. Live results.
There we go.
Okay.
Yeah.
So this is him. He came second. But there are fucking a shit ton of other candidates. This is the party leader or the finance minister or whatever. Holy shit. Like, if this depends on how this breaks.
Yep, and that's the big question.
And there's other candidates because it's just going to be these two on the ballot. So I think Argentina might be the other country. Oh no, it might be Uruguay that has mandatory universal suffrage. Mandatory.
Everyone must suffer.
Universal suffrage. No, suffrage is the vote.
I thought suffrage was welfare.
I know what suffrage is.
Suffrage
I
is the
know,
vote.
which is hilarious when fucking the Man Show went around getting women to vote against women's suffrage. I do know what suffrage means. I was making a joke.
Oh, okay.
I always thought
Argentina. Universal male suffrage was instituted in 1853. Universal secret and mandatory suffrage for male citizens over the age of 18 was granted. It was amended to... So, yes, they are one of the other nations that have mandatory suffrage.
Mandatory voting and secret ballots.
So, mandatory secret ballot. Well, the secret ballot is an Australian invention.
Yes. It's also called the Australian vote.
It's the Australian ballot, yeah. So, yeah, holy shit. So every one of these people who voted for other candidates or Patricia Bullrich has to vote for one of these two, or I guess get a fine.
So when a runoff, it takes the top two.
It's the top two in a runoff, yeah.
Okay.
In systems where you don't have transferable votes or first past the post, you have runoff elections. So we have runoff elections technically, but they're instant runoffs. Because the runoffs are you eliminate the last candidate and you transfer their votes to the other.
It doesn't mention who the other candidates are, though, does it?
Who cares?
No, they got 9% of the vote. So
okay. Because Javier Milei is a libertarian. I don't know where Freedom Advances kind of sits.
Well, let's have a look. Together for Change.
But
the JXC party.
Juntos por el Cambio is put Together for Change, which is a center-right coalition. So they might break for Milei.
Well, if it's a coalition, then it's a couple of parties.
Yeah, well, that's basically how.
So they're a coalition of liberalism. So they're a liberalist party. Conservatism, social liberals, conservative liberals. So
they're like our coalition.
Yeah, social conservatives, economic conservatives, conservatives,
classical liberals.
Yeah. Well, I imagine the classical liberals will be over with the libertarians.
Well, Wikipedia says liberalism, and then within it says factions: conservatism, social liberalism, conservative liberalism. That liberalism, it doesn't mean anything anymore. It's so splintered. But I think that'll break from Milei.
That'll be fucking hilarious.
Hell yeah!
So
I can't wait for him to.
This is happening everywhere. I can't wait. So I was talking. So I work with a guy who's from Argentina, and he just happened to be in the office on Friday, and he was checked in with me, and I said, like, because we usually, like, when he stops by, we talk about like politics stuff, and I said, what is the deal with your country's elections? Like, man, holy shit. He's like, oh my god, I know, like, this is insane. He's like, he's like, both of them are terrible. Either way, we're screwed. And he's like, even before they were screwed. I said, yeah, like, because Argentina's economy is a fucking basket case. Their inflation is running, 140% or something ridiculous. Nobody uses the Argentinian dollar or whatever it is. I can't remember if it's a real or whatever. Whatever the Argentinian peso is, nobody uses it anymore. It's basically worthless. Yeah. Everybody uses the US dollar. They need to just abandon the Argentinian dollar, pivot to the US dollar, and then recover themselves. And I think one of Javier's things is to do that.
Yeah, the interesting thing is that the third place candidate there. So Javier Milei, his party is basically non-existent. They're like One Nation or even smaller. So he's not actually running in the second biggest party. He's just the second place candidate.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Yes, I'm looking at it. So he's part of La Libertad Avanza, which is Liberty Advances. They have no seats in the Senate. They have 2 seats in the lower house. So, yeah.
Yeah.
And it's a right wing to far right political.
Oh, everything's
coalition.
a right wing to far. Like these days, everything to the fucking right of Mao is far right.
Ideologically, La Libertad Avanza has been described as ultra conservative. It has taken paleo libertarian, monarchist, anarcho capitalist, Argentine nationalist, and anti-communist positions. So common sense.
Good.
Stop! My dick can only get so much harder.
Exactly. It has been characterized as anti-establishment, anti-politics. It has been accused and opposed to Kirchnerism. I don't know what that is.
Tim Murray said yes. You don't have to sell me on it.
I know, right? And has been accused of denial of Argentine state terrorism during its period of dictatorship in the 1970s and 80s. Oh, okay, whatever. Yeah, I'm in. I'm sold.
Yeah,
I'm sold.
Look, I think most nations need a fucking shake up.
That's really.
I think for far too long,
yeah,
we've just been coasting.
Government knows what it's doing. Government's always right. We have to share. We have to. No, you need to back off and just let people work and try and build a life. Stop trying to take our money and provide everything for us because we don't need most of what you're trying to give us.
Get out of the way and let them just work.
I think for far too long we have been slumbering in abundance and prosperity.
Yeah.
And I think it has made us.
It
has made us weak. It has made us blind to the very real threats that the West has. Like there is something in the West that the West that will destroy it, and it's already here, and it's almost impossible to destroy it. And we need to start, and it needs to start at the universities. It needs to start in schools. We need to de-radicalize, and we need to make the West best, because it is.
Oh, it always will be the best.
Look, I like different cultures. Believe me. Believe me. I love the different cultures. No, I like multiculturalism is nice in concept. But unfortunately, multiculturalism requires cultural relativism in order to work, and I think that's poison. The idea that all cultures are the same. You just, you just need to understand. I mean,
no.
Hang on a second. All cultures are the same. Pardon?
Well, why are two cultures going at it just because one culture bombed the other?
All cultures are of equal importance. No, they are not.
Well, if all cultures are the same and none are better than others, then
it's one culture, right?
Well, then it's perfectly okay. Then from a moral standpoint, it's perfectly fine to throw a gay person off a building because they're gay. Whereas, look, in the West, we know that's wrong. To kill anyone for any reason is wrong.
To kill anyone for most reasons is wrong.
Yeah.
And
Well,
just
look,
because they're
to
gay
kill-
is not a reason.
People conflate this. Defensive force is beautiful. There is a small specific time to kill someone, and that's in defense. It's never for aggressive.
There's always justified killings.
Yeah, it's never in an act of aggression. That's never okay.
Yeah. When I say killing, as in I set out to kill.
Yeah.
Not I respond to an act.
No, yes, that's
with deadly force.
Yes, exactly.
This is not the same thing.
Exactly.
Because the person who tried to kill me is performing the act that is frowned upon, that is not acceptable. At which point it is acceptable to respond to them with force. But force without provocation is not encouraged in the West.
It's basically tyranny.
Yeah.
Although
this is not the way.
I mean, colonization kind of goes against that. The West did at least the countries that make up the West kind of used a lot of force without provocation.
Yeah, and that was wrong.
Yeah, of course.
But we can't unwind the fabric. We can't unring the bell. So
colonization is not my fault, problem, or responsibility.
Exactly.
Yes, exactly. The same way I don't blame all Africans for selling their brothers into slavery.
No, such was the way back in the day.
So that's just how that shit works. So
aren't they still doing that up in Libya?
Yep.
Yeah,
they sell whiting into slavery as well.
Africa's slaves.
So yeah, speaking of multiculturalism, let's do the Israel part. Let's do the Israel stuff. Don't worry, there's no violence. It's fine. I can do this in the regular block. So yes, new pride flag dropped. Someone's integrated. Thank you, Roy. Someone's integrated the Palestinian flag into the.
You are welcome.
Into the gay flag. Of course.
I'm sure the Palestinians are over the fucking moon about this.
Because the universe has a fantastic sense of irony. Watch London protest.
I got a question. Does anybody still have the LGBT pride deal that they're it was for the Pride Center and they were pushing them off the building?
What?
I'll find it.
I don't even know what you're talking about.
What pride deal? What deal?
It was one of their Twitter posts. They actually put a
whose Twitter posts?
It was one of the LGBT Pride Centers.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't.
Admiration isn't always mutual. A group bearing the Palestinian flag tackled down an LGBT plus progress flag and trample it on the ground, sparking conflict during today's demo.
Yes, Palestine. We stand with Palestine. Palestinians turn around and say, "Bitch, we're gonna fucking kill you.
Take them and throw them off buildings."
We don't stand with you.
Yeah,
we stand on you.
Yes.
And yes, I know it sounds
They just-
like an Indian, but that's
Yeah, they just look over their shoulder and say, "Hey, you're next."
It's not audio.
Weird.
That's weird.
I know.
Lol.
I don't think the audio is going to make it any more glorious.
No.
Cows for McDonald's.
Yes, queers for Palestine, chickens for KFC, turkeys for Christmas, cows for McDonald's. Yeah.
That one's
Yes,
great.
curse your sudden but inevitable betrayal.
Ah!
So, the crew of the USS Gerald R. Ford, CVN 78, in the East Mediterranean had been served steak and lobster for dinner on the 22nd. This was last weekend, so to improve morale. So,
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
well, clearly nothing's going to happen because nothing did happen. This was back on the 22nd. So,
I don't have an issue with them eating good.
yeah, neither do I.
That's like
Like,
good.
if-
Good food is good for morale.
If you're if you rock up to a place that sells really inexpensive good food, but back home it's really expensive because they don't produce it or it takes forever to ship and it costs money, I don't have an issue with them going, right, we're in Asia and there's lots of fucking fish. Let's buy fish at dirt cheap prices.
Yeah.
You know,
They're in the Med.
Yeah.
I imagine there's a lot of lobster available.
It's probably the one
They
night-
resupplied in Greece, for fuck's sakes.
Yeah, it's probably the one night where the kitchen and the galley have, they've set aside a certain amount of ingredients just for this one night to have a really good feast.
Yeah.
And like the comments are saying, maybe there's higher
Well,
ups
the comments,
on board. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Also, the comments are like, this used to happen in the Air Force. We did this occasionally. It's not an issue. Like,
Yeah.
it's usually steak and king crab. Like,
Yeah, like submarine crew.
my issue is there are many Twitter accounts that are like, "Ooh, this means we're going to war tomorrow."
Yes, their last meal.
What? Like, come on, stop trying to fucking wish cast a war. Like, stop that shit.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's bound to happen, so you don't need to wish for it.
The Met Police threatened 2 Londoners with arrest for holding up the flag of their country at a Palestinian march, basically suggesting they may be racist.
For the moment, anything racist or even close to racism is said. Hang on, let me finish. For the moment, anything gets anything close to that, all right? People are going to start getting arrested. This is just a verbal warning to let you know we're all on the same page.
Specifically the English flag.
Yes.
And it's
England is a country inside the United Kingdom.
Yes, and these are the native people of England. It's like, but apparently that's
the blacks are the natives of England.
Yeah, I know.
That's fucking me.
The Moors ruled Europe. Or so we're being told.
Fulham says Air Force eats good because they are the chair
Yeah,
force
exactly.
in the rear with the gear and
The fucking
Stargates.
Air Force, of course, they have steak and lobster.
In the rear with the gear.
Meanwhile, the Navy's out there.
REMFs.
Yeah.
Even more so now, you don't even fucking see them.
Mm.
What the fuck is a radar? Verified footage from Gaza on October 16th. Palestinian filming out the window showing Palestinians heading south after Israel issued a warning to civilians to clear the area. Accidentally recorded a family conversation in the background. In it, the child asked the father why they aren't going. The father's response: Hamas has blocked all roads.
So Israel said, "Get the fuck out," because we're going to bomb it. And then
I
Hamas
said it again this morning.
Yeah, and then Hamas says, suck shit, you're locked in here with
We're
us.
blocking the road, so you can't get out.
Yeah.
No.
Don't believe them.
No,
They're
you're
lying.
locked. No, you're locked in here.
Yeah.
You're not with us because we're in the bunkers deep underground.
True. Yeah.
That is true.
We're in the bunkers underneath the hospital.
It's a human shield, but vertical.
I would like that to be independently verified, but
What the fuck happened to live chat on Rumble?
Thermo, I just posted it.
Posted it where?
In show chat.
Show chat. Oh, yeah, okay.
That was years ago, though. But I always just laugh over it now.
What? Oh.
what they're going to do with those people with those flags.
Yes, yes, indeed. Fury on the streets of New York as thousands of anti-Israel protesters clashed with cops after shutting down traffic and refusing to leave. NYPD officers are seen brawling with demonstrators waving Palestinian flags. Thousands of anti-Israel protesters have clashed with police in Bay Ridge after they refused to vacate the Brooklyn suburb, which they flooded on Saturday. They flooded it. They'll have to clean it up. Chaos erupted at the Flood Brooklyn for Palestine demonstration. I wonder why they might have called it Flood Brooklyn. What was the Hamas operation called? Operation Al-Aqsa Flood? Like, fucking, these guys don't make it any easier. They don't make it easy to run cover for them. Like, I feel sorry for the media organizations that have to run cover for these people, because they really don't make it easy. No, they're just supporting, but they're just supporting the Palestinians. It's fine. They don't want to kill all the Jews. They're just
And then
supporting
you see in
Palestinians,
the
and then
crowd,
it's like, we want to kill all the
Hamas
Jews.
flag, the ISIS flags.
Yeah, the ISIS flag, the Hamas flag. No, see, they just support Palestinians. So, I don't think there's any video. Anyway, cares. Sorry, I need to check Rumble because the live chat has fucking vanished.
Well, you're still live.
Your live chat just disappeared. It's just blank. That's okay.
Very refreshing.
I did. It didn't do anything.
Yeah, it's just gone.
Wow, all those super chats are gone now.
Oh, there we go. It works. Yeah, that's right. No. It was mostly Tom Bolo anyway.
Well,
a woman at a shopping center in the wealthy Boston area of Chestnut Hill, Massachusetts, was recorded tearing down photos of missing civilians. Blah 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 blah. This is still fucking happening this week.
Why is she taking the pictures off? Does she work for management office? No. Do you know this person? Is she doing it all? Yeah. That is so sad. That is so sad.
And so yes, she's this is an endodontist. These people get identified so fast. So, and she has been fired from her employer.
There was a few that got fired this.
Yeah.
It's not cancel. It's not cancel culture.
Yeah, I'm just remembering what I was told this entire time, that it's cancel culture doesn't exist. It's consequence. This is just consequence culture. What's the line? When you're used to being advantaged, equality feels like oppression. So I believe that's the line. Protesters who were blocking the road during a die in solidarity with Palestine event claimed a man ran through their protest intentionally. Here's a video of the protesters mobbing the car of an elderly man who they say tried to run them over and shoot at them.
They're supposed to be saying something.
You sharing the audio? Yeah, we go.
Yeah.
There we go.
Minneapolis. Motherfuckers, where you going now? He not going nowhere now. He not going nowhere now.
I feel like these idiots fucking pepper sprayed him.
They did.
Hold up. He not going nowhere now.
I love it.
He not going nowhere now.
This is self-defense.
What's self-defense, Dave? He doesn't hurt anybody.
Yeah. I love it how they're like.
Hey, watch out!
He takes great pains to not drive over anybody.
Right. But that's what I'm saying. Gunning him down, he's doing this to get away.
Oh.
If anyone does want to press charges.
Motherfucker just ran.
Of course he ran.
I love it. You ain't going nowhere now. Really?
Where's Kyle? Where's Kyle when you need him?
It's we need to seek out Kyle.
Deploy Rittenhouse. Deploy Rittenhouse.
Yeah. Put up the Kyle signal.
Man, these Hajis out here on ATVs, man.
It's starting to...
Call them the Hajis because they got the headscarves.
It's exactly what I was worried about.
Now he's pinned. He's pinned with the blockade and all these people here. Meet.
Tombolo for $10 says new coffee fund to replace old super chats. Thank you, Tombolo. I always appreciate it. They show such respect for the flag.
Who's shooting? Was that a backfire?
It was just a backfire or like a firecracker or something.
Yeah.
It wasn't a gunshot. Or if it was one of these retards firing at the car.
Geez, I thought the guy who was running said, "Oh, that someone just fired," or.
And if anybody ever tells you, why would you need 30 rounds? Show them this video.
Oh, we saw that during the fucking pandemic, during the BLM riots. Yeah, no,
yeah.
The whole gun control argument went out the window during the BLM COVID riots.
Yeah.
Yeah, some chick said someone fired.
Yeah, it was probably just a backfire.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it was early on.
Yeah, I saw that when the guy had the camera filming himself running. Excuse me.
You may have noticed the green flag in the previous video. That's the Hamas flag. They don't support Hamas. They don't support Hamas.
Literally flying. Okay, so here's the guy who fired the gun. Okay, so that was a gun, all right? So allegedly. All right, I don't know.
Is that the driver?
Oh, okay. So here's a man who fired the gun and caused the man driving the car to drive into the crowd. So this motherfucker shot at the guy.
Mm-hmm.
The guy took off, and they're all blaming the fucking guy.
Yep.
It's retard mob mentality.
Yeah.
Well, just mob mentality.
Oh, this was saying different city, separate incident. A fucking Jackson Hinkle, man. This guy's a fucking liar. Pro-Israel terrorist arrested after chasing protesters and firing his gun towards a crowd of pro-Palestinian protesters. Fuck right off. You absolute fucking Russian stooge. Guy's literally a fucking propagandist for the Russians.
Well,
and I'm
click
not...
on...
Click on...
click on that... Oh, okay, no, it's in response.
Yeah. This is great.
الله أكبر الله أكبر أقسم بالله شعور عزة وفخر وتمكين الله أكبر الله أكبر الله أكبر الله أكبر الله أكبر الله أكبر الله يثبت المجاهدين وينصرنا يا رب العالمين.
Did you say mujahideen?
Yes.
الله أكبر الله أكبر الله أكبر أحلى صوت تسمع بحياتك الله.
How's it going?
Yeah, that's how it started.
Let's see how it's going.
Why are they shooting back?
قاعد بنقتل له شهادة قاعد بقول له احكي اشهد ان لا اله الا الله وجوده قدامي وجوده.
Lol.
Do you have the one where he's pretending to be the...
Oh, I think that's actually a different guy. I did see that.
It looks a lot like him, though.
Yeah, I know it does look a lot like him. I'm going to play the audio because it's just ridiculous fucking song. Like I know it does look like the guy, but I saw people like, no, that's a different guy. I guess they all look alike to you. Yeah.
Yeah, because I'm a racist, and guess what? I'll care.
Like,
Plus, I expect Hamas to pull shit like that.
If it's not him, this video is probably not relevant.
I don't think it's him.
Yeah.
No.
Because
It's still it's still funny. The guy up
It
top.
is. It is still funny.
It's like yes, and then he's crying about it. Fucking typical liberal fucking tactics. Cry harder.
I hope it's a meme. I hope this does take off as a meme template because it's a great one if it does.
Oh yeah, and use it against all the leftists who start cheering about shit and then get absolutely wrecked by it.
Yeah. So Orpha Rando says, when your city is such a crime-ridden shithole that a Jewish woman being stabbed outside her home right after a worldwide call for an intifada could just be purely coincidental. And it's Fox Detroit. Detroit police, no evidence suggesting the death of Samantha Wall was motivated by anti-Semitism. This is the one we talked about last week. So yeah, there's no update on her case other than they have persons of interest.
Let me guess, they're all white
and that
people.
police are closing in. And that she tried to cheer up her friend with a text message before she was like, it's just, oh, this is a lovely person. Like, why did this happen? Like, it's just those stories. So there's no more news on that other than it definitely, absolutely, totally wasn't 100% certainly wasn't anti-Semitism, but we don't know who did it. School makes Jewish students sign gag order after being attacked. Jewish middle schoolers. We saw this. I'm pretty sure we saw something very similar to this. But it wasn't about being Jewish, it was about something else.
Wait, school made a middle school?
Yeah, so middle schoolers at what is this, Manhattan Beach Unified School District reportedly attacked other students after Hamas attacks on Israel. Said revenge is beautiful and all Jews should be killed. The school investigated and concluded that it wasn't hate speech. Well, hate speech isn't a thing. The perpetrators received no punishment, and the school made the victims sign a gag order to not discuss the incident. I agree to have no verbal, physical, or social media contact directly or indirectly with blank for the remainder of the school year. I will not discuss this incident with any other students. I further understand that any contact or continuation of this incident by telling other students will lead to further consequences. This includes direct or indirect contact on campus or cyber activity.
Oh, so the anti-Semites attacked me and I'm not allowed to talk about it?
Well, I'm sure I've seen this before. It might have been last week because it is from. I think this might be a duplicate because I think I read this last week.
What would you do if one of your kids came home with one of these?
If one of my kids came home with one of these,
yep, from the school.
Well, I would be meeting personally with the signature of the administrator.
Yep.
And then my lawyer would be meeting with the signature of the administrator. And then my cricket bat would be meeting the signature of the administrator's car in the middle of the night.
Yep.
In Minecraft.
I wouldn't put up with any of this bullshit.
Your bat or just a bat?
I didn't say the administrator. I said his car.
Yeah.
And
yeah.
no one will have seen a thing.
Sign those. Kids
Just
are
rip the
not allowed
valve
to
stems
sign
out
them.
of his tires.
They don't have the
Tires are easy to fix.
Yes, but
Smashing all the windows and damaging every panel.
Yeah, but you can drive without.
Yes,
you can drive. You can
except-
still drive with that. You can't drive with
yes,
flat
you can still
tires.
drive with smashed panels. If you take all valve stems out of the wheels, they have to get it towed.
Yeah.
Wow.
And
Remind me
supposedly,
never to piss Baldo off.
if you don't do all four, insurance doesn't cover it, so you slash 2 or 3 of them.
Yeah, and especially if
Or Ryu.
especially if it's
What?
if you can access
No,
the spare, you do 2 on the car and the spare.
Shit, you got experience.
No, I
with
was
this.
saying don't piss off Baldo or Ryu.
Do
No,
have
I
experience
just
with
keep
this?
have to edit stupid shit from psychotic women.
Yes, I do.
AOC claims Israel is guilty of war crimes. They're not. After Hamas invasion, squad member again calls for both a ceasefire as she slams both sides.
Oh yeah, she's part of the squad.
I wish she
with,
would
like,
just lose
two
office and then
Muslims.
start an OnlyFans and make all the money.
Why not stay in office and do it?
And do an OnlyFans. Because you can make all the money while being in office.
Mm.
And you don't have
Yes,
to show
and
your kids.
OnlyFans money too. What better advertisement than
No, that
being
only
in
goes
Congress?
over in Virginia. New Yorkers won't fall for that. Emmanuel Miller, hundreds of journalists and photographers from media companies all over the world attended today a screening of a film of assorted footage showing the extent of the horrors committed by Hamas. Footage was taken by numerous sources, including from body cams worn by the terrorists, dash cams from emergency rescue personnel, and Israeli security service cameras. What they saw left many reporters visibly shocked and disgusted.
Wait, is this them to stop them from promoting Hamas?
This is the hey, all these stories you're writing where you're like, oh, we've not seen any evidence. We've not seen any evidence.
Here's the fucking
Here's
evidence.
the fucking
you retard.
evidence.
And we're not releasing it because it's so horrific, you dumb cunt.
Yes. Like,
that's what they're saying.
yes, this is the face of people who have seen some
saying-
shit now. Who have now seen some shit.
Yes. Welcome to Live Leak, motherfucker.
So I want to make something clear. And I was in all. I think there was. I'm sure there was some. I'm sure there's some descriptions. Maybe I've got it later on. A bit of a crossover with Australian news. Yes, Sean. All human brutalization is fucking awful. Look, if I could teleport all the civilians out of Gaza, I would do it in an instant.
Yeah.
Civilians shouldn't ever pay the price in war. Soldiers sign up. Hamas.
Most of the time.
Hamas agreed. Well, yeah,
Most of the time, soldiers sign up.
Yeah, look, yeah. Most of the time, soldiers signed up. They know what they're getting into. They're at least trained. They're at least equipped. At the very least, they're equipped. Civilians didn't ask for this. Like I said a couple of weeks ago, no one under the age of 33 voted for this. None of them. Do they support it? Maybe. Does that mean they should die? No. If supporting something like this means you should die, well, I think we should start here and then go there. But yeah, I can't. Look. The Israelis do make an effort. Sometimes I think they make less of an effort than other times. I think this time is one of those times. I think it's where they're making less of an effort to be like, look, no, fuck it. Because there was reports because they used to do roof knocks, and the roof knock meant you had 10 minutes to get the fuck out, and they stopped doing the roof knocks. So because they leafleted the whole fucking area and said, you get the fuck out. Everybody out. Everybody get the fuck out. In every fucking language they speak. They've been calling everybody's phones. They've been sending texts. They've been broadcasting on the radio and on TV that you need to get out. You need to head south. And I think they're like, all right, we've told them many times. So everybody left is fully informed. And look.
And I'm pretty sure they didn't do they were daytime bombings.
Yeah.
Like never 2 a.m. shit.
Yeah. They're doing it around the clock now. All right, we found this person in this this guy walked into this apartment building. We know he's there. And now it's like, all right.
What collateral damage?
Yeah. Well, we told them to get out, so too bad. Anyway. I thought originally this was actually just someone playing it on their fucking shitty speakerphone.
Oh no,
it's not, because you can't really see it. But this this display here has the indicator that comes up when there's a guard announcement.
Yes.
So So yes, that is definitely being played over the
Pretty
speaker.
sure he didn't do such a thing. And if he did this while I was on the train, I'll pull emergency blah 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 blah.
More likely a Bluetooth speaker. Yeah, you know.
You know nothing about train. Yes.
You know nothing.
And what part of Sydney are you from, motherfucker?
Yeah, not.
Yes, it's still coming through shitty speakers, just not Bluetooth ones.
Yeah. Christopher Rufo says the sociologist who published the open letter calling for the public to contextualize Hamas terror accepted and then removed Dr. Joseph Mengele as a signatory. Good work, academic sociologist. For now, Dr. Neeg Gerdick is still an official signatory.
Richard Long. Yeah.
And the previous one?
One of the most powerful academic endorsements imaginable, a Latina Muslim and a feminist PhD student full of grief. A Latina Muslim and feminist PhD student full of grief and rage.
And of course, Allahu Akbar was also a signatory.
Yeah.
Back in the first
The
image.
first one.
In the first image, just before.
Oh, yeah,
Dr.
Allahu
Yosef-
Akbar, yeah.
Yep.
So, I don't know if we covered this last week, but this was handed out to Border Force, Customs and Border Patrol. So this is situational awareness for the San Diego field office. Foreign fighters motivated by ideology or mercenary soldiers of fortune attempt to obfuscate travel to or from the United States or from countries in the Middle East through Mexico. And they show you the patch of Hamas, the patch of Palestinian Islamic Jihad, and the patch of Hezbollah. But the funniest part is here, questions of interest. Any association with military or security services or government civilian agencies, any personal or familial relations with Hamas, Hezbollah, Palestinian Islamic Jihad, Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine, or any other similar groups. So these are the questions they expect Border Patrol to fucking ask on your way into the country.
And get a legitimate answer for.
To catch those Hamas or Hezbollah.
Are you a member of
or is it-
Hamas?
Welcome to America. Purpose for your stay? Business or pleasure? Or terrorism? Jihad. Gotcha! Like fucking hell. Yes. 2 weeks on, Israel is still struggling to identify the dead, which is very horrifying. The Met Police again. So this tweet says 200,000 people in London right now with black flags and white Arabic writing on them calling for jihad, the jihadist flags, and which seem too similar to ISIS flags, chanting for genocide of Jews and holding anti-Jewish signs. While this tweet has been deleted, the claim about flags is still being shared. The flags in the lower left photo are not of those of ISIS. They are of the Shahada, which is a dedication of faith in Islam. The Shahada is there is no God but Allah, and Muhammad is his messenger. That's the Shahada. And you have to, and if any of you in the chat want to convert to Islam, sorry, fucking hell. I don't tone police the articles.
What's that?
But yes, the Shahada is, so if you want to convert to Islam, all that is required to convert to Islam is to recite the Shahada and mean it. So to say that there is no God but Allah and Muhammad is his messenger. And if you say that with conviction in your heart, you have converted to Islam.
Thermo is now.
You say that with conviction and true belief. You are. I do not have true belief. We have specialist officers with knowledge of flags, so they have vexillologists working on this operation to assist with these assessments. We know the original poster received abuse following our earlier tweet, and this is unacceptable. We have intentionally blocked out his name and X handle. I just want to point this out that where was it? Let's Google it, shall we? Jihadist flag. Let's have a look at the Wikipedia article, shall we? For a jihadist flag. Oh, what's this? Oh, See this tab? Oh, look at this. Ah. The jihadist flag is commonly used by various Islamist fundamentalist movements as a symbol of jihad. It usually consists of the black standard with a white text of the Shahada emblazoned across it in calligraphy-style writing.
Oh no.
So.
Yeah, trying to gaslight the public. Yeah, it's not going to work.
The Met is fucking terrified of being labelled as racists. They're perfectly fine with the Jews because there's not enough Jews.
I think it's
they don't have to.
Islamophobic. I think it is them being targeted as Islamophobic.
Yeah,
because they hide.
Yeah, they're irrationally afraid of Muslims. Yes, it is literally Islamophobia.
They're terrified of the left and they're terrified of Muslims. They have
Well,
no problem.
Well,
taking out
that's the thing
straight
about the
white-
UK. So back when Corbyn was leading the Labor Party in the UK, he got a lot of his power from an organisation known as Momentum. And what Momentum was it was a Muslim organisation. So it was basically the Labor Party and Muslims. And Momentum went out to Muslim organisations and got them to. So they went to mosques and addressed the congregants and basically got them to join the Labor Party and give money to the Labor Party. So this Momentum group got a lot of people into Labor politics and became a force inside the Labor Party, which meant that the left wing in the UK had to pander to all these new Muslim members. And Jeremy Corbyn is literally he's literally a couple of years back, when he was the leader of Her Majesty's Her Majesty at the time's opposition, talking about his friends in Hamas and his friends in our friends in Hamas and our friends in Hezbollah. Like, not our Palestinian friends, our friends in Hamas, our friends in Hezbollah. These are these are listed terrorist organizations in the UK. And this is the alternative leader of the UK Parliament saying this shit. It was, yeah. Fuck, thank God for Keir Starmer. Holy shit.
And Keir Starmer.
Keir Starmer's not a left wing. Keir Starmer is not a far left lunatic. Like, Keir Starmer is a rational Tory light.
Yep.
Sorry, Sir Keir Starmer. New Jersey handyman refuses to take jobs from Jewish clients in solidarity with Palestinian people. I have a distinct feeling he will never have to worry about Jewish clients ever again. But you go, brother. Commander Hassim al-Akram shot dead in Gaza. Actually, let me remove the AMP stuff from the front so that I actually fucking see this article. That's only marginally better. The fuck are you doing, India?
Zoom in a bit, you should be able to.
Commander Hashim al-Arakam shot dead in Gaza. Laksa el-Tobai terrorist Hashim al-Akram has been shot dead in Gaza. He's Pakistan's leading terrorist, and Laksa el-Tabi's commander, Hashim al-Akram, has reportedly been shot dead in Gaza. He was apparently shot dead by unidentified men in Gaza while trying to defend himself from Israeli airstrikes. The death of Hashim al-Akram, known to be close to Hazif, these are all Pakistani terrorists, because the Indians are very familiar with Islamic terror. There was the I think before, after 9/11, but before 7/7, before the train bombings in London, there was an attack in Mumbai, very similar to what we saw in Israel the other day. Where they basically took over parts of Mumbai with multiple squads, just fucking. I think they took over a hotel and went room to fucking room, killing people. But they weren't targeting Jews; they were targeting Indians. So yeah, the Indians are very happy about this shit because it's getting rid of a lot of their issues as well. Calls to expel students at George Washington University who projected horrifying message in support of Hamas terrorists. Slaughter of 1,400 in Israel and the school's library. I just want you to look at these fucking Like the shit they were like, glory to our martyrs. What? So
Oh, it gets worse.
to contextualize, anybody who dies in the struggle is a martyr. So I can kind of that includes civilians. So the Palestinians and Hamas says basically that any civilian who dies to an Israeli bomb is a martyr, and it is the Palestinians' most solemn wish that they would be martyred in the name of the cause, and it's so fucking ridiculous. I'm pretty sure most Palestinians just want to get on with their fucking lives and not die to a fucking Israeli bomb so that their ID number can go on a piece of paper so Hamas can go, look how many people the Jews killed, and try to curry support for something. Like, fucking ridiculous. Divestment from Zionist genocide now. Whatever. Free Palestine from the river to the sea. Free Palestine from what? I want people to start asking the people who shout out free Palestine from the river to the sea to ask them free from what?
Presumably it's
the Jews. We know it's the Jews.
Yeah. Israeli occupation is the Jews. Yes,
it's the Jews. Yeah.
Yes.
So. Yeah, well, that's exactly right, Sean. That most Palestinians can't do shit. Like look. There's a line from the first Captain America film where the doctor is talking to Captain America and he says people forget that the first country the Nazis took over was their own. This is very simple. Like, this is the same. There are history will not look kind on any of this. Yeah. So I think getting rid of Hamas is a net good. I think if you have to kill half of Gaza to do it, that's not a net good. And that all that happens is you end up replacing Hamas with something worse. I don't think we'll come. I think at the end of the day, the real numbers of dead, because I don't believe there's 7,000 people and half of them babies. Like, yeah, okay. I think at the end of the day, the UN will have real numbers, in a year from now.
When everyone stops caring.
Yeah, and they won't even be close. And look, Hamas does this all the time. Like, Hamas has done this before. There was in the West Bank, there was a refugee camp that was, I can't remember the name. I've got it written somewhere. Let me find it. Actually, give me an opportunity to close all these other fucking tabs. Close. Fucking so many fucking tabs. I think I had it on Twitter. Might still have it open. No, I don't. Bookmarks. All bookmarks. There it is. Okay, so outside the obvious, let me give you an example why it's irresponsible for news networks to use death totals from Hamas and how this choice isn't new. Back in 2002, that's wrong. He fixes it later. During the second Intifada, with a wave of terrorism, Israel tracked many of the attacks to the Jenin refugee camp. Israel decided they had no choice but to go into the camp, which militants had booby-trapped and prepared for a battle. Israel went in on April 2nd. By April 7th, Palestinians were claiming over 500 dead. In the next week, they would raise that number to thousands. CNN reported the Palestinian claim of 900 dead, so did the BBC. There were claims of a massacre, bodies being hidden, that dominated the press. The Israeli operation ended on May 11th. Human rights groups and the UN then went in. The actual casualties, based on those groups, which weren't exactly friendly with Israel, was 53 Palestinians. That includes militants and some civilians. So overnight, the death count went from 900 civilians to 53, mostly militants. 23 Israeli soldiers were also killed. Now, the thing about the Jenjin battle is that it was in the West Bank. The numbers could be verified. CNN and others learned little from that. Hamas is even less reliable than the Palestinian Authority and has full control of Gaza, so there's no verifying anything they put out. These media outlets know this. They know Hamas is making up numbers because it's impossible to provide the numbers in the time they do. News orgs are admittedly in a tough position with Gaza because there are no other sources and people are clearly dying, but taking the Hamas numbers as if they are real or not, at least informing the audience the numbers come from Hamas is clearly irresponsible and harmful. And that's what I mean. This is not new. This is standard practice it's called Pallywood for a reason. I've got a video on Pallywood. Let me find it. There it is. So I didn't date this one, but this is Palestine. I wish people wouldn't do this. Like, look at this fucking shit. It's literally a postage stamp inside of 16 by 9, inside 19 by 6, inside 16 by 9. Like, fuck. And I tried to find the original source, but I couldn't find it, which is why I couldn't date it. But
a lot of smoke here. Like, okay, what's going on?
By the way, this is at the entrance to.
If anybody recognizes this, please let me know in the chat, and I'll go and find the original.
Checkham or Nablus, right?
Yeah. Oh, well, okay, you see some shots fired here, right? Okay, well,
I see flashes.
That's actually fireworks that the Arabs are shooting off.
Okay, but it looks, maybe sounds like shots fired, right?
Look, this is what we want to see right here.
Okay, here's the press lined up on the side of the road.
You see a few IDF soldiers.
Mm-hmm.
They're not even close to the action.
So we got a main road leading into Nablus here. You got the press on the side of the road, panning left.
This is the main southern entrance to a huge Arab city. Okay,
biggest Arab city in Israel, right?
Yeah, closed off. Want to see? There's about 10 to 15
Okay,
press.
that's a lot of smoke.
10 to 15 press lined up on the side of the road. Okay, watch these rocks.
PLO flags.
Watch these rocks.
Rocks flying.
Where are the rocks going? They're just they're shooting rocks into an empty road. Look, just keep watching this. They're launching rocks, not even at soldiers.
Yes, thank you, Fallen, you smart ass. I can see it's We Live in a Movie. I don't mean the TikTok channel that put it up. I mean the actual original video, for fuck's sake.
They're launching rocks right beside the press, ladies and gentlemen.
Wow,
this is a show for the. And look at these tires.
PLO flags.
What are these tires? They hauled the tires in beforehand.
Yeah, well, it might as well be a used tire shop.
I mean, look, they found all these tires. They hauled them in. And look, there's hundreds of people going absolutely nuts the whole time here. Look again.
Right,
okay, so here's the press.
There's the press.
Here's the press. And the rocks on the street are just full of rocks. So and they're not throwing those rocks.
Who are they throwing the rocks at?
Lol, a reading emergency. I'm going to use that in the future.
There
should be IDF right over here, right?
Look at this guy. Okay, he's just chucking a rock there.
Should be hundreds of soldiers and
all
jeeps.
These guys.
They're running at.
You would think, Luke, if you saw a picture, that they would be launching that at somebody.
Running at what? There's nobody there.
Luke,
there's nobody there. Who are they throwing the rocks at?
Literally, those rocks. There's thousands of rocks just piled up in the road there. Nope, they're not throwing them at anybody. They're doing it for that camera guy to get a good shot.
Oh, that would be a great picture.
Okay, watch this. Look, this is hysterical. See that lady throw that rock? That lady tried to throw a rock.
Sorry, what did you say, Roy?
Is this where AOC learned it?
Oh yeah, I'm surprised she's not standing at a gate going. Look, this is nothing new. This isn't from this current conflict, but I've seen Pallywood shit from decades ago, from before the Second Intifada. This is the PLO has been doing this shit forever, and Hamas follows the same playbook in a lot of cases. They know what works. They know how to manipulate the media.
Yeah, I saw that.
She's telling the media to come closer. She's laughing.
Come here. Hold on. It'll be a better picture if you come a little closer. Oh yeah, there we go.
She literally is laughing and telling the media to come a little closer. That's how scary it is. Okay, now we're going to preface this, Luke, because she's laughing, and now, okay, no shots fired here. What is the ambulance all about?
Right.
Did one of his friends knock him in the back of the head with a rock he was throwing, or shoot him with a firework
from Gaza where you misfire and hit yourself?
Look at all these ambulances.
That's a lot of ambulances.
There's ambulances spinning in. They're making circles. The whole time I was there for an hour. These ambulances are just on rotation, zipping in, zipping out, zipping in, zipping out, and you see it. This is what's going on, and people are acting like they're hurt. They're getting in the ambulances. They're I honestly, I'm sitting right there.
Right.
I didn't see anything on how anybody got hurt unless, their friend bumped them or something. But literally, it's a crisis zone.
Well, it reminds me, too, of a friend of ours was saying he was a medic and he was stationed in Ramallah and he saw a riot like this.
Okay, look, this is it. Watch this. You gotta watch.
Somebody is about to be loaded. This is exactly what I was about to say. He saw people being loaded into ambulances, and then he followed the ambulance around the corner, and they would jump out, and the ambulance would circle back around.
Okay, that's exactly what's going on here. This guy, he's faked out. He's jumped down, and now he's
waving his hand.
He's waving his and the medics all.
It'd be really nice if this wasn't the size of a fucking postage stamp.
All ran in, take him off. They're gonna go put him in the ambulance. We're gonna replay this guy's in a little bit of a slow motion for you.
Nice.
Okay, here's the guy. He stands up.
Oh, he just stands up.
Hey, there's nothing wrong with him. You can even look closer.
He's going back down.
Go back, guys. He's actually like smiling. There's nothing wrong with this person. He lays down.
He was down on the ground, and then he stood up, and then I think he just went down again.
He's like, wait, skit's not over.
Right.
They're like, no, get back down. And now he's waving. They're calling the ambulance in. He comes in. There's video cameras all around. You see the cameras.
Wow.
They're calling, hurry up, come in here fast. The cameras are on.
Cameras are rolling.
Cameras are rolling. We need this kind of footage because the international community. Again, where are the IDF soldiers?
Oh yeah, the little boy. Yeah, that was very much the same. Like, there's a photo. Fuck. What do you guys see if you can find it? There's a photo of the kid on the Turkish beach, lying dead, and
the dead kid on,
and the photographers are off to the side. Someone took a photo of the kid with the photographers in the background. I'm sure I fucking saw that, or I just fucking hallucinated into existence.
No. Unless I've shared your hallucinations, I do recall that picture.
Yeah, like we are being manipulated by everything all the time. It feels like. Yeah. Yeah. Fallen says I have the photo, but not in your Discord.
They're
over here to your left, to the left of the
and you know what the
screen,
IDF
or
is
behind
doing?
the screen.
The IDF is protecting an Israeli civilian road
Right.
from these rioters.
Oh, there they go. They carry him off.
They're running him off. Okay, see him? You see
Act
this
like you're
green hero Hamas guy in the back here?
It's hilarious.
Not at all. They're playing with each other, having fun. Look at me, take my picture again. Running him through the ambulance. This is it. They're gonna
Look, make no mistake. Like, Israel does actually kill Palestinians, and a lot of times for no reason. Like, they approached the border fence too close, and these guys will just shoot at them, and that's fucked up. Like, that's absolutely fucked up. So, but. God damn it. Sorry, yeah, no, that's fair. Sorry, the IDF. So. Yeah, it's IDF soldiers. Yeah. Sorry, no, that Sean, that's absolutely right. That's it's not fair to say Israelis doing it. That's just the same as saying Palestinians when you mean Hamas. God damn it. Is this actually, like, Baldo, you sent me this. Is this actually a Pallywood thing? Because it feels like a die-in.
It says Pallywood.
I know it says Pallywood, but, like, it looks like a die-in. One of those ridiculous fucking die-ins. But yeah, you get the point. France 24 English did a piece on it last year, no, year before.
Well, it's time now on the program for Truth or
Don't ask me why France 24 has a British woman doing the English.
Isn't this like Reuters or Russia Today? Shout out to Farron, have their international presenters or international
Maybe
channels?
like it's France 24. Like I mean, AFP is Agence France Press, and Reuters is French as well.
I thought Reuters was German.
Is Reuters German?
It's
I thought it was
European, either
French.
way. It's European, other way.
Would.
Yeah, I would.
Yeah,
Yeah, totally.
It's very attractive.
Fake with James Creedon, who's with me here in the studio.
House.
James, hello to you. This is our fact-checking element of
Yes.
the show. We are looking at whether images you're seeing online are true or not, and you're starting off with an image of a young girl. Now, the claim is she's Palestinian and she's been injured in the conflict with Israel. What can you tell us?
That's right. So this is an image that has been circulating a lot. It was shared on Italian language Facebook, and it shows a girl, and the claim in that image is that she's Palestinian and that she was injured in bombs, by fragments of bombs that were dropped by the Israeli army. Now, in this particular instance, that's actually not true. And this particular fact-checking media in open.online, which is Italian language fact-checking, they were able to ascertain that that's not the case. And that in this particular instance, it was down to a syndrome called Sturge-Weber syndrome, which is a rare skin condition. So this was false information that was circulating online, claiming that this little girl had been injured in that particular situation. Now, this is something that comes up regularly in terms of it's been called Pallywood. That's the term that was coined. It's a sort of portmanteau of Palestinian and Hollywood. It's a coinage used to describe supposed media manipulation, distortion, or fraud by Palestinians putatively designed to win the public relations war with Israel. But actually, the term was coined by those who would have, I suppose, be more pro-Israel in their outlook. Right. In any case, it's very complex, and just to give you a sense of the complexity of it, this is going back to May of this year. Let's just play this particular image here. We should have some sound on it. So that particular video claims to show Palestinians in Gaza daubing fake blood and fake paint wounds on children to gain global sympathy, etc., etc., etc. So it's the claim here is that these images are part of a sort of an industry of falsification of images to gain sympathy for the Palestinian cause. In fact, those images, and this was Reuters, but various media were able to verify this. They were actually part of Doctors Without Borders, the French NGO, a campaign that they were engaged in to draw attention to the fact that there is real plight in the Palestinian territories and there are real injuries. And so this was a video actually designed to draw attention to that. So it was done and overseen. This is actually TRT, the Turkish international station.
Taking part in a project by French charity Doctors of the World.
So there you go. That was a project overseen by Doctors Without the World. It was in order to draw attention to the real plight and suffering, but it was passed off in that particular instance as falsification and willful misleading of the public.
Yeah, and as you say, this is clearly a complex, layered issue that you're dealing with here, and sometimes fake news can go the other way as well, where you have real images that are wrongly explained as being products of Pallywood.
Right. So the first example we saw there, I mean, that was willful misleading. That was clearly a case of somebody taking an image and presenting it as something that it was not. That
it's called
example that we just saw there,
image persuasion.
because it is involving face paint and whatnot, you could understand that people might be confused or not willfully misled, if you like. But there are cases as well of situation where this is Deutsche Welle, the German media. Now, they draw attention to this particular image. Now, not a speck of dust on the bassinet, truly a miracle captured by a New York Times photographer without the slightest staging done, because that would be unethical, etc., etc. And this was actually an authentic image from May of this year. It was captured by a New York Times photographer, Samu Abu Elouf, and it's being presented here as something that was staged. It was not. So the whole Pallywood thing is very complex and certainly
Sabu Anu, who gives a fuck?
Highly politicized and
points then clearly to the way that Palestinians and Israelis are trying to play out their conflict and win.
Exactly.
And win
it's political.
I'd just like to remind everybody, this is not a current video. This video is from a year ago. So, like,
yeah, France 24.
It's political communications. It's not. I suppose, an honest effort to demonstrate fakery.
All right, really interesting. Thanks for highlighting some of that stuff to us, James. Let's move on now to another story altogether. This is images from the COP conference in Glasgow, the climate conference taking place right now. Now, these are images.
Oh yeah, we don't care about that. That was the private jets thing. And then there's stuff like this, where it's like, wait a minute, what happened to these triplets who all wear the same clothes? Like, it's just questions everywhere.
It's almost like it's not a triplet; it's the same girl,
being rescued by 3 different people.
Photo op.
Yeah, and that's the problem too. A lot of it is like where you get it where it's half real, where yes, the girl was pulled from the rubble.
Mm-hmm. And you pass her around 3 different men and have
and we passed her around 3 different men and took 3 different photos. Or it didn't actually happen in Gaza. It's real, but it happened in Syria.
Yeah, from totally different conflict.
Yeah,
from an earthquake.
Oh yeah, from Turkey in an earthquake. Like
not even war. Yeah.
So I mean, how many times do we see images of this stuff locally? It would be easy to find images from a car wreck or something like that, someone being rescued, and you just say, "Oh, this is happening here. It's happening there." Like, it's so easy to do this kind of deceptive image persuasion that we cannot, like, we've outsourced fucking propaganda. Like, it's crowdsourced. We're crowdsourcing propaganda now.
That's why I don't trust most of the things the media actually says.
Yeah.
Like, you can't these days.
It's what did Denzel say? If you read the newspaper, you're misinformed. If you don't read it, you're uninformed. So
yeah, if you don't read the paper, you're uninformed. If you read the newspaper, you're misinformed.
Yeah, exactly. And I'd rather be uninformed than misinformed. I'd rather be ignorant than lied to.
Well, look,
I'd rather not know something. Than be lied
it's
to.
important. It's important to contextualize everything.
Yeah.
Like, you have to take everything in context.
Personally, I'd rather read it and assume they're lying until it's verified.
That's what I do.
Dovrier, no provrier.
Trust but verify.
Russian proverb. Trust but verify.
I thought it was a Reagan quote, but
it is a
Just
Reagan
don't verify
quote. The joke is it's a
here.
Russian proverb.
Okay.
Why don't we want to verify Amaranth?
Amaranth's beer.
That Amaranth is actually a real woman. Yes.
Look, I'd only drink it if it was out of a snatch.
Jesus.
We've seen her snatch.
I will drink from the bottle.
From the fucking sauce.
I wouldn't want to go anywhere near it.
University of Pennsylvania faces free speech hypocrisy. Shocked. Storm for refusing to discipline pro-Hamas protesters despite probing into law professor who said America would be better with fewer Asians. This show would certainly be better. No, I'm kidding, Ray. I'm kidding, Ray.
Wow.
I love you, Ray. You know it.
Got him.
I had to go for the joke. It was right there. It was just easy to pick.
No Asians allowed.
I kind of will feel that
No,
way when he's put me on an 8-hour ban.
It was 6. It doesn't go up to 8 hours.
One's okay.
But no, it's no Asians, so we can have one.
Yeah, that's what I mean. No Asians allowed. One's okay.
One's okay. One's fine. So yes, whatever.
But if we find a big titty goth Asian, you're out.
Then yeah, sorry, Ray.
You're out.
We've got to have some sort of a hierarchy, some sort of criteria.
Look, it's yeah, whatever. Fucking hell. Of course, there's hypocrisy. Hippocrates. Queen Rania of Jordan rages against the West for its support of Israel. Says there's a glaring double standard in treatment of the war that began before October 7th.
Yeah, but she's hot, so she gets a pass.
So this is Queen Rania.
Oh my God, she's got crazy eyes too. Look at her.
She does have crazy eyes, yeah.
Well,
she also Jordan.
Oh, so
on the other side of the Jordan.
She was born in Palestine,
so. As a Palestinian, as a mother, as a human being. That's 2 more stories about Queen Rania. I don't give a fuck. So a killer
I'm
given
interested if she shows the tits.
So I couldn't figure out where this guy was from, but he is Muslim. So I thought it might be.
I gathered that by the name and the face.
Might be. Well, I googled it and Bing's like, oh yeah, he's from Spain. I'm like, wait a minute.
No, she's Arab, preacher.
So yes, killer given 2 life sentences for unspeakable murders. So yes, this is a Muslim man, and he killed 2 gay guys in. Well, he killed 2 gay men and took the eye of a third.
You mean just serving his god?
Well, that's basically it. Yeah. So he pled guilty in July to the murders of Silgo in Silgo of Aidan Moffat on April 10th last year, and Michael Snee 2 days later. He further admitted intentionally causing a serious harm to Anthony Burke on the 9th of April. So yeah, he basically went on a 4-day rampage and killed 2 people and stabbed a third. So the court heard that one murder victim was decapitated with 43 stab wounds. The second man was stabbed 25 times, mainly to his head, neck, and chest. Polanyi told the police that after his arrest, he suffered with mental health issues.
Is anybody shocked?
So yeah.
Not even in the slightest.
So yeah. So he's one of our members of the government. Tony
Canterbury
Burke.
Bankstown Council has voted to raise the Palestinian flag until a ceasefire is declared in Palestine. That's in your electorate. Do you support it?
I support the decision completely. You need to understand, in my part of Sydney, people are watching every day death. They're watching every day images, sometimes of people they know, often of children. I had a professional woman say to me the other day, she has never seen so many.
How do you be a professional woman? Is that like Dylan Mulvaney?
Yeah.
Is he a professional woman?
What?
Yes.
And what's on the criteria? Nagging.
Often the images they're seeing turn out to be of people they know. Everybody if I go through the suburbs across from Belmore, Lakemba, where I live in Punchbowl through to Bankstown, pretty much everybody knows somebody who has lost someone. And until the council made that decision, there was nowhere in Australia where those colours were being acknowledged as worthy of grieving. So when the councillor Coda Saleh, who's my local councillor, brought forward that resolution, and then the mayor BLL Hayek supported that resolution,
Very Australian sounding names.
Unanimously. They were truly representing the grief that is in the community. And once again, it is not the Hamas flag that's flying. It's a Palestinian flag. And it's a flag that gives people the chance to know that there is recognition and not selective grief. We can't say we only grieve for certain people who are slaughtered. We can't have a situation as a nation where we only formally acknowledge particular deaths.
The only way those names would sound more Muslim is if they had Allah in the name.
Well, for those who aren't familiar with the western suburbs of Sydney, or southwest Sydney, Canterbury Bankstown is that's the Muslim area.
Yeah. It's where the Lebs live, man.
It's where a large population of Lebanese live. Syrians, Palestinians. It's the Middle East of Australia.
And I know some of his wording mimicked the wording that the Indigenous leadership was pushing out with that open letter.
Oh, of course. Let's see what his opinion is of the Opera House.
Knowledge the Palestinian loss of life.
So we know that the Opera House was lit.
God damn it!
Was lit up in the Israeli flag colours. Do you think that was the right call?
Look, the decision that was made, I agree with what Matthew Thistlethwaite said to you on Q&A the other night. Not all the listeners might have watched the episode, but when Matt said as a general rule with the Opera House, the more we start to return it to an arts and cultural precinct, and it got to the point where it's been used for commercial advertising as well, that's the proper use for the Opera House, and it's sensible for us to start considering getting back to that.
Oh, okay. So just so I understand, Palestinian flag in being raised in place of the Australian flag. Okay. lighting the opera house in Israeli colors the fucking day of basically Israel's 9/11 times 1,000. Not okay.
I wonder if he'd be okay with the Palestinian colors on the opera house.
I'm sure he would be.
Yeah, he's a fucking hypocrite.
Yeah, they're all hypocrites. The interesting thing is,
All of them are.
I would like the Bankstown Council to raise the Israeli flag as well in solidarity with the Israeli citizens, Arabs among them, who were murdered by Hamas.
You know, the only way that's going to happen is if it's on fire.
Yes.
Oh God.
The concept of having places where people were able to grieve with the Israeli colours, with the Israeli flag, I respect absolutely. And don't disagree about having places to do that, separate to a decision about the opera.
You know, like churches, mosques, temples,
synagogues,
council chambers, bridges,
Jewish places of worship.
Well, temple is
synagogue, temple. Okay,
synagogue, temple.
Yep.
But in the same way, we have had, until Canterbury Bankstown Council made that decision, no parallel for the grief of Palestinians. And I'm really glad that the council made that decision. I'm very proud that it was my local council.
And should it happen more broadly in Australia at the moment, given the numbers that you have pointed to?
Oh, you know, the 7,000 numbers that
I suspect
that
it
we
will,
just
and no one should view that. And some people will say, look,
there aren't that many Palestinians in Australia.
We often fall into where it says if you acknowledge anything in favour
there's
of
a few.
Palestinian
I know
or
there's some, but there's not.
That
even in
in
Bankstown,
any way
I thought the
you
Arab
acknowledge that there is a
population was
history
mostly
that began before
Lebanese,
October 7,
not Palestinian.
That somehow that's making excuses.
There's a lot of
for
Lebanese
Hamas.
Palestinians.
It's not. It's simply the case that people have a right to be able to grieve.
I think the largest population of Palestinians outside of like the West Bank and Gaza Strip is in Lebanon.
Okay. When innocent life is lost. And
there's an estimated 7,000 Palestinians in Australia,
which certainly hasn't driven any of the interviews on this program, but has driven some of the media, is something that I don't want to see in Australia. I believe we do have the maturity, and we need to have the maturity to have the respect for each other's grief.
Does it also mean that your government needs to have a tougher line on
Jordan has
Israel's
the largest
bombardment
Palestinian diaspora
and
there you go.
deprivation, as you say,
Then
with
followed by
the
Israel,
food of the
and then
Israeli
Syria, Chile.
government. You need to
Chile,
use,
Jesus
you
Christ.
are right now, but
And
everyone
Lebanon.
needs to be using stronger language to condemn it.
I think the
fallen not 7,000 Australians, like not 7,000, as in the 7,000 deaths.
I was just coincidentally
in Gaza.
Coincidentally, there's only about 7,000 Palestinians in Australia.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Palestinian Australians are okay. Australians.
So if Israel had bombed Australia, they would have wiped them out according to Hamas.
Yeah, Palestinian Australians are Australian citizens of Palestinian origin. Okay.
Don't give me any ideas there,
all
mate.
Palestinian immigrants who live in Australia. There are an estimated 7,000 Palestinians in Australia. So there's almost no Palestinians here.
Yeah.
Yeah, most of the largest
group
group of them is in Jordan.
Yesterday were highly
and then Israel, and then Syria. So it's in the Levant, of course.
Anyway, yes, UN's going to UN. So I think it might have been the Indians passed tried to get an amendment, as in subcontinent Indians, not woo woo. Red dot, not woo woo.
The Bobs and Vagine.
Yep. But yes, they tried to get
How racist are you?
Very apparently.
Sniper dot not feather. That's how racist I am.
So I think it was the Indians.
I can go worse if you want.
Yes, the Seminoles. Yes,
they tried to get an amendment to condemn Hamas added to the General Assembly vote condemning Israel, and it failed. Failed to get the 2/3 majority required with 55 countries voting against and 23 abstentions.
Mm-hmm.
It's as follows: in favor 88, against 55, abstentions 23. Having failed to obtain a 2/3 majority of members present and voting, Draft Amendment A/ES10.
I fucking hate the UN. It is a complete and utter waste of time. The idea that the UN is responsible for the long peace is fallacious. I will tell you exactly what is responsible for the long peace. It's fucking mutually assured destruction.
Mm-hmm.
Nuclear weapons are responsible for the long peace. The UN is not responsible for any of it. If anything, the UN just makes things worse.
Well, when you've got Saudi Arabia on the Human Rights Commission or Council,
fucking Venezuela, North Korea, this is
They say it's a rotating roster of members.
It's aspirational, Tim. They have to aspire to be better while being on the council.
Yeah,
it's fucking ridiculous.
Everyone gets a turn on. Everyone gets a turn on the council.
Thermo, it's symbolic.
It's symbolic.
It is symbolic. And again, what do we say about symbols? Get fucking rid of them. For most of them.
Symbols do matter, though.
They do.
Yeah,
matter.
no, they do.
They do.
And
And
then
you can have when you have too many symbols, you lose unity.
And see, Baldo understands that the callback is the key to comedy.
All I'm asking you to do is move out of the bike lane.
I don't care what you're asking. I don't gotta comply with you.
No, of course not. But that's just the law.
So go your ass around.
It's not safe. I don't want to go into the contraflow lane.
Your life is not my concern.
I understand that. I am, in fact.
I knew it. I knew it. I knew it. I knew it. I knew you was a Jew. You people are the devil. Now we're going. I knew it. You are the devil. Now we're going. Hey, bro.
He sounds like Mr. Farrakhan.
Yeah.
It's never been a secret. It's never been a secret that black people in general are very anti-Semitic in the United States. It's
the Nation of Islam, yeah.
Exactly.
This is why New York is sometimes great. This is why Brooklyn is
Why
great.
do you rip it off? Why do you rip it off? Put it back. Why do you rip it off? Put it back. Well, show me what you're holding. So, yeah, keep it on. No, what are you doing? Do you know where they are right now? Do you have any idea where they are right now?
All right,
I'm a veteran. I'm telling you.
all right.
Don't do it.
I'm not
He's
fucking Jewish. He's not Jewish. I don't know if he is or not. Doesn't fucking matter. This is fucking the U.S. That's New York City. You don't have a fucking right to touch that shit. This is a free country. You can wave your Palestine flag and say death to the Jews or America whenever you want. But we can put up fucking signs. Okay? Then don't rip that down. You are doing something. You're offending us, motherfucker. Yeah, you are. When you throw that on the floor, you're littering the city. In a minute, I'm going to litter the fucking floor with you. You have a proof? So move the fuck on. Do you have proof?
That is so New York.
No, so shut the fuck up.
Right. It's the fucking way New York ought to fucking should be.
Dying to fucking put you in the hospital.
I used to work with a guy from Brooklyn who, former U.S. Army.
Yeah.
He was very much like that. Like, he was a short guy.
Short Italian guy?
He was a short Italian guy who had a very Italian name. Yes, he was very much like that. He was I'm gonna you do this shit to me, I'm gonna fucking kick your ass. Like, very fucking that very Brooklyn fucking I'm gonna do this to you.
Mm-hmm.
Like working
this
class
fucking
Brooklyn.
every word ends in a full stop.
Your typical New Yorker, yeah.
Fuck you, my friend. Enjoy your day.
This ain't over.
I'm gonna litter the floor with you.
Also, this is from the Sex Workers Union. A statement of solidarity with
Oh, well,
just like Queers for Palestine.
This is exactly what I was waiting for. I didn't know who to decide with until these guys
Yeah, now
put out
that-
a statement. Now that the whores have put out a statement, I know who to vote, who to support.
I'm still waiting for Ja Rule.
What does Ja
Somebody
Rule
get- What does Ja Rule think?
20 years on and it's still relevant. Oh my God.
We, the Sex Workers Union, stand in explicit and unequivocal solidarity with the people of Palestine. There are no words that can adequately convey the depth of our horror and the strength of our condemnation at the dehumanization and genocidal violence enacted upon the Palestinian people by the settler colony of Israel. Yeah, I'm not even going to We mourn the loss of civilian lives of Palestinians, Israelis, and foreign nationals who have been made victims of the ongoing occupation and conflict. The number of deaths, almost half of which are children, cannot be allowed to grow any further. Blah, blah, blah.
Aren't whores stoned in
Yes.
Palestine? So.
Yes. From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free is how they signed off. And, of course, they didn't open their replies. So.
Oh, this is the British Sex Workers Union.
Yes, the British Sex Workers Union.
Thought
the US doesn't have a Sex Workers Union.
Yeah,
I know this was probably a troll, but this is literally the best community note I've ever seen. Let me...
it is in fact a cat.
Let me maximize this. Suleiman Ahmed, who was an incredibly large propagandist on the X platform. Palestinian boy shares his bread with a dog. Readers added the context they thought people might want to know. That is a cat.
So
and link to the Wikipedia article.
Yeah, I love
cat.
how they link to.
So Catnip Babe's a dog.
You need
huh?
you need to add links now.
You have to have a source.
Yeah, if you're doing it on mobile, it requires you to put a link in.
Yeah.
Yep.
So you need to be referencing a source.
And when you're rating the notes, there's a section that you mark is for the site.
Tells you open the source.
It says, "Is this source good?"
Yeah. And if you don't open the source, it tells you should open the source before you rate it.
Yep.
So the number one propagandist on the number one Putin propagandist, because this guy literally, like, his girlfriend is a Russian model. He's visited the Kremlin. Like, this guy's a literal propagandist. Jackson Hinkle says Haaretz's investigation exposes all of the Israeli lies from October 7th, just like I predicted. Confirmed number of dead is 900, not nearly 2,000. 50% were Israeli soldiers. Most deaths have sign of being dead during tank shelling. No evidence of Hamas burned any Israelis, but burns occurred from Israeli shelling. No beheaded babies. Defiling of Hamas fighters' bodies while Israeli soldiers were taken with respect to morgues. Israel has number of people shot. Hamas shot less than 100. Most were settlers with guns on them. Israel had lied about everything while committing a grotesque genocide. Share the truth. Meanwhile, Haaretz says this post has been the post seen in this photo contains blatant lies about the atrocities committed by Hamas on October 7th. It is absolutely no basis in Haaretz reporting, then or since. So literally, the source is fucking disputing your trust me bro bullshit. Like,
oh wait,
there
he
really
sourced
has
the person, and they're like, no.
Yeah, exactly. Haaretz is the newspaper. It's like one of the biggest newspapers in Israel and the Middle East. Like, it's very critical of the regime as well.
That's almost a bigger oof than Talcum X being called out by the people.
Exactly. That's I would say that is as big an oof. Like, but seriously, I'm not a fan of deplatforming, but this guy does nothing but push disinformation every fucking day. Lie after lie after lie, and he's getting paid to do it by the Kremlin and by fucking Elon Musk. So it's just fucking, like, seriously. The man behind the Harvard truck that drives around displaying the names of anti-Semites had his house raided by a SWAT team. Hamas supporters really don't like it when you call them out. Adam Gillette, the man behind the truck, revealed that cops searched his home at 1:30 a.m. on a Friday. There is no reason for police to kick in your door at 1:30 a.m. on a Friday. But someone had falsely called the police claiming Gillette was holding a gun to his wife's head, which is always the fucking way. It's how they roll.
How?
I just want to point out, notice something when they approach the door.
He starts typing in the code.
That's the melody to Funky Town. Sorry, there's no sound.
There's no sound anyway.
I just thought South Park reference. Sorry.
How did they get the code?
That is what I want to know.
Yeah.
Is that
I care a little bit less about someone getting swatted than I do about the police being able to just walk in the fucking door.
Did they call in to whoever the manufacturer is?
Well, is this a Liberty Safes thing again?
Yeah,
we've
got
an
override.
Yeah.
Or did they call him up and say, "Hey, look, we've had a credible threat that shit's going down," and he's like, "Look, I'm not even fucking home. Here's my code. Go in."
I don't think it's a ring. I don't think it's a ring device because this camera is a Nest.
Yeah, no, but that's
It's
what
a
I'm
Nest
saying though.
camera.
They called him up because he's on some list of don't
no,
SWAT.
Sorry, Fallen Preacher just said so. Ring bypasses the front door, but it's not a ring. I think it's a Nest device.
And it's not, the camera's not on the keypad.
Yeah.
So it could be a completely different device.
Well, yeah, and it could
I'm
be
wondering
completely
if they
different
call
device.
him up and say, hey, look, because it says he was in a completely different part of
They don't call. They just fucking show up.
Yeah, but no, that's what I'm saying though. If he's on a list and they're like, hey, look, we've got a thing, we're coming, and it's like, look, I'm not even home, no one's there. If something's happened at my house, here's the code. Go in, do your checks.
Yeah.
Because that, like,
there are
if
certain,
if no one's there, but, yeah, I just want to know how they.
Or is there a default fucking code?
That's what I'd be more concerned
Like,
about.
is there a default code that these fuckers know? Because if there is, the fucking people need to know this shit.
So there are door locks that like Amazon Prime to put them through.
Hmm.
That's the question: is it tied with the?
Yeah, I'd want to know. I'd really need to know, like, who the fuck, like, how the fuck they got in. I just want to point out. Ian Miles Chong says that, like, he's the only person I've muted. They'll stop at nothing to intimidate anyone who disagrees with them. Colin Rock says the people who swat someone must face punishment. Seems like this is becoming more common. There's some fucking irony to fucking him replying to Ian Miles Chong.
Replying to a swatter, yes.
To someone who literally has swatted people.
Who is Colin Rugg? Is he potentially in knowledge that?
No,
Ian
I doubt he
likes to
knows.
kill
These
dogs?
people are just conservative normies.
Yeah, he's just assuming that the guy was swatted.
He owns Trending Politics, so it's just a news website, a politics website. So
he may not be aware of who Andy
no,
Wolski is.
no. Look, it's deep law. Like that's deep. You've got to fucking hate Ian Miles Chung enough to actually look into him.
Yeah, Ian's bullshit is ancient
shit.
history at this point. Most people, that's why so many people.
Sean, yeah, it could be savant. He's just a savant.
Could be a
cop.
savant cop. Yeah,
he just knew.
He deduced it, but you know, people. It really pisses me off. All the fucking right wingers and still some of the libertarians still interacting and broadcasting Ian Miles Chong. I'm like, motherfucker, do you not know what this guy has done?
Like, he's not even in America, and I appreciate that as someone who isn't in America,
He's
who
in
comments
Malaysia.
on American politics. Yeah. But for fuck's sakes, at least I'm not a piece of shit.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Yes, Thermo's never doxed anybody or swatted somebody or had somebody's dog killed.
Thermo's not pretending. Like Thermo's not on one side and then followed the river to the other
Fallen
side.
Preacher,
that was a
Fallen
joke.
Preacher says Thermo just justified the existence of Kiwi farms to keep track of these arseholes. Fallen, you're goddamn right. Like, abso-fucking-lutely, I will justify the existence of the Kiwi farms every fucking day. I justify the existence of any US legal website. So they all deserve to exist.
There is justification in law for Kiwi farms. I believe it's called
Bite me.
The First Amendment.
Article 1, Section Bite me. Pro-Palestine and Jewish protesters are arrested in New York after hundreds stormed Grand Central to demand a ceasefire as Israel pummels Gaza with unprecedented airstrikes, steps up ground operations, and cuts off communications. So here's the... Intifada! Intifada! Stabby says, I miss anything worth going back for. Just catch the replay later. Catch the replay later. There's some rants in there from me, but they're not time sensitive. And yes, Tim was talking about the incest when he was growing up. Yes, that is fucking true, Poker. He's a fucking thief.
Yeah.
He fucking steals people's content and reposts it.
Didn't he steal? But I thought he actually stole money from the quarter.
Reposts
that
it
too.
as his own.
He
Like, there's one thing
rebadged the
if
stuff
you-
he steals as his own too.
If you grab a bunch of shit and you source it,
Yeah.
it's another to repost it and not say that it's someone else's content. Because he doesn't link other people's tweets. He steals the videos and posts them.
Yeah. Yep. He's a fucking piece of shit. Like, I really wish the Malaysian government would go after him for something. I'm sure he said something bad about the king.
Does Malaysia have last rules?
Does Malaysia have a king? I'm pretty sure Malaysia has a king. That's the
I thought
one.
it was
I'm pretty
Thailand.
sure.
Thailand has a
Thailand
king.
definitely has a king.
Yeah. It's a monarchy. Yeah. Malaysia's
okay.
a monarchy.
Maybe, yeah. So Malaysia's a monarchy. Okay, yeah. So I'm pretty sure it's the one. It's the one where if you insult the king, you get off to fucking jail.
Yeah, that's a thing in Thailand as well.
And that's
like 3 years or something like that.
This is the thing. A lot of these protesters are actually Jews. So
Who are they protesting again?
they're protesting against Israel. They demand a ceasefire.
Fucking hell. Okay.
No, they demand to go in the oven.
Oh. BBC official told staff to accuse Israel of ethnic cleansing, according to a leaked email. I will do this article and then we'll cut over to Rumble because despite my desire to keep this under fucking 7 hours, what Thermo wants and what Thermo gets never line up.
When Thermo wants a 12-hour show, you'll get a 2-hour show.
Yeah. I'd care less if I didn't have to work in the office tomorrow. I need to fucking change my days around. But we're running with fewer staff this week because everybody's on fucking holidays. So I have to go.
Yeah.
What holiday?
Holiday, a vacation.
Yeah, but what holiday is...
What holiday? What
is in Australia?
Everyone's going on a holiday. Everyone's taking leave and then going on a holiday.
Yeah,
so you don't have like Halloween going?
No, we don't have public holidays for Halloween and shit.
No. People are celebrating it, but yeah, it's not a holiday for us.
No, one of my so we run a very tight team, and one of my guys is in Canada.
Please
for
don't
a wedding.
tell me it's as tight as
No, he's in Canada. He's in Canada for a wedding. So.
I was gonna make a fucking family joke, but don't worry.
Yes, Fallen Preacher, Yahoo Serious' birthday is a public holiday. Yes.
Really?
Oh, you fucking.
Well, I was thinking, was he born on a public holiday?
No, not the one not that I know of. I don't even know his birthday.
Okay.
So the email complained that, quote, words like massacre, slaughter, and atrocities are being used in reference to actions by Hamas, but hardly, if all, in reference to actions by Israel. An email that was leaked shows a BBC... Does this actually have the article? Oh, maybe not. Correspondent encouraging staff to use terms like settler colonialism and ethnic cleansing, according to media reports. The email had allegedly been sent to international staff, according to the Jewish Chronicle. One staff member included Director General Tim Davey, whom he emailed with the complaint that quote words like massacre, slaughter, and atrocities are being used prominently in reference to actions by Hamas, but hardly, if all, in reference to actions by Israel. The Times reports that some BBC correspondents have been crying in the toilet over the BBC's refusal to use the aforementioned language. Fucking hell. If you're crying in the toilet about that, like...
Wonder what the ratio of male to female.
It's, to homosexual.
No, I was saying ratio of male to female of who's crying. I didn't say man to woman because anyone who's crying in a fucking stall over this is not a man.
I think Mustache Man would have been on the Palestine side.
So the letter sent. So quote: the power of emotive coverage and repetition is well understood. The selective application of emotive repetition is sure to have an impact on the audience, and it's exactly the kind of impact Israeli propagandists are aiming for as they dehumanize Palestinians and set the stage for mass murder they have pledged and begun to carry out, wrote the correspondent. That sounds like an objective reporter. There's a lot more to be said, but these are broad headlines. This is not about mistakes here and there, or even about systemic bias in favor of Israel. The question now is whether it is a question of complicity. It is a matter of public interest to rectify this with the utmost urgency. The BBC has quote, the BBC has taken it upon itself in recent years the task of fighting fake news, disinformation, hate speech, and such a trend in Western media, he said. Where is the content analysing the flood of incitement against Palestinians and tracking its impact? So in something that should surprise absolutely fucking no one, the BBC is a bunch of left-wing fucking morons and who fucking suck nuts.
Yeah, that's always been the case.
It wasn't always the case. The BBC wasn't always trash. It's just like just like the mainstream media in the US wasn't always trash.
Well, yeah, but
So this is Whitehall in London this morning.
Yes, really. Was this London? Sorry.
London, yeah. Within sight of the cenotaph.
So
I don't know what the cenotaph is.
This is the cenotaph here.
What is the cenotaph?
It's a memorial for the dead in World War II, World War I and II, I think.
Oh.
So, yeah. We fucking lost.
Yeah, well,
Show's over. Pack it up. The Pentagon is deploying 2 carrier strike groups, 11 Burt-class destroyers, a number of Ticonderoga-class cruisers, amphibious assault ships, THAAD and Patriot missile defense systems. I don't know what you're using THAAD for. That is literally the ballistic missile shield, as in nuclear missile shield.
Why did he call it
THAAD is the
class? They're Arleigh Burke class.
They're Arleigh Burke class, yeah. Because he's being cool, man. THAAD's the terminal high altitude air defense. That's the ballistic missile shield. I don't know why you would deploy that in Israel. Like, that's not going to be useful at all, unless Russia launches some ballistic missiles from the fucking retarded. Anyway, multiple squadrons of fighter jets, strategic bombers, and undisclosed assets to the Middle East. F-22s. Pentagon expects Iranian proxies to continue to target U.S. troops in the region, and it's already stated they will respond decisively.
No, they're going to give Iran a fighting chance. So they're going to use F-14s.
F-14s. Well, you know what's hilarious? I don't know if I mentioned this last week, but Israel struck an airfield in Damascus and an airfield in it's another major city in Syria. But they struck 2 airfields in Syria that were defended by S-400, which is like almost the top end air defense that Russia makes. Not a fucking blip. They didn't detect a thing. And it's because Israel flies F-35s. So
yeah, I think
and everybody including the Russians uses fucking S-400s. The Russians are working on S-500 and they say, "Oh, we're the best. Like, it's coming up. Like, it's always really good." Oh, look at that. We're moving up the charts. There you go. I think that's the highest point we've been. And this is in news. Is this live news category?
Wait, Tim's live?
No, this is someone replaying or discussing it.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, look, I don't think the intention is to start a war in the Middle East. I don't think the US wants that. I don't think Biden has the balls for that. He certainly doesn't have the stomach for that.
His hands too.
America doesn't have the stomach for that.
Certainly doesn't have the terms for it.
But Biden doesn't have the brain for it right now.
But they seem to be barreling down this route.
Is it just meant to be a show of force?
I think it is. I think the intention is, look, I think the original intention was, look, let's fucking, when shit kicks off, you send a carrier group.
Yeah.
Like a carrier group gets stationed nearby because we might have to do something.
Settle down or we'll step in and do something.
How many carrier groups are there or on the way?
So there's one there on station, and there's another one that will be transiting the sewers and stationing itself in the Gulf of Oman, which is off the coast. So Gulf of Oman leads into the Strait of Hormuz, which leads into the Persian Gulf.
Yeah.
So there will be a carrier strike group on either side of the Middle East, because the most important thing is that traffic remains open. So,
okay, so only 2
the last thing the world needs right now is for Iran to start attacking. Iran to close the Strait of Hormuz, cutting off oil flow from the Middle East, blowing up Saudi oil fields, the Suez Canal being closed for the same fucking reason, because Yemeni fucking forces are attacking the. Because this is the problem too. This right here, this is where they're stationing everything. So the Ford Strike Group is off Israel. They're going to be stationing the USS Bataan, which is a landing carrier, in through here. They're putting there's some Coast Guard cutters down here. So, but yes, where's the first strike group? So the Eisenhower Strike Group is going to come through here. It's going to transit the Suez, and it's going to end up down here at number 4. That's where they're going to end up putting it.
Wait,
because there's no what? Well,
why is number 2 coming up to?
Because they need troops on station. So this has 3,000 Marines on it.
Oh, okay.
So this is for projecting air power and missiles.
Yep.
So carrier strike groups are for blowing shit up and taking stuff out of the sky. The Marine Expeditionary Units. So that's what the 26th MEU is. They're for going on expeditions.
Is that like Force Recon? Marine Force Recon?
There will be a couple of Force Recon detachments in this MEU. But yeah, it's about 3,000 Marines. So
Semper Fi.
Yep. So yeah, this is one. Palestinian scholar from the Al-Aqsa Mosque in Jerusalem sends a message to queers of Palestine crowd in the West. The people of Palestine will not allow a single homosexual in our lands. Such perversions bring the wrath of Allah.
شعبنا الفلسطيني المسلم لا يرضى أن يكون لوطيا واحد يجاهر بفاحشته. هل ترضون أن يكون على أرض القدس وفلسطين لوطيا واحد؟ هل ترضون؟
You know why? So Philistine is Palestine.
Oh shit!
Yeah.
I okay. I remember.
Yeah.
I didn't.
The Philistines are the Arabs in the area.
Yeah, because I've always heard Philistine as an insult. I didn't realize it meant Palestine. Sorry.
Yeah, Philistine became.
They okay, yeah. So they lived in Gaza.
Just like the Canaanites are the original. The Canaanites are the Jews. So they're the Israelis.
Philistines are an ancient people who lived on the south coast of Canaan during the Iron Age. Yeah. They originated as an immigrant or invading group from the Aegean, settled in Canaan. Okay, yeah. Okay, the English term Philistine comes from the Old French Philistin, from the classical Latin Philistinus, from the late Greek Philistínoi, ultimately from Hebrew, I can't pronounce that shit, meaning people of Palus. Okay. Right.
يرضى شعبنا أن توجد مؤسسات للفاحشة.
Fallen Preacher says, Thermo, don't open that can of worms about Canaanites.
I'm not.
Yeah, this is not turning into Thermo's Bible hour.
No, I don't know religion. I'm an atheist.
على أرض فلسطين المباركة الطاهرة ولا يقبل أن تمس أحكام الشريعة بنقص أو تبديل ولا يرضى بالمناهج المناهضة لأحكام الإسلام. فاقتدوا يا مسلمون.
Does sound like you said fuck.
That too. That too.
برسولكم صلى الله عليه وسلم وضعوا تحت أقدامكم كل منكر وكل حرام وكل ما يخالف دينكم الإسلام ومن الفسوق الاختلاط في الجامعات وقد رأيتم بعض نتائجه بعض الطالبات في بعض الجامعات العربية ونؤكد رفضنا وبغضنا لكل مظاهر المثلية والتي هي اللواط الذي أهلك الله مجرميه بالعذاب الشديد ونؤكد رفضنا القاطع لوجود المؤسسات التي تدعو إلى الشذوذ والإباحية ونطالب بإغلاقها فورا فهذه وأمثالها من معوقات.
Yeah, Memory is the Middle Eastern Research Institute. Okay. Middle Eastern Media Research Institute. They do all these translations.
Right, yeah. So yeah, it just takes you to convio.net.
Senior leaders in Hamas are continuing to state today that they are willing to release all of the hostages being held in the Gaza Strip in exchange for 6,000 to 10,000 members of Hamas and the Palestinian Islamic Jihad, which are in prisons in locations across Israel. So yes,
that's what I was about ready to ask. Is are we positioning to negotiate for hostage release? That's what I was.
Yeah. Not so well. If you call that a negotiation, yeah. We will give you your 200 people if you give us 10,000 fighters.
Well, I was thinking that like the reason why we were basically parking up on them is to show force, and thus show that when we get to the negotiations, either give us our hostages or we're taking our hostages.
The problem is the hostages are being held in the tunnels.
Yeah.
So how do you fucking rescue them from those tunnels? There's no way.
Yeah.
Unless you had a full map of those tunnels and knew exactly where they all were. So
I thought they were going to be digging for gold.
So
they're not Jewish, right?
You know what's funny? There's an aquifer underneath Gaza, with all the water they need. They destroyed it. They dug holes too close to the shore.
Who?
The Hamas.
Idiots.
They drilled boreholes too close to the shore, and the water from the Mediterranean got in, and now it's too saline to drink. So now they need desalinization. So that's the thing that they do it to themselves. I had more, but I don't. Yeah, I'm over this part. So yeah. I've only got a little bit left. Can I do this in 20 minutes?
Speed run it.
No.
Speed run.
Speed run it. Speed run it.
We'll see how we go. Ladies and gentlemen, start your engines. Woman snuck out of YouTube concert to steal $50,000 from Sugar Daddy's Vegas hotel safe.
What a bitch.
Rolly Gaines says, move over transgender. Trans age is the next thing. Swim competition allows 50-year-old biological male to swim with 13-year-old girls.
Fuck me off.
Well, that sounds
I think
legitimate.
I had a photo of said. There it is. So this is Melody Wiseheart, a 50-year-old male. He was able to identify as a girl and swim with 13-year-olds.
Double privilege.
Here's his time.
Mm.
He didn't win.
Wow. What?
Will Tim take the bullet for us all?
What did he place?
I'm not allowing Tim to do that. Sorry?
Third in his heat.
What did he place? Third in his heat. So he didn't even qualify.
God damn. How
embarrassing. Transgender girl, age 11, dons princess gown to become youngest Grand Marshal of Orlando Pride Parade.
Oh, okay, it's Orlando. Right.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, right. Okay.
Stop making Pride Parades about kids, you fucking weirdos.
It's a boy. That's a boy. Just fucking
recent college grad has a breakdown of a working job. I thought her treatment was a bit unfair, but let's watch this.
I know I'm probably just being so dramatic and annoying, but this is my first job, like my first 9-to-5 job after college, and I'm in person, and I'm commuting in the city, and it takes me fucking forever to get there. There's no way I'm gonna be able to afford living in the city right now, so that's off the table. Like, fucking duh! If I was able to walk to work, and it'd be fine, but I'm not. So it literally takes me, like, I leave here, like, I get on the train at 7:30, and I don't get home till, like, 6:15 earliest, and then, like, I don't have time to do anything. I want to shower, eat my dinner, and go to sleep. I don't have time or energy to cook my dinner either. Like, I don't have energy to work out. Like, that's out the window. Like, I'm so upset. Oh my God. Nothing to do with my job at all, but just, like, the 9-to-5 schedule in general is crazy. Being in the office 9 to 5, like, if it was remote, you get off at 5 and you're home and everything's fine. But, like, I'm not home. It takes me long to get home, and, like people that drive to the office, like, you don't get off at 5, and I know it could be worse. I know I could be working longer, but, like, I literally get off, it's pitch black, like, I don't have energy. How do you have friends? Like, how do you have time to, like, meet, like, a guy. I don't know. Like, how do you have time for, like, dating? Like, I don't have time for anything, and I'm, like, so stressed out. And I'm also getting my period, so that's why I'm all emotional. But, like, am I so dramatic? It's fine.
Sounds like you're pregnant.
Sean says, I remember those days. Yeah.
Yeah.
I remember those days.
I remember these days too. I understand. Look, you know what the problem is? When I was that age, there was no fucking social media. So there's no reason to fucking say that shit. Has Tem just rocked up for the last fucking 15 minutes? Welcome, Tem.
Welcome, Tem.
Are you shitting me?
Yeah. Before we move on, the Lotus Eaters did do a good breakdown on that video on their Lads Hour. That
there
recently
you go. Go and watch the Lotus
Eaters.
Eaters.
There's a second part to that
Tem
video,
is going to be Tem is going to be struggling with his audio for the next 10 minutes.
We're a quarter of the way into the speed run. Let's go.
Accuses me of distracting. The question was about the criminal investigation into the ArriveCan app. And what does he do? He tries once again to divide Canadians.
Oh, I don't care. Next. Woke judges in America's fastest growing city, Spokane, are slammed for releasing dozens of suspected pedophiles and rapists without bail, including notorious cop who raped 2 women. Judges in Spokane, Washington released 665 people. You really couldn't make it one more. Accused of violent crimes.
Give or take.
Offenses range from rape, molesting children, making death threats to assaults. Holy shit.
Let me guess. These people. These
fuck
are people.
is going on?
Let me guess. These offenders are people.
Oh, that guy's totally a rapist.
Yeah. Oh, okay. I take it back. Oh, there we go.
That guy's a child.
I know, offensive. Yeah, whatever.
Anyway.
Sounds like racial justice.
Yes. Wisconsin woman, Jerry, not even going to bother. Jerry something, pleaded not guilty to murder after poisoning friend with eye drops and stealing $300,000 from her. Victim was found slumped in recliner with crushed medication on her chest in staged suicide. Kozwetsky pleaded not guilty to murdering a friend in 2018. Why is this story now?
I think they only pled now.
Autistic woman 20 sues American Academy of Pediatrics after claiming she was rushed onto transgender hormone warping drugs despite suffering from a number of mental health conditions.
Yep, keep at it.
Isabella Ayala, now 20, was given testosterone injections as a child, age 14. Hers is the first detransition lawsuit to name the American Academy of Pediatrics. Woo woo!
Keep the suits coming.
This is
That's her now.
Isabella. Looks like she's detransitioned.
Mm-hmm.
So yes, what's this? Puberty blockers, yeah, up 120% in the last.
Yep.
Fucking ridiculous.
Among children.
This is how that ends.
Among children aged 6 to 17.
Yep.
So minors, yes.
The federal government has ordered Owen Schroyer into solitary confinement immediately upon reporting to prison.
Allegedly, he tested positive for COVID. That's the official story.
Okay.
That's the official story.
Canada is set to legalize assisted suicide for drug addicts, those with mental illness. I saw a stat this week. I can't confirm it. 4 to 4.9% of Canadians die to MAID. 4.5% in the last year. So
Canada
take
is
that with
really
a grain of
Nazi
salt. I don't know their source, but yes,
Those Futurama 25-cent booster.
The fucking suicide booth. Yeah.
Yeah.
I hate being a mum. Trolls say I'm toxic, but other mums agree it fucking sucks. I don't care. You hate being a mum? That's fine. Give your kids up.
Mm-hmm.
Just don't kill them. Rep. Jamal Bowman says he struck a deal with fellow Democrat DC Attorney General Brian Schwab to have the fire alarm charges expunged from his record once he pays a fine.
Yeah, felon gets his record expunged.
No, you mean a black man.
Black man.
Pay the fine 3 months from now, it'll be dismissed, and I'll be able to just continue to serve my district.
You mean it'll be dismissed, like it'll be expunged from your record?
I believe so, yes.
That's the deal?
Yes, yeah.
With Capitol Police?
ACD, the DCAG.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's nice. There was new footage this week of him literally walking up to the door, literally removing the sign, both signs about the warning on the door, pulling the fire alarm and while walking away from the door. So completely blowing his statement out of the water. But of course, it's too late. And Dem's going to dem. Popular YouTuber Fideas, 2.37 million subscribers, has uploaded I traveled across Japan for free video. How did he do it? Simple. By illegally boarding trains without a ticket, hiding in the train toilet, and running when the conductor tried to detain him.
It's like
early in the video, he was briefly detained by police, but after refusing to pay a bus fare, it's clear he knows he's breaking the law and continues to do it anyway. The thumbnail of the video seems to mock Japanese police being unable to catch him. Unfortunately, due to this huge platform, a large number of fans will probably watch the video, and some will come away with the impression that he can do the same if they take a vacation to Japan. He's probably left Japan already, so it's too late to arrest him now. Here's a clip of him illegally evading a Shenzhen fair or whatever. Here he runs away from the police.
We arrived in the Okayama station.
Guy's a douchebag. Douchebags. YouTube has demonetized him and applied a strike. So he violated their harmful and dangerous content policy. The video is removed from the platform, and he was issued a strike.
Yep. For train squatting.
For breaking the law in another country.
And filming
it and glorifying it. You cannot do that on YouTube.
I'm pretty sure that's why Japanese hate foreigners.
Yeah. Haters try to bring down Aussie-style sushi restaurant in New York City because the owner is white. So it turns out the person leading the charge against this woman is someone who is starting up their own Japanese restaurant in
and doesn't have some opais.
Well, he's starting a Puerto Rican Japanese fusion restaurant in New York. So he's trying to
eliminating
destroy the competition. So it hasn't worked. Last reporting I saw was it's been turned around, and now everything's going to be fine. Kim Kardashian uses a bra with raised nipples to make sure a woman is always perky, no matter how cold or hot it is. You will always look cold. So here's the nipple bra.
Because that's not objectifying women at all, is it?
Trans people are going to love this. Trans people are going to be the biggest buyers of these. So, gentlemen, check downstairs.
They're all fake.
Frustrated shoppers are forced to wait as long as 40 minutes to get their hands on basic groceries like toothpaste, baby formula, and vitamins at Walmart and Target as retailers lock up products to combat soaring crime.
Yes, is this San Fran?
This is ridiculous. This is in Jersey.
Close enough.
That's insane. 24-minute wait for a toothbrush. Inside Edition team took a whopping 40 minutes to check out with just 3 items.
Well, make an app. Order
online. Biden's America.
I do. I order most of my groceries online just because I'm lazy.
The only reason I don't is because Aldi and Fresh and Save don't have.
Yeah, that's a problem. The United States has halted exports of most civilian firearms and ammunition for all non-governmental users for 90 days. According to Reuters, the Commerce Department did not provide further details of the pause, which also includes shotguns and optical sights, but said an urgent review will assess the risk of firearms being diverted to entities or activities that promote regional instability, violate human rights, or fuel criminal activity. Export licenses for Ukraine and Israel, as well as some other close allies, will be exempted from the temporary halt in exports.
No, well, Fast and Furious, boys.
So, it exempts the government from doing it. So that's
an export. Right?
That's an export ban, yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay, so it's not going to violate any.
The government still does it, yeah. All right.
Yeah, Fallen Prejudice says we need to keep the ammo for the Civil War. Yeah.
Fair point. That's right, Costi. Why go into a store like a peasant? Exactly.
Woman 33 is charged with the murder of 4 men after she met them for sex and drugged them so she could rob them. Rebecca Orban, 33, is facing a total of 28 charges over the separate killings, which happened between December 13th and June 17th. 4 out of 5 of her alleged victims died of overdoses, and 1 man survived, but the authorities have refused to publicly identify them.
Tim would take.
This was in Ohio. Moment man is dragged out of Hillary Clinton event after he bombards her with questions about why Bill Clinton was a pedophile on Epstein's flight logs. Alex Rosen, 23, was dragged out from the campaign Hillary Clinton attended. He asked, "Hey, Hillary, why did your husband visit Epstein Island 26 times?" Rosen, an anti-vaccine activist, had frequently garnered attention for confronting Democratic politicians
and
progressive causes.
Yeah.
Oh, God, is he naked? Almost.
No, he's got pants.
He's got pants on. Okay.
Yeah. It wasn't. What does the shirt say? I don't want to hold it up.
But if you're gay friendly, take your bitch ass home.
If you are not, if you're not,
If you're not gay friendly, take your bitch ass home.
Fucking.
And yes, breaking news: Mike Pence has announced he will suspend his presidential campaign.
Thinning the herd a little bit.
So, and that's it. All I have left is is what I'm calling a moment of zen, but I think is more of a moment of abject horror to close out the show. So
that was a costly speed run, wasn't it?
that was the speed run, yeah. So we have 7 minutes left. So this is I wanted to go out on this.
We could have done it under 6. That was good. Kill it with fire. I don't like it already. It's gonna do something so crazy. Tell you what, man, those inverted, those bird-like legs, kangaroo legs, fucking jumping power.
Those are the future Terminators.
Yep. Has played enough Armored Core to know things with the chicken legs go really fast. Looks like a runner, an FT runner. With their magic running leg fins.
Well, I think for now we're pretty safe.
They're already
able to hear them coming.
They're
all tapping.
That's his feet talking. That's his feet. That's his turning. Yeah, that's his feet hitting the ground as he turns.
I still haven't heard from
Welcome,
Tem.
our robotic overlords.
Tem is here in spirit, but just not actually here.
Costy's going to replace all of his employees with those.
Yes, Costy's going to replace all his employees with those.
Good job.
And Stabby sent me something to play.
Yeah, that's what those robots deserve.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
And that's it. 4 minutes to go. Does anybody have anything else that's not going to take an insane amount of time?
No, I'm good. No, I'm fine.
Just
wrap it up.
Nothing here. So that's it. Thank you for watching, everyone. Happy Halloween for Tuesday.
Mm-hmm.
We'll be back next week. I really hope the shows get a bit shorter. But
just thin out the stories.
And
even
remember,
more.
Discount Candy is on November 1st.
yes, day after Halloween is always discount candy.
So is the Day of the Dead. So get your offerendas ready.
So yes, if you want to support the show, by all means, go to Buy Me Coffee and Buy Me Coffee. Thank you, chat. Yeah, I love you all as always. Guys, have a great week. And yeah, what do you mean you don't see us? What are you talking about?
In the show chat.
Oh, you don't see us in the show chat?
Apparently, supposedly we are on page 1 on Rumble News, but I don't see it.
Oh, we were. We're not anymore.
Might have been, but I don't know. I just opened the page 2. Start of page 2.
Yeah, we've dropped off.
Yeah.
Yeah, because we're wrapping up.
We're
still live. We're still live. I blame Tim Paul.
Tim Paul's not. Anyway, good night, everybody.
Good night.